Prologue. Night of the Detective. Chapter 1. Long Beach, New York, March 1986. The night that John Stevanovich was shot couldn't have been colder or the stars more dazzling in high winter skies. Shortly past midnight, Stevanovich tramped down the creaking, solidly frozen boardwalk at Long Beach. He was humming Surfer Girl, one of those awful beach town ditties that could usually bring a smile to his lips. Stevanovich's eyes stayed sharply focused. They very carefully swept the silent, gritty beachfront neighborhood. The grave dancer was nearby. Stevanovich felt it all through his body. It was a second sense he had sometimes, almost a paranormal gift. The scumbucket he had been tracking for almost 2 years was so close it made his skin crawl. He finally arrived back on Florida Street, a desolate side lane where he and his detectives had agreed to gather. Actually, he'd been there 10 minutes ago, then walked down to New York Avenue and the funky town boardwalk to clear his head. The full team of 14 narcotics detectives was assembled. This was a joint Nassau County and NYPD strike force, each of them hand-picked to go after the grave dancer. Stevanovich said his hellos, patting the backs of down parkas, playing the crowd. Stevanovich fit in, which was unusual for a lieutenant. Maybe it was because he'd never seemed overly impressed with himself, never felt making Lou meant that much anyway. Or maybe it was because he was more cynical and funnier about his perspective on the world than any of the detectives working under him. True to form, he was wearing a weathered black leather coat over a hooded gray sweatshirt. The outfit made his 6 feet 2 inches seem more compact, more physically impressive. Underneath a crushed black fedora, his hair was long and brown and unruly. His eyes were a cool, dark brown, but could warm up once he got comfortable with someone. People said Stevanovich looked like some kind of flaky film star, and he thought that wasn't all bad. Flaky film stars seem to be running the world these days. In the electrified darkness of Florida Street, car trunks sprung open with almost no sound. Out came .357 Magnums, 12-gauge shotguns, NYPD and Nassau County issue guns. Also full ammo pouches. The beachfront neighborhood felt as if it were about to explode. The dope raid was going to be bigger than the celebrated French Connection. As much as 200 kilograms. Over 1.5 million fixes for New York's 250,000 addicts. They were closing in on Alexandre Saint-Germain, the animal called the grave dancer, the man who had been Stevanovich's obsession during the past 22 months. That was no accident either. Stevanovich regularly got the most important narcotics cases in the NYPD. He was talented, and he thrived on challenges. For the past few years, he'd been the department's big play man. Nothing but the fast track for him. Stevanovich finally turned to his second-in-command, a 260-pound detective named Bear Kupchak. "You all ready, Charlie Chan?" he asked. "Ah, wise man never ready to walk down dark alleyway at night." Kupchak grinned like the portly Chinese detective. "Fuck you, Charlie," said Stevanovich. Chapter 2. John and Anna Stevanovich, Brooklyn Heights. Hours before, Stevanovich and his wife Anna had gone out to dinner. He had taken her to the glittery River Cafe, tucked like an expensive tiara, beneath the Brooklyn Bridge. After dinner, they had gone back to their apartment in Brooklyn and snuck up to the indoor pool on the roof. It was closed after 9, but Stevanovich had a key. He brought a tape deck, and they danced on the rooftop, first to Robert Cray and his blues, then to the romantic Brazilian Laurindo Almeida. "You're breaking the law that you're sworn to uphold," Anna whispered against his cheek. She was so soft and fine to hold. A great slow dancer, too. Elegant and totally desirable. "Bad law. Unenforceable," Stevanovich whispered back. "Some policemen you are. No respect for authority." "You bet. I know too many authority figures." He started to unbutton Anna's dress, which picked up the green of her eyes, the gold of her hair, and which felt like the smoothest silk under his fingers. "You going to try for indecent exposure now?" Anna smiled softly. For starters, maybe. I have some other felonies in mind, too. After they slipped out of their dinner clothes, they did a few slow laps, then floated languorously in the moonlit pool, under the glass rooftop, the twinkling stars. With Anna, Stepanovich had a way of doing wonderfully romantic things. He'd become a master of the unexpected. A dozen American roses arriving at the grade school where Anna taught 4th grade. A weekend ski trip to Stowe in Vermont. Gold shell earrings he spent an hour at Saks picking out himself. He reached out and pulled her body closer in the deep end of the pool. Her green eyes were warm and wise. Spectacular eyes. Her body seemed glazed in the moonlight. She was a fantasy he'd had since he'd been a kid in school. The two of them fit together perfectly. "Sometimes I can't believe how much I love you," he whispered, his breath catching slightly on the words. "And I love you more than all the rest of my life put together. I'd be lost without you. Sad but true. Not so sad, Steph." They made tender, then passionate love in the still blue-green water of the swimming pool, in the middle of the coldest March in years. At the moment, John Stepanovich was sure he had everything he had ever wanted out of life. Getting Saint-Germain would be the icing on his cake. Chapter 3. The Grave Dancer, Long Beach. Until past midnight, Alexandra Saint-Germain had been at a black-tie affair given at a Fifth Avenue penthouse in Manhattan. The partygoers were mostly investment bankers and other Wall Street power brokers, their wives, assorted young playthings. A very good black combo played and seemed particularly out of place in the setting. Saint-Germain himself fit in splendidly. He was sophisticated, wittier than any of the bankers, a wealthy and respected European investor with seemingly unlimited capital. Now, the grave dancer was approaching Long Beach Island, cruising along in a dark sports car. He was feeling particularly sanguine about the past few weeks. He had been mapping out a strategy that would ultimately change the face of organized crime. He had financial backing, both in New York and abroad. He simply had to make certain nothing went wrong during the next few critical months. "One man has been interfering lately," Saint-Germain was thinking as he crossed the bridge onto Long Beach. A detective named Stepanovich had taken it upon himself to make Saint-Germain's life in America difficult, if not impossible. He was a master at harassment. He was persistent and cleverer than most policemen. He had already caused more trouble and embarrassment than Saint-Germain could allow. Twice he had trailed Saint-Germain to Europe. He had conducted surveillance watches outside his apartment on Central Park West. One evening he had followed Saint-Germain into La Sec, practically interviewing the restaurant's owner, Sirio Macchioni. This desire to prevail against the odds, to tilt against windmills, seemed to be an American trait. Saint-Germain had watched it fail miserably in Southeast Asia during the early 70s. He would watch it fail again now in New York. Stepanovich was challenging him, and that couldn't be permitted. His sports car finally entered Long Beach, and he gunned it toward his rendezvous. An important lesson had to be taught tonight. Chapter 4. John Stepanovich, Long Beach. 14 NYPD and Nassau County detectives walked single file, making uneven lines on either side of Ocean View Street in Long Beach. They passed 40-year-old tract houses and a few Irish bars on the narrow street. Occasionally there was a pizza stand or ramshackle novelty store, boarded up for the winter. "I could use a slice of pizza. Their cups are cracked. Pepperoni and onions, extra cheese." "I could use a sane partner," John Stepanovich whispered back. They continued walking until they reached an even narrower street called Louisiana. Nothing but parked cars were visible there, dented and rusting like the dank beach cottages themselves. At the far end of Louisiana, the detectives entered a sharp bend, which opened into a wide fork. Two large beach houses stood at either end, like sentinels. Stepanovich knew everything about Alexandra Saint-Germain, that he was the current drug star in Europe, the largest narcotics dealer in years, that he was also known as a businessman in parts of the world, a legitimate financier and investor, which made tripping him up that much more difficult. Stepanovich knew that Saint-Germain and his organization were moving very impressively into the United States, that Saint-Germain had masterminded a Byzantine, highly effective system to control organized crime throughout Europe, known as the street law. This street law applied to criminals and to the police alike. There were strict rules, and they were known to everyone. Rival crime lords, but also policemen, prosecuting attorneys, even judges who came into conflict with Saint-Germain's system, were dealt with ruthlessly. Murder and sadistic torture were the usual forms of retribution. Revenge against friends and family members was common. Alexandre Saint-Germain said that he refused to live by the rules of the weak. Tonight, Stepanovich and his narcotics detectives were breaking the street law. They were striking a major Saint-Germain drug factory inside the United States. Stepanovich's eyes were drawn suddenly to the far left of the cul-de-sac. The house lights there had blinked out. Uh-oh, the left. See that? Their Kopchak pointed. Stepanovich and everyone else stopped, their legs and feet suddenly frozen in step. The wind from the ocean held a sibilant, almost ominous whistle in the background. "What's that all about?" Kopchak whispered. "I hope somebody's just going Betty by late." "I don't know. Hold tight." Stepanovich was slowly raising his Remington. He had a sick feeling, the beginning of an adrenal rush. Through the trees, the moon had cast everything in a pattern of strange black and white shapes. "Hey, detectives! Big fucking surprise, huh?" A voice suddenly boomed. "Hey! Over here!" More gruff voices came from the opposite side of the narrow street. Several men were hiding in the darkness. "No, over here, cocksuckers!" A row of blinding white floodlights went on. Bright crisscrossing lights bloomed in every direction. Then heavy gunfire exploded from both sides of the street. A deadly commotion of noise and blazing light commenced on signal. "Get down! Everybody get down!" Stepanovich yelled as he pressed the safety, pumped his own shotgun, and felt his body shift into automatic. "Get down!" he screamed as he fired at the beaming lights. "Everybody down!" Chapter 5. All over the street there was pandemonium. Detectives were screaming and cursing. Stepanovich finally dropped on his stomach. He was gasping for breath. He had a flashing thought about Anna, the idea of never seeing her again. He pressed his body against the freezing cold concrete. He didn't know whether he'd been hit or not. He genuinely didn't know. The odors of motor oil and gasoline stuffed his nose. Down on his stomach, Stepanovich wiggled until he was underneath the rear end of a parked car. He ripped his hands and knees as he struggled forward. Where the hell was the backup? What could he do now? He made it to a second parked car. As he did, his head cracked against the undercarriage. He cursed. His lungs ached horribly. The submachine guns kept giving fire. For a moment, he was hidden under a third parked car. He wondered if he should stay there. The auto's body was so low that his face scraped the ground. His mind screamed. A fourth car was parked up tightly against the third vehicle, cheek to cheek. He kept straining to hear the sound of approaching police sirens. Nothing. No one in the neighborhood had called the police. He kept moving from parked car to car, away from the killers and the massacre. Did they know where he was? Had anyone seen him? He stopped counting how many cars he'd gone under. He was numb all over from the cold. The last parked car was anchored at the corner of Ocean View. The attackers' voices were fading down the street. He needed a breath before he got up and tried to run. Stepanovich finally pushed himself from underneath the last car. Then he ran as fast as he could, sprinting to his left. He was numb and sweaty cold, so otherworldly and out of it. He was running, though, and nobody was going to catch him. He zigzagged as he went, feeling like a ground missile released from its cramped vault. Everything was unreal. His feet had never struck against the pavement quite like this before. His breathing was labored and very painful. Just keep running. It was a disembodied thought. It held him together. Nothing else was important. He finally saw the side street where he and his men had parked their cars. The cars, Mustangs and Camaros, Stingrays, BMWs, were sitting up ahead, silent and empty. Stepanovich rounded the corner onto Florida Street. He saw his black van. Call for help, his mind screamed. He fumbled to get the keys out of his pocket as he ran. Finally, a siren screeched in the distance. The wind and sweat-soaked clothes were biting cold against his skin. His hair threw off water. 5 yards from the van, a shotgun thundered loudly in his ears. It went off directly behind him. The explosion reverberated against the bone of Stepanovich's skull. It rattled his insides. The first shotgun blast passed clearly through his right side. It seemed so simple to say, to think, shot in the side. The first hit turned John Stepanovich around, the way a caroming, speeding truck would have, the way a grown person can easily manhandle a small child. The second shotgun blast exploded almost on top of the first brutal assault. The blast shattered the vertebrae on the left side of Stepanovich's spinal column. A jagged shard of bone broke through the flesh like antlers on a wall. The bullet actually ricocheted inside his body, twisting, turning, like an oblong object under water. Then it burst out his side, leaving a huge hole. Shot in the back. Stepanovich was lying face down. He was half on, half off the gritty, iced sidewalk pavement. His eyes were watering so that he seemed to be crying. He wanted to crawl away, to do something, but he couldn't move an inch. The hidden gunman finally appeared from the shadows. The gunman walked forward, stopping over the sprawled, spread-eagled body, staring down for a long, silent moment. Stepanovich could hear the man's breathing, the inhuman calmness. He could hear exactly what the gunman was doing. Suddenly everything was clear and distinct inside his mind. He was about to witness his own murder. To hear the killer actually pump a third shell into the chamber. To hear him pause for a long, breathless second, then hear him fire again. One final shot, point blank, into Stepanovich's back. Then the grave dancer walked away from his supposed pursuer. Chapter 6. Alexandra Saint-Germain, Brooklyn Heights. Alexandra Saint-Germain drove a Porsche Turbo Carrera, sleek in midnight blue. Nothing but black glove leather and dim red control lights were visible inside. The only sound was the racing tires against the pavement, a noise like tape being pulled away from an uneven surface. Lessons, he thought to himself as he drove. The world needed object lessons, but especially the police detective who had come after him, who had stubbornly trailed him for 2 years. The apartment building in front of which Saint-Germain finally parked seemed all wrong. It was painted red brick, rising maybe 19 or 20 stories. It was the kind of place where mothers on the high floors throw change wrapped in tinfoil down to their kids for ice cream. The grave dancer followed a black woman inside the apartment building, some kind of nurse from the look of the white sponges and stockings showing below her cloth coat. The hallway of the floor where he got off the elevator was like all the others in the building. The night's stale cooking smells, a clicking in the heating system, pale blue walls, a worn blue and black hallway runner. Alexandra Saint-Germain rang the bell for 9B. He rang the doorbell insistently, 7 times. Finally, a woman's voice came from inside, sounding very hollow and distant. "I'll be right there. I'm coming. Who is it?" The dark blue door for 9B swung open. The look on Anna Stepanovich's face instantly revealed her lack of comprehension. "Something happened to Steph," she said. A statement of fact, not a question. "Yes. And now something is happening to you." There was no pain. Anna definitely heard the hollow, muffled shotgun blast from less than 3 feet away. She saw the bright streak of light illuminate the hallway, a little like a photographer's flash camera going off. Anna Stepanovich was dead before she hit the floor inside the foyer. Alexandra Saint-Germain, the grave dancer, left the apartment building as confidently as he had arrived. Part 1. The Grave Dancer. Chapter 7. Isaiah Parker, 125th Street, June 1988. The Orange Julius stand, tucked in the corner of 125th Street and Frederick Douglass Boulevard, had at least one advantage over many of the other stores in the area: an open, lively view onto the street. A view of the changing, or rather, the decaying neighborhood. The sealed-off and abandoned buildings, like Bloomstein's, Harlem's last department store, and the Lowe's Victoria, both shut down now. The Hotel Teresa, where Fidel Castro had once stayed while visiting New York, now an office building. The Apollo, where Basie and Bessie Smith, Bill Eckstein and Ellington had played, closed, and now opened up again. Who knew for how long? Isaiah Parker stood behind the brightly colored counter of the Orange Julius stand. He was dutifully wiping it down while he watched the fascinating panorama of 125th Street stretch out before him. He had thought that squalor and misery had never been so interesting. He had no idea why that was so. He heard his name being called by the juice stand boss. "Hey, man, you deaf or what? Two fucking banana Julius, man." Isaiah Parker wasn't deaf. As far as his hearing went, he was discovering lately that he had rabbit ears. He was like the professional athletes whose hearing seemed to magnify personal insults and jeers from the grandstands. Parker thought briefly about making an Orange Julius concoction out of the juice stand boss's face. He thought better of it, for the moment, anyway. "Yes, sir. 2 Julies on the way," he muttered in a low growl directed at the boss. "2 banana Julius." "Yes, sir. 2 banana Julies. Coming up." All this time he had kept his attention beaconed out onto the street. Specifically, he was watching the crumbling overpass that supported the ancient New York Central Railroad tracks. He'd been waiting almost a week for this very moment, and now he wasn't sure what to look for. So he watched real closely while he fixed the Julies. Crushed ice, fresh banana, special sugary powder from the parent company, god-awful sweet and sour taste in his opinion. Then suddenly Isaiah Parker was sure what he was watching. The 2 dealers got sloppy, and he saw the exchange. He saw the briefest flash of dollar green out on the street. "Hey, you, Parker! Parker!" he heard once again. "Hey, you, man," Parker talked back. "You shut the fuck up. Just shut your mouth, understand?" Perhaps for the first time in his life, the bullying Orange Julius boss shut up. There was something about the look on Parker's face that said he was a lot more serious than any ordinary counter guy ought to be. Suddenly Isaiah Parker vaulted up and over the counter. There was a powerful animal spring in his body. The usual loiterers inside the juice stand looked up as he burst out of the scarred plexiglass doors. He was holding a .22 caliber revolver up toward the sky and the molded stone rooftops of nearby buildings. Across 125th, one of the cocaine dealers had already seen him coming. Damn, Parker thought to himself. The drug dealer and his buddy suddenly began to sprint down Frederick Douglass Boulevard. They went due east on 125th Street, then south and east again. A cabbie honked at him angrily. Parker's hand whacked down hard on the yellow cab's hood. Take absolutely nobody's shit on the street. That was a lesson he'd learned a long time ago in Harlem. Then Parker was running at full speed. He was running wildly, like yet another hyped-up junkie or thief. He was doing what he had once loved to do in another time and place, something he'd done well enough to get into a Texas college on a track scholarship. College, where he learned to deal with his anger a little, learned to mask it better anyway, talk around it. At 35 years old, he could still run. Maybe not any record-breaking 100-yard dashes, but he could run faster than 2 pitiful drug pushers who had just tried to sell a slab of coke to 14-year-old kids on 125th. Faster than 2 total scumbags who strolled the Harlem neighborhood with no respect for anybody or anything. Like the people here were nothing, and not a single thing mattered except their making money off the sadness, off the need for a little flash of hope and painless escape. Parker started to smile as he ran. Wild sense of humor up in Harlem these days. One of the dope dealers must have pulled a muscle because he started limping and grabbing at his left thigh. Now that was hilarious. Isaiah Parker flashed by him as if he were standing still on a relay block. He pistol-butted the drug dealer on the side of his head as he went by. The dealer went down in the gutter in a heap of flashy clothes. Parker was almost sure the other dealer was named Pedro Cruz, a Colombian cowboy who had been slumming in the 125th Street neighborhood for the past few months. Pedro Cruz could really run. As if to underscore that fact, Parker felt a fire exploding inside his chest. His thighs were starting to burn. His heart was slamming around, and things were getting congested and painful. 8 blocks already. Come on, man, get tired. Some people standing along 124th Street recognized Parker. Isaiah Parker had been around the neighborhood for a long time. A lot of people knew Isaiah. Even more of them had known his brother Marcus. Familiarity aside, nobody was going to stop the scum dealer he was chasing. You stopped some South American-looking guy in Harlem, you could wind up dead, or in even worse trouble. Besides, chase scenes were fun to watch on a slow-moving summer afternoon. Better than a Sylvester Stallone movie at the Lowe's Theater. 124th Street was like a graveyard for old busted-up Plymouths, Chevys, Fords. A few neighborhood dudes clapped for the foot race going down on the otherwise hot and boring afternoon. Nobody seemed to care why the chase had started. Finally, Parker was running almost side by side with the Colombian drug pusher. He looked over at the other man, almost like he wanted to pass instead of catch him. The drug dealer was Pedro Cruz, all right. The bearded Colombian tough didn't even know how to look frightened. He was trying to figure out how to go for his gun and keep running full speed at the same time. His right hand was clawing furiously inside the flapping nylon vest, which he wore over the bare brown skin of his chest. Parker finally took a full-stride lead on Cruz. Suddenly, Isaiah Parker seemed to be floating backward in time and space. His arm came up, his elbow bent, and it smashed full force into the drug dealer's chin. Cruz toppled over in a complicated 3-point cartwheel. He ended up in a crumpled heap against a sagging cyclone fence that was full of holes, so that everybody in the neighborhood could get in and out of the yard as they wished. Isaiah Parker was pleased that he hadn't shot the drug dealer. He took out his .22 revolver and pointed it up at the hunched-over, snooping superintendent on a nearby brownstone porch. The superintendent cringed and tried to slime away. "I'm a police officer," Parker said between gasping breaths. "Call the 19th Precinct." The superintendent grinned, as if he had just won on Family Feud or Wheel of Fortune. He shuffled back inside his building and called the police. He appreciated a good chase scene on Miami Vice, or on his front porch, for that matter. Harlem was still pretty good for that, at least. At 3 in the afternoon, New York undercover detective Isaiah Parker was still wearing the Orange Julius T-shirt and his stained juice stand apron. He'd lost the leather hat somewhere. A nice chapeau, too. The strange outfit made him seem like a regular New York workingman. It made him feel like part of the gritty neighborhood. It didn't matter which neighborhood. This neighborhood was in southern Harlem, between Broadway and West End Avenue. Parker stood on the street corner, sucking on an orange Italian ice, checking out the scene. He was noting little things he would need to remember tonight, this night of revenge. Finally, Isaiah Parker headed back to the 19th Precinct in Harlem, where he was still on duty until 4:30. Chapter 8. West 99th Street, midnight. On the southernmost border of Harlem, the summer night had turned sticky hot, almost fetid. A few blocks away, families were sleeping out on fire escapes and on tenement rooftops. A battered black Ford Escort was parked halfway between Riverside Drive and West End Avenue on 99th Street. 3 men were cramped inside the car, waiting in the darkness. At 12:20, they were rewarded for their diligence and patience. "That's them now. They're here. Blue Mercedes." A man named Jimmy Burke spoke softly inside the Escort. He straightened himself behind the car's steering wheel. He gestured down 99th Street toward a townhouse known to the men in the Escort as Allure. The 4-story townhouse was overshadowed by the neighborhood's taller and more stately apartment buildings. Discreet and inconspicuous, its mid-block location allowed visitors to slip in and out with a minimum of notice. A dark blue Mercedes stretch limousine had eased to a stop in front of the elegant townhouse. A steep gray stone stoop led the way to oak double doors, illuminated by antique gaslight lamps. 2 men in dark business suits stepped out of the limousine. The men carefully peered around the street before allowing a third passenger to follow them out into the night. 2 soldiers. A driver. He sure as hell travels light. One of the men inside the escort had been stretched across the length of the back seat. Isaiah Parker leaned forward now. He had closely cropped black hair and a smoothly handsome face. His rangy body strongly suggested professional athletics, though Parker would have said it was his skin color, not his body, that made some people think he might have been a basketball player once upon a time. "We'll give the garbage an hour or so to relax and get comfortable," Parker said, speaking calmly. "Then we'll go in. Why don't you turn on the radio, Jimmy? Brothers on 99th Street will be listening to a little music, you know. Ba-da-da-deet. Let's do it upright." Chapter 9. Alexandre Saint-Germain, Allure. Alexandre Saint-Germain was sitting on top of the world, and he knew it. How many other men had succeeded in one business, much less 2? How many had entree into Wall Street boardrooms, but also the private homes of Anthony Joe Batters Accardo, of Carmine Persico? Saint-Germain even understood the danger of personal vanity. He had seen the results again and again, and yet he knew he was smarter than other men. He had read more, experienced far more. He had been educated at the Sorbonne, economics and biology. He preferred the school of hard knocks. At 22, he had been known in Marseille as Mercedes. Just the single name which everyone in the demi-monde seemed to know. Even then, he had a special quality that allowed him to buy and sell narcotics on the docks, and then mingle with the rich on their priceless yachts. Alexandre Saint-Germain had style. He had exceptional good looks, plus the gift of charm. He had learned to use these qualities to unlock doors everywhere around the world. In Tripoli, he was the butcher, the chief contact for arms deals with Syria and Libya, for any murderers willing to pay for the highest quality and service. Now he was known by police departments as the grave dancer. He was a man with many different faces, different names, different lifestyles. So this is Allure, Saint-Germain considered as he wandered through a spacious foyer, then the luxurious living room downstairs. He smiled as he observed the richly furnished surroundings inside the club on West 99th Street. Elaborately carved double doors, cold marble floors, a de Kooning, a Pissarro, a clay. A piano room leading into a planted solarium. It was mostly eclectic, Art Deco here and there, a hint of Italian Renaissance, Gallic touches, such as a Louis XVI buffet in the hallway, some antique French prints. There was a wet bar stocked with cut glass decanters, bottles of Taittinger, Hock, fresh lime, and lemons, ice that looked like assortments of diamonds. Fresh flowers, mossed roses and nosegays graced a long serving table. And the most beautiful women and young boys were stationed everywhere. They reminded him of models at a Paris fashion show, gently mouthing their hellos, affecting their effete bows. A few wore body paint, their faces streaked like artful urban savages. Some of the most respected men in the world were clients here, he knew. The overdone elegance was an attempt to pander to their wealth and supposed taste, to assuage middle-class American guilt, perhaps, to mask the reality that this was a highly expensive bordello, one of the finest in the world. He was escorted by a tall black model who took him arm in arm up mahogany stairs to the second floor. A painted runner distinguished the staircase. The model was slender and long-legged, superior in every way. He was aware of a slight surge of anticipation. He wondered what surprises had been prepared for him tonight. Alexandre Saint-Germain pushed open the heavy oak bedroom door on the second floor. The woman at his side had silently, very efficiently, vanished. The 2 women inside the bedroom suite at Allure were exquisite, far surpassing his escort upstairs or any of the courtesans he had seen so far. Both were young. Both call girls captured the essence of innocent, wide-eyed American beauty. So far, so good. Very good indeed. "Je m'appelle Kay," one of them said to him.
Bienvenue à Allure. On nous a choisi de vous saluer, de dire bonjour. Il y a d'autres jeunes filles, si vous désirez.
No, I don't desire any other women, Saint-Germain answered in English. The two of you are very beautiful. The woman who had spoken first, Kay, was dark-haired but extremely fair-skinned. Her skin actually looked dusted with some kind of fine powder. Her eyes were delicately sketched. The powder accentuated her cheekbones. Her hair was combed to one side, softly pulled behind one ear. She communicated expressively with slender hands. Her smile was brilliant and seemed sincere. She was very good indeed. Even her French was polished.
I'm Kimberly. Kim.
The second girl seemed shy, younger than the first. She was no more than 18, with long blonde hair flowing almost to the bottom of her spine. The scent of expensive perfume reached Saint-Germain as he stood transfixed in the open doorway. The smell of flowers surrounded him. Things were done to perfection at Allure, just the way Saint-Germain demanded that they be. The bedroom suite was a fantasy maze of cut glass, Italian marble, 2-inch thick carpeting, and mosaic tile. Music whispered from hidden speakers, a light tango rock beat currently featured in the trendiest after-hours clubs. Drugs were laid out all over a chrome and glass coffee table. The atmosphere was undeniably sexy, but also romantic. The dark-haired woman, Kay, wore an Hermès gown that was delicately split up the side. The dress revealed a tease of nylon stockings with silver pendants that mysteriously spiraled upward. The dress made her appear liquid, accentuating every curve, every nuance of her body. Kimberly was long-legged as well, with firm sculpted breasts and a glowing tan. Her nipples were already erect. She also wore an evening gown, Givenchy or Yves Saint Laurent, along with spike-heeled slippers and sophisticated makeup. Alexandre Saint-Germain smiled and bowed. This couldn't have been better if he had arranged each detail himself. Chapter 10. The three men from the escort knew which buzzer to press once they entered the vestibule of Allure. One important question, which wasn't to be answered for some time, was how they were admitted into the front hall of the apartment itself. The police theory was that they gained entry either through an open window that led into the garden or by sneaking up from the cellar. Neither theory was correct. They came in through the oak double doors in front. They were wearing raincoats, ball caps, and high-top sneakers, yet they proceeded into the front hall as if they owned Allure. They each carried an Uzi machine gun pistol. The two call girls had begun to undress Alexandre Saint-Germain. They worked slowly and sensually, like an improvisational dance troupe. Their fingers played musical scales up and down his spine. Then the same fingers were like delicate airbrushes on his thighs, biceps, and genitals. The elaborate ritual reminded him of the finest geishas in Kyoto. Naked, he was impressive, well-muscled and firm. He worked on his physique with a private trainer in New York, and had done the same for years in London. Like everything else in his control, his body was close to perfection. Alexandre Saint-Germain stood up suddenly. He waved the girls away. Instantly his eyes seemed flat and cold. He was somewhere back inside his own mind again. Who knew where he went in his private thoughts? He hurried across the bedroom without saying a word, entering a bathroom connected to the suite. The door closed, and the water ran full force inside. The three men, Jimmy Burke, Aurelio Rodriguez, Isaiah Parker, separated once they were inside the downstairs area of Allure. The two bodyguards were watching television on the first floor, and were easily dispatched. In a way, it almost seemed too easy so far. When Alexandre Saint-Germain returned, the two call girls understood that he was in complete control for the evening. He was wearing a black leather mask, in keeping with the current trend of danger in the world of kinky sex in New York. The mask had zippers that looked like jagged scars running down both his cheeks. Polished metal studs jutted across his forehead and chin. This was the grave dancer, just the way the legend had him, exotic and mysterious. The drugs consumed upon the grave dancer's arrival began to take effect. His slurred sentences dominated their attempts at conversation. Jumbled words ran into and over more jumbled words. Expensive oils were poured, then smeared over the muscular curves of Alexandre Saint-Germain's body. High overhead, a network of mirror images ebbed and flowed across the ceiling. Shadows danced and fused with one another. A warm, lubricated finger slid into his rectum. Another entered his mouth. Then something was wrong. Suddenly, in the midst of all the pleasure, something was happening, something completely out of symmetry. What's that? There's a sound. They all heard it, outside in the hallway. It began with a heavy footfall, approaching footsteps that then seemed to trail away. Voices were approaching upstairs. Several voices merged into a solid block of noise. Everything was happening too fast now. Saint-Germain sat upright, fully alert, but also trapped in silk sheets and too many pillows, in the jumble of bare legs and arms, silk stockings and garters thrown everywhere on the bed. Both women were on their knees, their lovely mouths open in surprise. "Who is it? Who's out there?" Saint-Germain demanded. The bedroom door was flung open. A man holding a machine gun pistol rushed inside. A black-billed cap was pulled over most of his face. He was in a professional shooting crouch. "What? Are you from the Midnight Club?" Alexandre Saint-Germain completely lost his composure as he spoke. A burst of words came tumbling out of his mouth in a voice that wasn't quite his own. "Are you from Midnight?" he screamed again. "Get out of here, both of you," the man with the gun said to the two call girls. The women frantically ran from the mirrored bedroom, tripping over one another as they tried to get into the hallway. At that same instant, a submachine gun blast nearly ripped off the head of Alexandre Saint-Germain. The shocked European crime boss was thrown back hard against the creamy white bedroom wall. "Midnight!" came a final gargled scream. Chapter 11. John Stefanovich, West 99th Street, 2 a.m. Nightmares. There were these recurring nightmares that suddenly came true in his waking hours, John Stefanovich had begun to think. It was happening to him right now. The back of his neck was soaked with sweat, and his khaki sports shirt was sticking. His heart raced underneath the plastered-down shirt. He felt sick to his stomach, as if at any moment he could completely lose it. The tires of his van squealed as it accelerated, then curled down the hill, speeding onto West 99th Street. Less than 40 minutes before, he'd been awakened by the anxious voice of his captain in homicide. "There's been a multiple homicide up on West 99th Street. It looks like a professional hit. They used submachine guns, maybe Uzis. It's Alexandre Saint-Germain." "What about Saint-Germain? What are you saying?" Stefanovich asked. His voice was groggy, his brain only partially awake. "He's dead. Somebody got the scumbag tonight. I thought you'd want to know, Steph." Once he was on 99th Street, Stefanovich easily spotted his partner, Bear Kupchak. He saw the bear as his van slowly rolled down the steep hill toward Riverside Park. It would have been difficult not to notice the 6'4", 260-pound detective. "I live all the way out in Ridgewood, New Jersey," Kupchak said in greeting. The meaning of the remark was that from almost 30 miles away, he had still beaten Stefanovich to the upper Manhattan crime scene. Stefanovich was too preoccupied to be insulted by the bear. He was reaching and groping into the back seat of the van, making noises like someone searching through pots and pans in a cluttered kitchen. "They didn't call me right away," he said into the back seat. "That figures, I guess." "You are some kind of paranoid asshole sometimes. I mean it, Stefanovich. Stop thinking like that." "This isn't paranoia. They didn't call me until they found out they couldn't get somebody else to schlep up here. They didn't think I could handle this." Stefanovich finally shoved open the van door. he nearly hurled the folded body of a specially designed 22-pound wheelchair out onto West 99th Street. He then shimmied across the front seat, trying not to wince as a knife of pain pierced his lower spine. Grasping the door with one arm, he pulled open the lightweight, fold-away wheelchair and sat down in it with a dull thud. The whole operation had taken a little less than 20 seconds. About average assembly time. Christ, you're actually getting slower at that. I'd have thought a former farm boy jock like yourself would have that knocked cold by now. Kopchak was still nagging and complaining at him from the sidewalk. He was really wound up tonight, Stepanovich could tell. Kopchak had been Stepanovich's number 2 for nearly 4 years, since before the transfer to homicide. He had learned not to help Steph unless the help was absolutely necessary or explicitly requested. Stepanovich hit the sidewalk rolling, ignoring the stream of jibes from Kopchak. Both of his arms were pressed down hard against the rubber guards over the wheels of his chair. The tarnished silver vehicle seemed to fly, moving faster than it looked as if it ought to. He aimed himself toward the general commotion, down where the dome lights on half a dozen police cruisers were rotating, shining emergency red and blue. The riot of bright colors caused him to squint both eyes. "How many dead inside, officer?" Stepanovich finally stopped in front of a well-kept brownstone. He questioned a bleary-eyed patrolman posted at the foot of the stairs. The young patrolman recognized Lieutenant Stepanovich from homicide. John Stepanovich's controversial return to active duty had made newspaper and television reports around the city a year before. Since then, his reputation in the police department had shifted from hard-charging to tough and cranky to pre-suicidal. "3, sir, I think. 2 on the first floor. Throats cut. 1's up on the second floor. The coroner himself's inside." "Big deal." Bear Kopchak seemed to let the words slide out the side of his mouth. "I'm here myself, aren't I? Lieutenant Stepanovich is here himself." Kopchak suddenly lifted Stepanovich out of the wheelchair. The sight was startling and completely unexpected, but the young patrolman didn't allow himself to blink, much less smile. "Don't just stand there. Bring along Lieutenant Stepanovich's chair," Kopchak snapped back at the patrolman, who immediately obliged. "Easy with the merchandise," Stepanovich said as he was hoisted up the front stairs like a bulky sack of grain. No matter how much he tried to rationalize it, being carried was humiliating. It made him feel like a freak. That was the word. It was exactly the way he felt, the way a lot of people in wheelchairs were made to feel. "All right, let the lieutenant through," Kopchak called ahead in a loud, gruff voice. Stepanovich and Bear Kopchak passed through a crush of crime scene regulars as they made their way into the brownstone. The familiar jangle of guns and handcuffs surrounded them. Officers nodded and muttered their hellos. Everyone seemed to know Stepanovich and Kopchak. Necks stretched to catch the sight anyway. Kopchak put Stepanovich back into his wheelchair on the second floor. "Thanks for the ride," Stepanovich said. "All in the line of duty. Anyway, it helps keep me svelte." "Bear, I want you to wake up the 5th homicide zone." Stepanovich then said to Kopchak, "Make it the 5th and the 6th zone." "You want me to call Good Morning America, too?" "Canvass every car between 90th Street and 110th. We'll need all the license plate numbers. Find out who might have been parking a car in the street late tonight. Maybe somebody saw something. Have them wake up the supers in all the buildings along 99th. See if any garages are open late. Find me a witness, Bear. That'll keep you svelte." Chapter 12. The 2 call girls who had been with Alexandra Saint-Germain were being held for questioning. They were waiting inside a formal parlor on the 2nd floor. From the hallway, Stepanovich saw a young, extremely beautiful blonde woman, a heartbreaker of the first magnitude. She was wrapped in an expensive-looking brocaded silk robe, sitting with her face hidden in both hands. Even in shock, she was stunning. Her hair was pulled back, tied in a red satin ribbon. She didn't look as if she belonged at Allure. Maybe at some manicured estate in Westchester, or up on the Connecticut River. "Her name's Kimberly Victoria Mannion," Kopchak confided. "She does some modeling, some acting. She only does special numbers here at Allure. Calls them dates." "That's what she said, Steph." Originally, she's from Lincoln, Nebraska. She should have stayed out there in Nebraska, Stepanovich said. The other one is Kay Whitley. The second call girl waiting in the parlor was even more interesting to Stepanovich. She had already changed into a yellow slip of a dress, with cream-colored stockings and expensive, conservative high heels. She's from Poughkeepsie originally. She tells everybody, all her clients, that she's from Boston. Very proper way of speaking. Lots of long A's. Stepanovich finally entered the parlor. His voice was quiet at first, almost soothing. Both of the women looked up. They were obviously surprised by the wheelchair, but also by the good-looking and virile man sitting in it. My name is John Stepanovich. I'm a lieutenant with the Homicide Division. The man in the clip-on tie is Senior Detective Kupchak. As you already know, there's been a murder here. 3 murders, actually. Both of you are material witnesses. The girls nodded without saying anything. Kimberly Mannion's cheeks were streaked with mascara. Stepanovich felt sorry for her, but figured she was probably tougher than she looked. She was, he found out, over the next 2 hours. Both girls were tough. By the end of the question-and-answer session, it was 4 a.m. Stepanovich hadn't learned nearly enough. He didn't have a description of the hit team, not even agreement on their number, or how they'd gotten inside Allure. I'd like to see where he was shot. There? Stepanovich twisted his body around in the wheelchair and spoke to Kupchak. He'd been putting off the final step, but the time had come. His partner nodded, but he didn't seem too happy about Stepanovich's decision. The medical examiners are still there. The coroner's wagon is parked out on the street. I've already taken buku notes in there, Steph. Leave it alone. Go ask them to take 10. I have to see the bedroom. Just the way it is. Just the way he is. Why do you want to go down there? I took enough notes for Crime and Punishment, too. They're doing forensic sketches. Don't do this to yourself. John Stepanovich pushed himself out of the parlor without saying anything else to Kupchak. Once he was in the hallway, Stepanovich realized that he felt more drained than he'd thought. His mouth was dry. A dead weight was pushing down on him, making his shoulders sag. Stepanovich passed inside the high-ceilinged master bedroom. He closed the paneled, heavy wooden door behind him. Alexandra Saint-Germain was laid out alongside an unzippered gray body bag on the bed. The grave dancer was right there. The shock of the brutal murder finally struck Stepanovich with a physical jolt. Bile rose in his throat. Someone had gotten to the grave dancer before he had. The attack had exposed jagged bone on both sides of Saint-Germain's chest. The mobster's head and most of his neck had been savaged by the machine gun volley. The body looked desecrated, smaller than life, smaller than the grandiose reputation, certainly. Still intact on one of the gang leader's fingers was an immense diamond and onyx ring, easily 15 carats, a marquise cut. At the moment of death, Alexandra Saint-Germain seemed to have suffered intense pain. Stepanovich knew the feeling. He'd experienced everything about the moment, except the release of death itself. Stepanovich moved closer to the bed, which was still draped in silver satin sheets. His mind was moving back and forth through time, flashing too many images for him to absorb. Part of him was inside the West Side townhouse, but part of John Stepanovich was in Long Beach 2 years ago. Another part of him was holding his wife Anna, cradling her in his arms, sobbing his hopelessness. He could remember what Anna's touch had been like, the scent of vlvt, her favorite perfume. These memories never dimmed. Sometimes their intensity was a comfort, and sometimes it was horrible torture. All of the agony and physical suffering during the past 2 years seemed compressed into this moment. He felt an indescribable rage. A burning had settled in his chest. Stepanovich leaned forward in his wheelchair, careful not to topple it over and find himself in a state of helplessness. He stared at the remains of Alexandra Saint-Germain, the grave dancer, wearing his $1 million diamond ring. Then he made one final gesture he would remember long after everything else had faded. John Stefanovich leaned forward, and he spit onto Saint-Germain's bloodied corpse. "Welcome to hell," he whispered, not even recognizing the sound of his own voice. "Rot in fucking hell." When he turned to leave, the bear was standing in the doorway. The detective frowned and slowly shook his head. "Yeah, you're just fine, Steph. See everything you needed to see?" Chapter 13. Sarah McGinnis, East 66th Street. At 4 o'clock that morning, a successful writer named Sarah McGinnis had experienced an unmistakable ache, gnawing into the tender walls of her stomach. It was the same dull pain she felt each time she dragged herself out of bed at that hour. She moaned and groaned, mocking herself like the whiners on late-night TV. Every morning between 4 and 4:30, Sarah forced herself up to write, before her small son Sam was awake, besieging her for French toast or maybe Belgian waffles, as if that sort of thing were the most common breakfast fare for every growing boy in America. She was unusually tired this morning. Though she had tried, she hadn't slept at all. As she brewed a second pot of coffee, she alternated glances at grainy black-and-white photographs she'd once taken of Alexandra Saint-Germain, with vacant stares out the kitchen window, down onto deserted East 66th Street. Near the photographs on the kitchen counter was a draft of a 700-page manuscript on organized crime. The working title was The Club. The book featured Alexandra Saint-Germain, who had tried to usher the underworld into a new age. An hour before, she'd received a call from a friend at UPI saying Saint-Germain was dead. One problem Sarah hadn't solved was how to reconcile the life of a man who was both a crime lord and a well-known businessman. Now she never would. Sometimes, when she was having trouble getting going with the early morning writing, she would scrawl "Be There" across the top of a page. It forced her to see and feel everything about the scene she was attempting to describe. Somebody murdered Alexandra Saint-Germain, she thought now. Be there. As Sarah moved around the kitchen, she couldn't help think about how very far she had come, and how quickly. It was difficult for her to imagine that less than 5 years ago she'd been a reporter, virtually a stringer, on the Times-Tribune in Palo Alto, California. She had moved to Palo Alto with her husband Roger from San Francisco, where she had written for the Chronicle. They had relocated because Roger had gotten a teaching job in creative writing at Stanford. The notion of staying in San Francisco because she had a good job at the Chronicle hadn't even been a consideration for Roger. Sarah had finally agreed to move, mostly because she wanted to have a baby, and Palo Alto seemed like a beautiful place to raise a child. In the spring of 1984, Sarah wrote her best work to date, a vitriolic, deeply felt 9,000-word piece about corruption in Northern California hospitals. She had written the article because she was personally outraged by the payoffs she had discovered going on between hospital suppliers and some staff doctors. A 23-year-old nurse by the name of Jean Galetta read the 3-part feature in the Times-Tribune. She liked something about the writing style, something in Sarah's ability to get the truth down in a straightforward way. The nurse decided to contact Sarah about a subject that was deeply troubling her. Jean Galetta was employed by one of the private nursing services operating around Palo Alto. As recently as a month before, the nurse had been working at the Kavanaugh estate in nearby Woodside. During Jean Galetta's 10-month relationship with Agnes Kavanaugh, a bedridden woman in her early 50s, she had become convinced that the wealthy woman's 2 daughters were poisoning their mother. Agnes Kavanaugh suffered a massive stroke and died soon after the nurse first talked to Sarah about her suspicions. An autopsy was requested and performed. Traces of cyanide were found throughout Agnes Kavanaugh's body. Because of the wealthy Kavanaugh family's notoriety, the series that Sarah wrote was carried in the San Francisco Chronicle and also picked up by the United Press. The 2 Kavanaugh daughters were indicted on first-degree murder charges. They were eventually convicted right there in the downtown Palo Alto courthouse. Because she'd understood the power of her story from the beginning, Sarah had been shaping the early interviews with family members and friends into a lengthy manuscript, which she decided to call A Mother's Kindness. She had finished all but the last 2 chapters by the end of the court trial. A Mother's Kindness was published the following fall. It almost immediately exceeded the publisher's expectations, breaking out very big in California and all through the far West. Ultimately, A Mother's Kindness became the #1 bestseller in nonfiction, and the book was turned into a successful television miniseries that was kindly reviewed. Then, almost as abruptly as it had begun, the fairy tale experience ended. Crash-landed like a paper airplane in a wind tunnel. 1 month after she had been written up in Time and People, Roger left her. He admitted he couldn't stomach being referred to as Sarah McGinnis's husband. Roger also confessed that there was a 23-year-old graduate student at the university who had been consoling him. As Sarah later learned, the graduate student had been helping Roger cope during her pregnancy with Sam as well. The more she heard about Roger's girlfriend at Stanford, the angrier Sarah became. She had sacrificed no strings attached while he was getting his doctorate, and then when he decided they should leave San Francisco. Now he had shown that he couldn't even give a little of himself for her. He had been calling her the Shanna Alexander of Palo Alto. It was a pretty funny line, but damn him anyway. She and Sam moved to New York City the next summer, partly because of research work she needed to do for her new book, but mostly because Sarah knew she had to be far away from everything that had happened in her marriage. She wanted no reminders. More than anything now, she needed to write a very good book. She wanted to show that A Mother's Kindness hadn't been a one-shot. Sarah especially wanted to rub Roger's face in each and every page. A cigarette with a long ash dangled from her hand that morning in mid-June. It had gotten that bad. Cigarette again, 2 pots of coffee before noon every day. Sarah quietly sat down and stared at the blank sheet rolled into her old Smith Corona. On the very top of the bare white page she had written, "Be there." But today it was more complicated than that. Chapter 14. John Stefanovich, Allure. Almost any automatic car can be fixed to accommodate a handicapped driver. In Stefanovich's case, the mechanics were particularly simple. Modifications he supervised himself. A hand-operated throttle system was all that was necessary for him to drive again. The hard part was learning to ignore, then forget completely, the ingrained foot reflexes every time he had to hit the brakes or accelerate. He was still working on that. The streets of New York were an interesting place to practice. As he turned down West 99th Street in the daylight, Stefanovich noticed that the 4-story townhouse that held Allure was in mint condition. He sat in his car for a few minutes observing the street, but particularly the elegant early 30s building that housed Allure. He wanted all the turmoil in his mind to be manageable before he ventured inside again. So far today, he'd had his regular workout at the gym, then several hours of mental agony at Police Plaza, headquarters for the NYPD. He was baffled by almost everything about the Saint-Germain killing. Around 11 o'clock, he had visited the autopsy room at Police Plaza. He'd wanted to see Saint-Germain one more time. He still didn't understand the motive for the shooting, and without a motive, there couldn't be a solution. The corpse was laid out among a host of other homicide victims from around New York. The grave dancers seemed less than imposing in the midst of rows of stainless steel trolleys, walls of refrigerator compartments, green-robed pathologists with sharpened blades and blasé expressions. The pathology chief, Thomas Yamada, had assigned himself to Saint-Germain. He was gutting his star cadaver, while a police stenographer dutifully took notes. "His testes weigh 33.5 grams, Yamada said to Stefanovich as he wheeled himself toward the trolley. "Average." He shrugged and seemed disappointed. "Is that all you have for me, Tommy?" Stefanovich asked. He wasn't in the mood for Yamada's dark humor. "Vital stats have been checked with the Sûreté, ID'd by 3 business associates. I'll let you know if anything else comes up. Not a neat job, vengeance style. Somebody didn't like this buggerer a lot. Somebody besides you, Steph." Chapter 15. When most of the confusion in his mind had subsided, Stefanovich reached into his van's back seat for the chair. Onward Christian soldiers ran through his head. Onward indeed. Kay Whitley was being held in the same parlor where he had questioned her the night before, or rather early in the morning. She had apparently forgotten to tell him a few details, so they were meeting again. Kupchak and another homicide detective, Harold Lee Friedman, were mooning around the parlor when he arrived. They looked like uncomfortable mourners at a wake. Nobody was talking. Kay Whitley looked even more startling without the exotic makeup she had been wearing with Saint-Germain. She had on a blue cardigan sweater and a chic Claude Montana t-shirt, tight faded jeans. She wore scuffed and stained black leather boots that reached up near her thighs. Sunlight from the windows behind wrapped around her nicely. Stepanovich wanted to talk to her alone this time. They had to reach some kind of understanding. He asked Bear Kupchak and the other detective to leave the room. When they were alone, the expensive call girl did something that startled Stepanovich. Without saying a word, she leaned forward and put her hand lightly over his wrist. He could feel her softness, her body's warmth, and he had no idea what she was up to.
"Before we start, Lieutenant, I want to thank you for last night," she said. "I know you could have been a lot tougher on us. I feel badly about leaving some things out."
Maybe I should have been tougher, was all that Stepanovich said for now. He had to admit, though, she'd thrown him a beauty of a change-up curve. Absolutely caught him leaning the wrong way in the batter's box.
"Anyway, I'm sorry."
She pulled back her hand, but held him with her eyes. Her cheeks were flushed a soft pink. If it was an act, it was a good one.
"I had to think a lot of things through first. I had to choose sides carefully."
Kupchak said you had something to show me, Stepanovich finally said. Anything you give me now might be considered a peace offering. We'll see.
"All right, Lieutenant."
Kay pointed toward a mirror that took up half of one wall of the sitting room.
"We can start over there."
She stood and walked to the mirror. She stooped down and pressed something metallic at the bottom of one pane of glass. Then she straightened up and pushed on the upper right corner of the glass. The mirror opened outward like a free-swinging door. Stepanovich craned his neck to see inside. Kay flicked on fluorescent lights, and then he could see everything. It was a peace offering, all right. A small compartment, about 6 by 8, was hidden behind the mirror. Stepanovich followed her across the longer room and inside the smaller one. He whistled softly as he entered.
"They could make movies in any of 3 master bedrooms from here,"
Kay said, answering 2 of his questions right away. Stepanovich nodded as he peered around the compact room. He had quick eyes in a new place, taking everything in, making connections in mental notes. There were 2 sleek black Sony videotape cameras. One wall was covered with stacks of video cassettes, hundreds of cassettes in black boxes. The Blue Movie History of Allure, a complete library of tender and touching moments. He asked the $64,000 question next. Was this room being used last night? There was nothing like having a homicide filmed to help catch the murderer.
"I don't know, Lieutenant. I don't remember seeing Johnny around all last night. Johnny D's the guy who usually runs the cameras. He's one of the managers."
But last night might have been filmed by this guy, Johnny D?
"Sure. We've been filmed a lot. Sometimes they told us they were going to be in here, sometimes they didn't. That was supposed to keep us in line, I guess. Actually, it did, a little. You never knew who was watching or why they were watching."
Bear Kupchak had entered the parlor again. He was standing in the doorway of the room, a huge shape looming behind Stepanovich's chair, something like a big brother, something like a friendly gorilla. What have we here? Did they get last night on film? He asked with a frown. Look at all the home movies. What's this, the New York Porn Film Festival? Stepanovich looked back over his shoulder. We don't know if they filmed last night or not. You'd better get the lab techs here again. This might even be where the hitters hung out. We'll check that, too. Let's get all the cassettes packed up and shipped down to Police Plaza in the meantime. We'll need a private screening room. I don't want word to get out until we've looked at some of the tapes ourselves. Stefanovich's gaze returned to Kay. He thought that she'd lost a little of her city cool look, the confident slickness he'd seen the night before. She kept changing, and he couldn't figure her out. "We owe you one," he finally said to her. "You can go home now. Like they say in the movies, though, don't try to leave town. We'll be in touch." Chapter 16. John Stefanovich and Bear Kupchak, West 99th Street. After they left Allure later that afternoon, the Bear and Stefanovich sat out in his van. They watched a bright red sun sinking over New Jersey. They shared a six-pack of Miller from a very pricey bodega on Broadway. As they sat and talked, Stefanovich was reminded of how much he depended on the Bear. If he was the head, the Bear was the body for the two of them. Only the Bear had a head on him, too. The Bear was street smart and a good friend. Kupchak finally leaned across the front seat, and he pounded Stefanovich's arm. It was like being whacked by a ball-peen hammer, but Stefanovich didn't blink. "You are some hump," Kupchak frowned after delivering the lethal punch. Then he started to laugh. "You like her, don't you?" "I like who?" Stefanovich asked. There was something about the Bear's round, homely face. He loved to tease that innocent face. He liked rearranging the parts. The Bear was his own personal Mr. Potato Head. "Who? That fat old lady waiting for the Riverside Drive bus over there. Kate Whitley, that's who." "Oh, come on. You think I'm having fantasies about some high-priced call girl? Just because she's one of the most beautiful women in New York, 25 years old, flawless body?" Bear Kupchak proceeded to whack Stefanovich's arm again. "She's a very expensive, fucked-up hooker. She's one of our 2 witnesses so far." "No shit, Sherlock. Stop punching my arm. You'll hurt your hand." "You are pretty hard for a wimp in a wheelchair. I'm almost impressed." My physical therapist would smile for maybe 3 seconds if she heard you say I was developing a little muscle tone. Her name's Beth Kelly. She has a flawless body, too. "Another significant other in your life? She pretty? This personal therapist of yours?" Stefanovich started to smile, then he laughed out loud. The Bear loved to gossip about anything. "She's prettier than I am, for sure." "So what's the problem? You dating her? You seen anybody, Steph? New York's most eligible wheelchair bachelor?" "Don't start up. Go home to New Jersey. See Joanne and the Bear Cubs tonight, while you have the chance. Before this Saint-Germain mess heats up any more." "Hey, where the hell are you going? We're right in the middle of a beer, a conversation." "I'm going home to Jersey to see Joanne and the kids. You're absolutely right for once in your life. First time for everything." "Good night, Steph." "Good night, Bear," Stefanovich called after the hulking figure, already moving down 99th Street, heading toward a familiar blue station wagon with Great Adventure stickers plastered all over the rear window. Stefanovich sat in his van and slowly finished his Miller. "It isn't going all that good, now that you ask," he was thinking to himself. "I'm not seeing anybody, okay. I'm also uptight about this investigation. I've got to get somebody to talk to, or I'll blow up one of these days. Yes, I like the way Kay Whitley looks. No, I'm not going to get stupid over it. I don't think so, anyhow. If you want to know the truth, I don't have the nerve anymore. How's that for being honest as I can be, Bear?" Chapter 17. John Stefanovich, Coney Island Amusement Park. For the past few months, John Stefanovich had been planning to take the rest of that day off. He wasn't going to allow anything, not even the Saint-Germain murder investigation, to get in the way. At 4 o'clock, he hurried home to his apartment across the city on East 81st Street. Tonight was his night. After the Long Beach shooting, he'd been forced to find a place in Midtown. That experience, more than anything else, had awakened him to the kind of fun times he was going to have in the chair. Stefanovich had eventually located a modern high-rise on the Upper East Side. It was a neighborhood he never really liked. His being in a wheelchair had dictated the choice of apartments. The wife of the man who owned the building had suffered a stroke and now had to face life in a wheelchair herself. The tragedy had sensitized her husband to the predicament of the wheelchair-bound in the city. The two of them had personally examined every walkway and building entrance from the point of view of someone coming or going in a chair. Stefanovich grabbed an hour-and-a-half nap at the apartment late that afternoon. Then he was back in the van, driving out to Coney Island in Brooklyn. At around 7 o'clock, he arrived at one of the amusement park's sprawling parking lots. Several hundred people were already gathered in a blockaded area, which had been closed to regular traffic. Stefanovich had never seen so many people in wheelchairs. His own speed racing chair had been customized by his father and his brother Nelson in Pennsylvania. They had given him the racer that past November. It weighed only 12 pounds. Unlike old-fashioned chairs, which made people look handicapped, the sports chair was sleek and jet black. It had 28-inch high tires. Stefanovich's brother and his father had apparently seen the van heading into the lot. They came running as Stefanovich was pulling his racer out of the back. They'd driven all the way from Pennsylvania to see him race. "Look at this!" Nelson held up a wrinkled Dayglow T-shirt, an obvious gift for the night's big event. The shirt said, "Mike's Submarines. Eat the big one in Minersville." "What race you in, Steph?" his father asked as they started away from the van, headed toward the main event area. All around the crowded parking lot, Stefanovich observed the victims of accidents, of crippling illness, and of wars, especially Vietnam. Everybody looked so pumped up tonight, excited as hell. Stefanovich found that he was too. "I'm in the Miracle Mile. Maybe my stamina will make up for some technique and experience I'm missing. Some of these guys and the women are amazing." A handsome, outdoorsy-looking man with sun-bleached blonde hair and a beard suddenly came up alongside them. Stefanovich had met Pierce Oates at his first race about 5 months back. Amazingly, John Stefanovich had come in third in a field of 10, most of them racing vets. He had caught Pierce Oates' appraising eye right off. "You going to give me some competition out there tonight, man?" Pierce had a broad, charismatic grin. His racer was fire-engine red and looked fast. "I'll do my best." "Pierce Oates, this is my father, Charles Stefanovich. My big brother, Nelson. They came all the way from Pennsylvania. My whole family is nutty like that. The family is a big fan of the family. Same thing happens for a Pillsbury bake-off if my mother has her angel food cake entered." "That's terrific. I love it. Just to watch me whip your tail?" Pierce's smile seemed carefree, even after all that had happened to him. "How are you, Pierce? Nice to meet you." Charles Stefanovich shook hands with the man in the wheelchair next to his son. "You beat Steph. You get to wear the Mike's Subs T-shirt next race." "That's all the incentive I need." Pierce Oates whooped loudly and laughed. The muscular, sun-bronzed man then veered off to mingle with the other racers. "He's a little over-exuberant, but he's great," Stefanovich said to his father and brother. "Some of these guys are tremendous athletes. What they go through to be here is incomprehensible. You can't even imagine." Charles Stefanovich leaned down close to his son, and he spoke to him in confidence. Stefanovich's father was a quiet man who had never in his life told Steph that he loved him, never actually used the words. Physically, he was tall and lean, almost noble in his bearing. His son John had once had a similar bearing. "Just do the best you can, Steph. Nobody can ever ask for more than that. Win this one for Mike's Submarines." The old man finally cracked a wry, country smile. It took another 20 minutes to get the participants in the Miracle Mile ready at the start. Stefanovich spotted Pierce a few places down the line. The two of them laughed and flashed victory signs. He could tell that Pierce was primed to kick his butt, ready to mop him up in the 4-lap race. He remembered 2 things Pierce had told him about racing the first time they'd met. One was to watch the lead racer, no one else. Otherwise, you could get lost back in a slow pack and wind up completely out of the race. The second thing was that the difference between first place and the middle of the pack was a matter of how you stroked your wheelchair. Stefanovich had been working on his stroke almost every night in Gracie Square Park, even out on the streets of New York while he was working. The starter's pistol suddenly exploded, and the 15 men in wheelchairs accelerated off the line with surprising quickness and agility. Chapter 18. This was his first really top-drawer competitive race, and he wanted to do respectably. Certainly the torture sessions at his gym had given him a body that looked as if he could compete with the others. He'd know soon enough. The lead racer for the first quarter-mile was a black guy in a fireplug red T-shirt and white visor. He was burning up the track. Stefanovich wondered if he could last at that pace. He doubted it, and he was right. In the second quarter, the black racer dropped back to second, then to third. Stefanovich stayed in his position about halfway back in the pack. The new leader was in a low-slung racer that looked like a soapbox derby special. Pierce Oates was in third place now, stroking beautifully. Pierce looked as if he could race at that speed all day. The third quarter was physically and mentally tougher, even in the middle of the cruising pack. Stefanovich's arms began to tense up, becoming hard as rock, petrified from the biceps down into the finger joints. He started to panic. He was losing steam, noticeably so. He wondered about the others. He was jerking the chair instead of stroking. The other racers all looked smooth and relaxed. Another racer passed him, a balding, willowy man with Stokes Manville games emblazoned in bright blue on his shirt. Stokes Manville was the important international race held in England every year. If the willowy guy had competed there, he had to be good and dedicated, too. Stefanovich didn't feel like he was gliding now. His arms were almost rock-hard. The pain was spreading like fire into his upper shoulders. If he had anything left, he had to make a serious move soon. If he had anything left. He went for it at the start of the fourth quarter. A strong shot of adrenaline kicked in. Second wind time. Pride, fear, one or the other was working on him. Fingers of some powerful, unseen hand were making him stroke. He passed Stokes Manville. Then the bullet-headed black guy who had led the race in the beginning. Pierce Oates was moving into the lead now. Pierce looked invincible. He was stroking, really stroking. A fast final quarter would take about 55 seconds in a top wheelchair race. He'd done that well in practice. The average mile time might be anywhere from 3 minutes and 45 seconds to 4 minutes. The pain in his arms was excruciating. His biceps were numb. His chest was on fire. The crowd was screaming at all the racers. They were really into it. That part of the feeling was great, exhilarating, and completely unexpected. Each breath Stefanovich took roared through his lungs. He felt as if his chest were being torn apart. He had to make his move. He had no idea what he had left inside, how much of the second wind remained. He kept his eyes on Pierce Oates' golden yellow shirt, the sheath of his back muscles. The stroke is everything, he reminded himself one more time. Nothing but the stroke mattered. Faces flashed by, cheering wildly on either side. His eyes were glazed now, fixed on the golden shirt weaving a few yards in front of him. Someone threw water all over him, and the wetness felt wonderful. The dousing relieved the fire inside. Only for a few seconds, but that was okay. He still had his wind. It was like he'd said to his father. He was coming back now. That was why the race was important. Stefanovich was coming back from the dead. Both his arms were petrified stone, but the lightweight chair was flying. His stroke couldn't have been better. His arms and his stroke were one fluid motion. All the torturous sessions at the sports center were finally paying a dividend. He had almost caught Pierce. Almost, but not quite. It was exactly the way he dreamed about this race while he trained every night in New York, except that he couldn't pull away from the other man. He and Pierce were streaking toward the winner's line and the largest part of the cheering crowd. They were almost even. Both were yards ahead of the third and fourth racers. He couldn't take Pierce, though. He couldn't get ahead of Pierce Oates. He couldn't do it. He wouldn't let Pierce take him, either. He couldn't let that happen now. "Your hand! Your goddamn hand! Pierce was suddenly screaming at him. Stefanovic didn't understand. Then he did. He reached out his hand, finally touching Pierce, connecting with him. The two of them sailed across the finish line together, clutching each other's hands like teammates. Christ, they were teammates. The wheelchair boys. Stefanovic's brain was screaming. He hadn't felt anything like this since before Long Beach, before the shootings. He saw his brother and father in the crowd. He spotted his father, and the old man was smiling, but he was crying, too. In their 35 years together, he'd never once seen his father cry, not for family weddings, christenings, or funerals. Not once before right now. Pierce Oates was hugging him, too. Everything was going to be all right somehow. For one night, anyhow, Stefanovic was back. Chapter 19. Isaiah Parker, the East Side. It was a little past 9:30, and traffic on 3rd Avenue was getting noticeably lighter, moving at a steady pace. Isaiah Parker and Jimmy Burke waited in front of a closed, darkened Doubleday bookstore on the corner of 50th Street. Both men were dressed in beige linen suits. They looked like any of the businessmen still slouching out of high-rise offices on the Midtown Avenue. Isaiah Parker had often speculated that a mugger or thief who dressed like a successful businessman in Manhattan would probably never get caught, never be stopped and questioned by most street cops, anyway. When he finally saw the caddy limo approaching the fancy awning in front of the Smith & Walensky Steakhouse on 3rd, his mind went blank. He concentrated on nothing except what had to be accomplished in the next 90 seconds. "Let's walk," he whispered to Burke, standing at his side. "We're East Side businessmen. We've had a nice supper for ourselves. We do this right, nobody will remember us. We're invisible men." John Traficante and the consigliere James O'Toole were feeling full of the good life after 2 steak Walenskys and several cocktails inside the East Side restaurant. Traficante, a first underboss in the New York Mafia, was also known in the underworld as Johnny Angel, the Angel of Death. This presumably had to do with a number of murders he had committed since growing up in the mob-spawning grounds of Howard Beach and later Canarsie in Brooklyn. Traficante had been the favorite hitman inside the Lucchese family. He had remained hands-on as he rose all the way up through the ranks. His murder victims included a federal judge, several New York policemen, a newspaper writer, and potential witnesses, including women and 2 young children on Long Island. O'Toole, the lawyer, pushed open the glass and mahogany doors as they left the steakhouse. They passed a couple waiting for a cab under the forest green canopy. Cesar DeChico, their bodyguard driver, was opening the front door of Traficante's limo. "He's a good boy," Traficante said of his 47-year-old bodyguard. "Loyal as a pet snake." Some jerk in a business suit wasn't looking where he was going out on the 3rd Avenue sidewalk. He bumped into O'Toole, then brushed against Traficante's Gucci suit. Hey, easy. What's the rush?" the gangster bristled. "I'm sorry. Excuse me, sir. Sorry," Isaiah Parker said. The Uzi appeared out of nowhere. A short burst followed, and the stocky bodyguard, DeChico, was thrown bouncing up on the hood of the Cadillac. The couple walking toward their cab dove to the ground, the woman shrieking. Patrons inside the restaurant suddenly stared at the scene in horror. The maitre d' went down on the floor. A Colt Magnum flashed against Traficante's mottled face. "Can't kill us," Isaiah Parker hissed at him. "Scumbag!" The Magnum fired twice under Traficante's chin. It lifted the mobster's head right off his shoulders. Parker dropped the gun right there. He and Jimmy Burke quickly but calmly walked down East 50th to a waiting Buick Skylark. The 2 NYPD detectives disappeared inside, and the nondescript... He made it to a bus stop bench out on Central Park South. He barely made it. He had to sit. It didn't matter how dangerous, how exposed he was. He'd been shot by another cop. Bright lights were spinning every which way around him. He wanted to yell out to somebody. But no, they couldn't help him. Not these people innocently walking around the perimeter of the park. Plaza Hotel guests, tourists, a few neighborhood women walking their dogs. Then Bear Kupchak was angry, mostly with himself. He struggled to his feet. He began to weave away. He shuffled toward the street in the bright, splintering lights of streaming traffic. He flagged down a checker cab, stepping in front of the off-duty taxi. Brakes shrieked up and down Central Park South. Drivers shouted through their open windows. Kupchak waved his detective's shield at the driver, otherwise the cabbie might have run him down. "Drive where I tell you. Police business. Let's go." He was slurring his words. Blood was dripping onto his sport coat, his shoes, the inside of the cab. Chapter 34. John Stefanovich, East 81st Street. Stefanovich had arrived home at his apartment a little earlier than he'd expected. He could work out for 20 minutes or so, maybe do a few Nautilus exercises, something he'd been neglecting since the investigation began. Stefanovich was fumbling for his keys when the elevator doors opened. He started out into the hallway. He stopped the wheelchair. Dear God, no. No. His mind was a shrill scream. The bear. He was slumped like a sack against Stefanovich's front door. Blood had soaked through his work shirt and was visible from 30 feet away. Kupchak spread his arms and tried to smile when he saw Stefanovich coming. His eyes were glassy, and they started to roll up into his head. Kupchak looked so weak. Stefanovich pushed himself furiously down the hallway. His stomach was falling through empty space. When he got a few feet away, he saw how bad it was. Right then, he knew. "Worse than I thought," Kupchak whispered. Stefanovich slid down out of the wheelchair. He sat on the floor with his body pressed against the bear. "Oh, please," a voice whispered inside him. "Don't try to talk. I'm going to get you help. Just lie still," Stefanovich said. Kupchak closed his eyes for several seconds. He opened them and began to speak. At least he tried to. A hoarse whisper came out. "I love you, Stefanovich," he managed. That was all. Right then, it seemed as if Stefanovich's friend could go no further, that he had to let go of everything. Kupchak lay very still. His breathing faltered badly, then it stopped, just like that. "Oh, please, don't let this be happening," Stefanovich's brain screamed. "Oh, God, please." He whispered to the body in his arms. "I love you, Bear. Oh, Christ, Bear, don't do this." Then Stefanovich was all alone. Part 2. The Sixth Estate. Chapter 35. Isaiah Parker, Harlem. Isaiah Parker walked the streets of Harlem without fear. This was his neighborhood. He tried to be optimistic, even though he heard voices and whispers in the darkness. Teenagers delivering drugs in Suzuki Samurais, the current vehicle of choice for young dealers. A baby wailing in a tenement building with shiny metal sheets for windows. Crack deals going down on every street corner. As he walked, he remembered his brother, the year and a half when Marcus had been champion, the shocking murder. Then self-righteous editorials about the tragedy in every newspaper. A memorial service had been held in Harlem. That had been on December 30th, 6 months ago. It seemed even longer to Parker, as he thought of it now. Inside the cavernous Morningside Chapel, he had waited for the noise from his brother's mourners to quiet down. As he did, Isaiah Parker felt that he was standing outside of himself, able to watch the unreal scene from some other dimension. His voice finally rose, softly at first, then clear and powerful, without any musical accompaniment. He had sung like this at his brother's championship fight in Madison Square Garden. Bill Cosby and Ollie had been there. So had Don King, Dustin Hoffman, Jesse Jackson. The closeness of Marcus and Isaiah Parker had been publicized before the fight. Isaiah Parker's baritone singing voice was a discovery, though. In a strange way, it was more emotional than the championship fight itself. In Morningside Chapel that December, Parker's voice brought tears. His singing had never been more lilting and beautiful. Grown men and women wept inside the chapel. Cynical observers of the fight game wept, also thousands out on Morningside Drive, many of them in flowing muslin gowns. There was something so unjust about this death. Marcus Parker had been 24 years old when he died. Marcus had represented so many hopes, so many dreams buried inside the Harlem neighborhood. Someone is going to pay, Isaiah Parker had promised himself at those last rites in Morningside Chapel. And someone was beginning to pay. Just beginning. Chapter 36. 2 days after the murder of Oliver Barnwell, Parker stopped at a vacant telephone booth in the corner of 125th Street. He had to be sure about what he was doing next. "This is Isaiah Parker," he said when someone came on the line. There was a hesitation on the other end. It wasn't quite 6 a.m. He had woken the man up. Finally, he heard a voice. "I was going to get in touch with you. Let's not talk over the phone, Isaiah. Where can we meet?" "Take your regular New York Central train to work," Parker said, "but this morning get off at the 125th Street station. I'll be waiting. Don't worry. Nobody up here knows you. Nobody will see us together. At least, not anybody who matters to you." Parker hung up to pay telephone. He walked on, proceeding west along 125th, past more steel-gated storefronts, past the Apollo Theater. As he walked, he thought he liked the idea, meeting the man up here in Harlem this time. Twice before, they had met at large, crowded hotel bars in Midtown. Another time, they'd had a rendezvous in the town where the man lived, Mamaroneck. At 7:30, Parker was pacing the ancient wooden train platform at 125th Street. He watched several commuter trains arrive at the station, journeying from suburban Connecticut and Westchester, heading toward Grand Central Station. The tracks were built over an ornate waiting room that dated back to the early part of the century. The platform overlooked central Harlem, with a view to the Hudson River and the New Jersey Palisades. The sun was bright that morning, casting a glow over the desolate buildings and the streets down below. Isaiah Parker had a great affection for the beautiful and imposing railroad station. When he had been growing up, his mother and father had brought him and his brother there to embark on day trips, upstate to Bear Mountain, West Point, Newburgh, sometimes New Paltz, or the Catskill Game Farm. A commuter train steaming south from Westchester finally rumbled into the station. A few desperate-looking merchants climbed out of the silver and blue cars. Most of the passengers didn't bother to look out at the desolation of Harlem. They didn't want to deal with black mothers and their kids sleeping on the streets, with 11- and 12-year-old drug addicts, with failed urban renewal projects, especially not at 7:30 in the morning. The man Isaiah Parker needed to see finally stepped from one of the cars. He gazed up and down the dark wooden platform, looking confused. He was neatly dressed in a dark blue suit that was formal for 125th Street. Isaiah Parker let the man see him. He stepped out from behind a utility pole with a theater ad aimed at the train riders. "The Mystery of Edwin Drood is a musical," it said. Parker waved. Isaiah Parker walked down a flight of rickety stairs. He stayed 30 yards ahead of the man. The soot-blackened stairs led to the main railroad station, a Victorian waiting room that had changed little over several decades. The same old iron railing still went along the grimy walls. The same ornate moldings loomed 16 to 18 feet overhead. Probably the same dust was collecting on the walls and a line of faded red telephone booths. Every phone was out of order. A blue door to the left of the newsstand said Men's. Parker approached the door, pushing the heavy silver bar forward. The bathroom looming beyond the door was empty, even at the height of rush hour. Parker checked the foul-smelling stalls anyway. He found no early morning junkies shooting up, no street bums sleeping on off on a toilet. The man entered the bathroom a few seconds behind Parker. He stepped up to one of the cracked urinals and began to use it. He was a good manager of his own time. White men were excellent at that, Parker had learned over the years. "How are you, Isaiah?" He was matter-of-fact. For a moment, it almost made Parker angry enough to show his feelings. The man was humoring him by coming here. He'd found a new way to be condescending. "Go and talk to Parker. Calm that nigger down." "This has been a hard time." Parker tried to control his anger, any sign of what he was really thinking. "I know it has been." The man was the Deputy Police Commissioner of New York. His name was Charles Mackey. He had originally met Parker when the detective was being honored for having the most narcotics arrests in Manhattan. That was 3 years ago. "If it's any consolation," he said now, "we're almost home. This next one is important, though. Very important to us, Isaiah. Then our little private war will be over. After that, they'll be doing the job for us. We're seeing it happen around the world already." "When you approached me," Parker interrupted, "you said it wouldn't be much different from regular undercover police work." "Well, it's different. It disorients you. You're not sure which side you're on." The deputy police commissioner listened, and he nodded. Parker remembered that Mackey had always been a good listener, a rabbi inside the department. "You're on the right side of the law. You're still on the side of the angels. Don't worry about that, Isaiah. What the hell choice did we have? What choice did they give us? They were practicing their goddamn street law. The Colombians had their own brand of the same thing. So did the Italians, the Cosa Nostra. What were we allowed to do in retaliation? What were we supposed to do? We could bring them to court and not even get a grand jury to hear a murder case. 9 New York cops were killed last year. The street law was working perfectly. We had to do something. There were no alternatives left, you know that." Parker stared at Charles Mackey's large and moist blue eyes. He was a white man, a fish belly, but for some reason Parker had always trusted him. Something was bothering him now, though. He couldn't figure out what it was. Something about the man was wrong. Something about this undercover work was wrong. The side of the angels? He didn't know anymore. "Do you know who murdered your brother, Marcus? Do you know who mutilated your brother's body?" Charles Mackey continued in an angry and almost self-righteous tone. "Do you know the answer to that?" "Yes, I know who murdered my brother." "Are you sure? Are you positive beyond a reasonable doubt? Is there any doubt in your mind?" "I'm sure." "And do you see any case coming up before the grand jury?" "I'll answer that for you. You don't. For the past 10 years, the New York Police Department has been fighting a suicidal gang war. Nearly 100 officers have been killed in the line of duty. Only we haven't been allowed to fight back until now. Our job was to begin to fight back." Charles Mackey placed a hand on Isaiah Parker's shoulder. The older man seemed weary and drained suddenly. "You have my word that this is going to stop soon. That means you have the commissioner's word. This is the last time. Alexandra Saint-Germain, Traficante, Oliver Barnwell. One more, then we're out of it. We dissolve your team." Parker shook his head. Finally he smiled. He had no choice but to trust Mackey. "You'll let me know the details? Who it is, when we go again?" Charles Mackey seemed to be retreating into prayer. After a moment, he reached out and shook Parker's hand. "What other choice did we have?" he whispered. Deputy Commissioner Mackey left the subterranean bathroom. He hurried back upstairs, where he caught another commuter train downtown. Parker didn't follow him out of the train station bathroom right away. He waited another few minutes down in the basement. "One more time," he thought as he stood in the desolate public bathroom. "Then we're out of it." Chapter 37. John Stefanovich, Ridgewood, New Jersey. Bear Kupchik died in the emergency room at Lenox Hill Hospital, one of the city's best facilities. Stefanovich had gone there with his unconscious friend, traveling in the back of a speeding EMS ambulance. He'd watched as the bear was finally pronounced dead. When a policeman or fireman arrives in critical condition at a New York hospital, the best doctors and nurses usually assist, trying everything to save the injured officer. There was nothing any of them could do this time. The shock and sadness of the emergency room staff was obvious, both touching and maddening to Stefanovich. On June 28th, he drove north out of New York on the crumbling West Side Highway, then across the split-level expanse of the George Washington Bridge. The world was feeling fuzzy at the edges, unfamiliar and unreal to him. Why Kupchik? What had the bear found out? What was the missing clue? The words were being shouted inside his head. Everything but cymbals were crashing, creating a powerful effect, like the end of Hitchcock's The Man Who Knew Too Much, except that Stefanovich didn't know too much. He was headed toward Ridgewood, New Jersey, where he would attend Kupchak's funeral. He couldn't imagine anything worse that he'd have to do for the rest of his life. As he reached Route 17, he remembered happier times when the bear and his wife Joanne had used their combined incomes to buy a home in Jersey. It was during Kupchak's third or fourth year with the force. Recently, he'd told Steph that the value of their house had gone from under $60,000 to almost $400,000. The manager of the Yankees lived in the same neighborhood. Stefanovich had been out there to visit in May. There'd been humongous steaks grilled on the Weber, a closely contested NBA playoff game, too many Coronas for him to drive home that night. He loved Bear's family. They loved Steph back. This was so goddamn hard. So bad. As he drove past the shopping malls of northern New Jersey, Stefanovich began to think about another kind of small-town life back in Pennsylvania, where he had grown up. All kinds of bittersweet memories were sweeping through his mind on the morning of Bear's funeral. His parents' farm, the soup kitchen they ran for poor people. A flood of images. His grandfather had been a route driver for a regional bread company out near Minersville. For many years, George Stefanovich had driven a beaten-up truck over the Catawissa Mountains to his territory, a nest of tiny villages. He had given his grandson some free advice on careers one morning when Steph was helping out with the deliveries. His grandfather had been a god-awful singer who nonetheless loved to sing as he went over the Catawissas to work each morning. He'd told Steph that he didn't care whether he became the President of the United States or a ditch digger when he grew up. Only one thing was important. When you go over the mountain to work every morning, make sure you're singing. Make sure you're happy to be going on that trip every day. The same way I am in this broken-down bread truck. I am happy, Steph. Stefanovich had never forgotten the advice, and somehow, through luck or good management, he had found that he usually went to work singing, or at least humming along with the car radio. For whatever crazy reasons, he loved the job. And if he could get through this particular day, he figured he could get through any of them. As he exited off Route 17, Stefanovich could see crisp white church steeples silhouetted against the backdrop of Ridgewood. Majestic elms and oaks and lindens towered along both sides of the country road. At the church itself, dark blue dress uniforms were everywhere. Hundreds of police uniforms dotted across a bright green patch of beautifully maintained lawn. Everything was so perfect that it made Stefanovich feel ill, nauseated for a moment. The funerals of police officers were usually part pageant, part small-town parade, part Greek tragedy. Perspiration bubbled on his forehead and on the back of his neck. He braced himself for the act of getting out of the van, putting together his chair. Chapter 38. He could hear the motorcycle contingent approaching for the funeral. It was such a foreign and otherworldly sound. He thought that had there been any way, the bear would have carried him inside the church. Finally, he began to push himself across the macadam lot toward the chapel. The sun over the high spires looked like a shattered bulb. His body felt numb. Along the way, Stefanovich was recognized by several police officers. Most shook his hand and muttered kind words. Then they continued on in their own private funks. A few shared quick Bear Kupchak anecdotes. Blue dress uniforms were everywhere, like a graduation at some kind of military academy. A loudspeaker voice was asking that people proceed inside the church for the service. Once he was in the vestibule, Stefanovich was disturbed that he couldn't see the altar. That made him feel even worse than he had outside. There was a light tap on his shoulder. He swiveled in his chair and was surprised to see Sarah McGinnis beside him at the rear of the church. She had come out to New Jersey for the funeral. Somehow that buoyed his spirits. Sarah bent forward and spoke to him. The lightest hint of her perfume reached his nose. The physical closeness reminded Stefanovich of their day working together at the beach house on Long Island. "I'm sorry, Steph," she said in a church whisper. "I'm so sorry you had to lose your friend." Some of the emotional unrest, the chaos of bereavement, seemed to stop for an instant. Stefanovich felt a quiet acceptance of Kupchak's death at that moment, as much as he was going to anyway. "Thank you for coming. It means something that you bothered to make the trip." Sarah craned her neck, watching things in the church she obviously couldn't see. He was feeling as helpless as a child. He remembered being a little boy back in Pennsylvania, unable to see inside some mysterious, incense-filled church. "Listen, you have a pretty bad spot picked out for yourself here." Sarah leaned down close to him again. "Can I help out a little?" "Yeah, I guess you could. I think I'd like to have box seats, down a little closer for this one." Sarah began to push his chair up through the thick and somewhat resistant jam of police officers. The fact that it was John Stefanovich, Kupchak's partner, helped to part the waves of blue. Then Stefanovich could finally see the main altar. "This works pretty good at airports, too," he smiled and said. "It's one of the few benefits of the wheelchair, which I'm not afraid to play up." Sarah had found them a spot closer to the front. They settled near the side entrance, where heavy oak doors with metal rings sealed off the vestry. The back of Stefanovich's shirt was already soaked. Air conditioning was blowing down on his neck and shoulders. None of it really mattered. He wasn't going to see the bear again. That mattered. How many real friends did you get in your lifetime? 4 or 5 at the most, if you were lucky. Now one of his was gone. After a few minutes, a trumpet struck the first familiar and dreaded notes of taps. Bear Kupchak's funeral was beginning. Chapter 39. After the service, Stefanovich and Sarah McGinnis left the church together. They went over to the Kupchak's house in his van. Sarah had come out to Ridgewood with a representative from the police commissioner's office. She needed a ride anyway. The Bears' oldest son, Mike Jr., was only 15, but he already resembled a football middle linebacker at the college level. He was a junior Bear in almost every way, lumbering and cuddly at the same time. Stefanovich didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he hugged Mike Jr., as he talked to the boy about nothing, mostly, desperately needing to communicate affection to the Bear's son. Later on, Stefanovich and Joanne Kupchak talked in the kitchen for over an hour. They drank Glenlivet from the same water glass. They held each other, trying to find comfort, eventually singing an old Polish love song from Joanne and the Bear's wedding. They were both missing him terribly. Stefanovich had promised Sarah that he'd drive her back to New York. It was past 5 when they finally got onto Route 17 again, heading toward the George Washington Bridge. They were stalled in heavy commuter traffic at the bridge. Cars were backed up a mile from the toll booths. For the first time that day, they talked about the murder investigations, what Kupchak might have found out the night he was killed, whom he might have seen. Neither of them really had the heart for the talk. Back in the city, Stefanovich turned onto Fifth Avenue. Sarah asked him to make a left on 66th. Her apartment was between Park and Madison. "That's the place. The green canopy," she said a few moments later. Stefanovich stopped the van in front of a pre-war building with a forest green canopy. A spiffy doorman was there, Johnny on the spot. A huge directory desk was visible through the open door into the lobby. Fancy place. "Please come in for a minute. Don't play the hard-nosed New York City cop. Not right now, not tonight. Have one drink with me, Steph, please?" Sarah didn't give Stefanovich a chance to answer. She called out the open window to the doorman, who was already approaching, cleaning his wire-rimmed eyeglasses as he lumbered forward. "Mr. McGoey, will you take care of Detective Stefanovich's car? Find a spot for it?" "Of course, ma'am. No trouble at all." A rustic fieldstone fireplace dominated the living room of Sarah's apartment. She started a modest blaze, and it seemed peculiar at first, the warm, crackling fire with the air conditioner on, but the aromatic smells of oak and pine quickly permeated the room and made it special. The two of them began talking. They shared ironic perceptions and stories much more comfortably than they had at the beach house. Stefanovich eventually told her about growing up in coal mining country, about his 3 years of globe-trotting, and finally finding himself in the Navy, then his 4-year marriage to Anna. For her part, Sarah finally told some stories about Stockton, California. Her humor about growing up was mostly self-effacing, and Stefanovich liked her for it. Putting herself through school, she'd been an onion topper, cherry picker, Mexican cafe hash slinger, McDonald's girl, Baskin-Robbins ice cream girl, plus a door-to-door encyclopedia salesman for one day in Oakland, actually for 4.5 hours. Stefanovich suddenly realized that he wasn't used to having a woman as a friend. He thought that most men still weren't ready for that, no matter how many claimed that they were. The new male was emerging, but he wasn't quite there. Sarah brought him another Irish whiskey, his second or third, or maybe it was his fourth. Stefanovich glanced at his watch, and he couldn't believe the time. It was 10:20. He'd been at her apartment drinking and talking for almost 4 hours. Sarah noticed him checking his wristwatch. It was suddenly too quiet in the living room. "I did need to talk to somebody tonight," Stefanovich said. "You were right about that." He lightly fingered his drink, hearing the cubes clink. He was nervous, and he knew Sarah could probably see that. He couldn't talk about what he was feeling, though. Not yet. Not right now. Not tonight, especially. "Sarah, thank you. I have to go home and sleep some," he said finally. "I have to go home." Chapter 40. Isaiah Parker, Harlem. Isaiah Parker was dressed so that he wouldn't stand out on the street. He had on an old Lee sweater, faded black corduroys, worn high-top sneakers. He was a contemporary version of Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. He hadn't been able to sleep inside his walk-up apartment on 116th Street. There were too many random thoughts speeding through his head. He felt nervous and paranoid. Was he really on the side of the angels? The more he thought about it, the less certain he was. He could visualize a single face so clearly now, every detail. He could see his brother inside a sleazy SRO hotel on the Bowery, the Edmonds. He remembered everything about that day. The incident had occurred 6 months ago. It had been his RDO, his regular day off. When he received the news, Parker had hurried downtown to the 5th Precinct, an old traditional station house on Elizabeth Street. From the 5th, he had gone by squad car to the Bowery. At least a dozen leather-jacketed policemen were loitering outside the seedy Edmonds Hotel. Up and down Grand Street, vagrants and bums were sleeping it off. They congregated on crumbling doorsteps, on cast-iron grates, where minimal heat came up from the subway tunnels. One mange-haired black man wobbled around at the corner. He was trying to wash the windshields of cars stopped at the traffic light. Somehow, he made the glass grimier than it was before he used his paper towel. Parker finally lowered his head, and he walked toward the Transient's Hotel. What had Marcus been doing at a place like this? How had he wound up here, at the very end of the earth? How could this have happened to his brother? He had to step over the depleted bodies of 2 men sleeping on the stairs outside the hotel. He stopped again on a gritty stairwell inside. Isaiah Parker sat down hard on the stairs. His legs felt like rubber, and he was beginning to choke away tears. His hands started to claw uncontrollably at his jaw. He couldn't catch his breath. Because he knew. Parker finally tucked his head down low and away from his trousers. The single cup of coffee he'd had that morning began to spill onto the broken tile and stone steps. He knew. His brother Marcus was upstairs. Somehow, his brother had died up these broken stairs. In some mysterious way, the middleweight boxing champion had died inside this Transient's Hotel in the Bowery. How could that be? How could it have happened? Parker struggled to his feet, and he began to slowly climb the last stairs. There were 2 more flights, but the odor was already indescribable. At the top of the stairs, a policeman in a gas mask came up to Parker. "You better put one of these on before you go in," he said. Isaiah Parker was already entering the open door, ignoring the warning. He peered at the soiled, dismal living room. Black grit was on everything, like foul little bug eggs ready to hatch. He walked inside a soot-covered bathroom. A fingerprint technician and photographer from Police Plaza were working there. Both policemen wore gas masks and plastic gloves that went to their elbows. His brother's naked body, bruised and broken, was slumped face up in the bathtub. The color of Marcus's skin was dark in places, purple in others. His brother was ghostly pale from the neck up. "They fed him a ton of junk," one of the police technicians said. "Must have been shooting him up with smack for a couple of days, like they wanted to make him some kind of example." The medical examiner was an insensitive man whom Parker knew by sight. He spoke in a muffled drone. "He OD'd on junk. His heart went pop. Couldn't take the strain." A broken heart, Parker thought. His brother Marcus, who had always been so proud and strong, had died in the Bowery of a broken heart. Now, standing on 96th Street, Parker was remembering the scene at the Edmonds Hotel. Sometimes he would be walking somewhere, anywhere, and the images just came to him, flew at him like attacking birds. Would he ever be able to forget the Edmonds? The sights and smells in that horrifying bathroom? Isaiah Parker stared south down the wide, deserted promenade of Broadway. He finally saw the men he had been waiting for on the street corner. Jimmy Burke and Aurelio Rodriguez were just stepping out of a black sedan parked in front of McDonald's and Dunkin' Donuts. The three detectives had to talk about next steps, about a final hit, the most important one of all. The side of angels? Parker wondered once again. Chapter 41. John Stefanovich, One Police Plaza. Stefanovich wasn't just being paranoid. A lot of people were chasing him. The furor about the videotapes from Allure had become intense. Heavy rumors implicating government officials and prominent businessmen were appearing in the leading news magazines. Articles about sex clubs in Miami, Detroit, Los Angeles, and San Francisco filled the newspapers in those cities. Finally, Stefanovich contacted a young film editor from NYU. He enlisted the editor to help him make a condensation of the videotapes, to get them down to a watchable couple of hours. Stefanovich had originally met Gregory Weinschenker while the filmmaker was researching a documentary about the street life of cops in the West Village. He had liked Weinschenker immediately. Unlike many of his university cohorts, Weinschenker had reached the radical conclusion that the average police officer was neither a sadist nor a new centurion. Weinschenker knew better from personal experience. His brother and father were cops. They happened to be honest, hard-working men doing a difficult job that not too many other qualified New Yorkers wanted to do. Stefanovich and Weinschenker holed up in a room in the basement of Police Plaza. During the day, Weinschenker screened the videotapes by himself. He compiled tapes that included each new client and bits of dialogue that were relevant to the ongoing investigation. More important to Stefanovich was getting a better understanding of the Midnight Club. Police files held evidence of the club's existence, but no one had identified the membership, especially those rumored to be business leaders and government officials. More questions than answers had been raised, which was typical of most police investigations. Who could be murdering crime chiefs around the world? Why? Were the killings actually connected to the club at all? How could he begin to make sense of something so secretive? In particular, why had Saint-Germain been murdered? Who might be next? Who was controlling the death lists? At 6 each night, Stefanovich arrived downstairs at the screening room. He studied the edited tapes over coffee and deli sandwiches. Usually he worked with Weinschenker into the early morning. He and Weinschenker had divided the clients at Allure into 4 categories: entertainment celebrities, organized crime, business and political, and unidentified. Very late one night, Weinschenker came and sat next to Stefanovich. "Hey, when this is over, can I tell my old man and my brother that I was deputized by the NYPD? How I was holed up in the basement of Police Plaza for 3 weeks? They'll freak, not to mention my friends at film school, who will label me as a member of the Fourth Reich." "You shouldn't tell anybody what's on these tapes. Remember what happened to Bear Kupchak? We can laugh about it down here. It helps pass the time. But this isn't a funny business, especially not to the people on the tapes." Weinschenker slumped back into his director's chair. Stefanovich felt bad, but knew he'd feel worse if Weinschenker was ever hurt because of what he'd seen. Stefanovich suddenly sat forward. "Hold it, Greg. Can you go back there?" he asked. "Just run it back until I tell you." You want me to mark something for the catalog? Not yet. Just run it back. There. Let's watch it from here. Stefanovich's eyes strained to capture each detail as the picture played again. The call girl on screen was beautiful, as they all were. Professional models, aspiring film actresses, Broadway would-bes. What the hell is this, Steph? Give me a clue, Kimasabi. Just watch for a minute. It's coming up again, right around here. Okay, that's it. We're close. The client was still dressed. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, wearing an expensive business suit. Stefanovich knew who he was. Even I know who that is. He's Nicky Wilson, Weinschenker said with a lopsided grin. That's right. And you're going to forget you ever saw Wilson on any of these tapes. Yes, sir. Who's Nicky Wilson, anyhow? All right, a little more volume. Yes, sir. And a little less volume from me? Stefanovich could feel his heart pushing against his chest. The back of his neck felt warm. What he was searching for was coming up on the tape. Listen to this, Greg, right about here. And then forget that I ever heard it. Yeah, that's right. You're beautiful, which I'm sure isn't any great revelation to you. You're a little haughty about it. The man in the film spoke. Nicky Wilson. Wilson had run Harlem's narcotics and most of the prostitution until the district attorney had finally put him away 9 months before. Oliver Barnwell had then inherited Harlem.
A lot of people said the same thing about you, Nicky,
the girl said back to him. Wilson laughed. Yeah? I guess a little arrogance is good for the soul.
This is the part where I get to undress you, she whispered. It's time to play. Very, very slowly.
This is the Academy Award Performance of the Year, Greg Weinschenker cracked. What does slowly mean? Exactly what are you planning? Wilson asked.
It might take an hour, just to get you undressed.
You have any other diversions in mind? Any other fun and games while we're getting undressed? I'm always ready to learn something new. The prostitute slid open a shallow drawer in a lucite night table. The table was attached to the bed. She produced a small black leather case that looked expensive and important. Weinschenker glanced over at Stefanovich. He hummed the theme from Dragnet. They had seen the same black Halliburton case on other videotapes. The leather case contained the works for a homemade cocaine cookout. Wilson's voice level was an octave lower. It was slightly muffled on the tape. Stefanovich had to listen more closely. He moved himself closer to the machine. This was the place in the tape he'd been looking for. They think of everything, don't they? The Midnight Club. They really do think of everything. Bingo! Weinschenker grinned rather proudly. He reached over and pounded Stefanovich's shoulder. Play it again. Just that little piece, Greg. Play it a couple of times for me. Any other diversions? Any other fun and games? They think of everything, don't they? The Midnight Club. They really do think of everything. Someone else at Allure was talking about the Midnight Club. Keep playing it, Greg. Just that one goddamn piece. Chapter 42. Sarah McGinnis, Danbury Federal Prison. Late on July 1st, Sarah McGinnis took an unexpected trip up into Connecticut. She traveled at night, and she traveled alone. Everything continued to be in flux. The unfolding mystery had something to do with illicit sex, and it revolved around wealthy and powerful men. Men and the age-old games they loved to play. Sarah was seeing a side of men most women weren't allowed to observe. She was privy to their secret societies. The police, business, the government, the military, organized crime. For years, men had controlled White Houses, Pentagons, palaces, bordellos. The bottom line was always the same. They were in it for the power, for the visceral thrill, because of some lurid and primal fascination with violence. And now Sarah McGinnis was involved, too. She left New York City around 11:45. She drove her Land Rover north on the nearly deserted West Side Highway, which became even lonelier beyond the twinkling lights of the George Washington Bridge. Sarah figured she would be at Danbury Federal Prison by a little past 1. Sarah had recognized Nicky Wilson the moment Stefanovich had showed her the videotape. She had already interviewed Wilson several times for the club. Wilson had done business with Alexandre Saint-Germain. Wilson had once been the most powerful black crime boss in New York. One of the interviews had been conducted at Danbury, so Warden Glenn Thomas remembered her when she called. Because of the earlier book interviews, the PC felt that she was the right choice to see Wilson now, the least likely to create unwanted attention. Sarah also happened to be the one Wilson consented to talk with. The monolithic outline of Danbury Prison finally appeared against the backdrop of deep blue and moonlit sky. Bright searchlights glared out from the complex, pinpointing trees and dirt roads surrounding the prison. The silence in the night air was palpable. Sarah had visited the federal prison twice before, but never late at night, and certainly not under the current circumstances. Massive stone gateposts with elegant bronze plaques flanked the entrance drive. A thick, stubby row of evergreens served as a wall between the road and the sweeping acres of lawn that rose behind. Cyclone fences appeared left and right as the Land Rover proceeded up the otherwise gracious drive. Then came decorative split-rail fences. Finally, a turnaround unfolded in the driveway. Official parking stalls were labeled against a cement wall. It was nearly impossible to prepare herself for the isolation and eerie sterility inside the prison at night. Nicky Wilson had insisted that their meeting be after lights out. That way none of the other prisoners would see his visitor. Warden Thomas escorted her to the visitors' area, which was deep inside the cream masonry central building. Sarah took out a notepad with a list of prepared questions. She heard steel bolts sliding open, then slamming shut again. Her eyes returned for a check of the questions she hoped to ask Nicky Wilson. Then Wilson was standing before her inside the visitor's cell. Chapter 43. There was no plexiglass divider, no bars separating the two of them. There was no protection for Sarah. Ironically, Wilson wasn't considered a dangerous prisoner. Hardly anyone at Danbury was, including mob bosses who had ordered scores of murders. "You're always prepared, aren't you, babe?" A smile touched the black man's lips. He gestured toward Sarah's notepad. The past few months of prison had changed him dramatically. Wilson was gaunt now, with patches of silver shot through his wiry black hair. He was wearing a loose-fitting African-style shirt over light gray trousers and fashionable European slipper loafers. Nicky Wilson no longer looked like a drug overlord of New York and most of the East Coast. When she had first met him, Wilson had been on trial for murder. He had chosen Sarah as one of the reporters he would talk to. By the end of the trial, she had written 2 long articles about him. "Hello, Nicky. I thought I did okay the last time we talked, but yes, I'm always prepared. I've got my questions ready." Wilson laughed. "Write this down, then. The white media wanted a black man to atone for the sins of drugged-up America. They wanted to show how organized crime was dead. So, you tell me, is organized crime dead now that Nicky Wilson has been put away?" Wilson smiled as he hunched down in the metal chair across from Sarah. He was close enough to reach out and grab her. One of the things he liked about her, she had never shown any fear of him. During his trial at Foley Square in New York, Sarah had attended the court sessions each day, trying to study and understand Wilson. He was articulate, impressively so for a man who hadn't been inside a schoolroom since the 7th grade. He'd even considered defending himself at the trial. He had always been polite to her, soft-spoken. His style was part of the reason he'd become the darling of the New York press, a killer and drug trafficker who regularly appeared at exclusive Manhattan parties and the best restaurants. Sarah thought of the Blue List tapes again. The curious mismatching of criminals with the creme de la creme of high society. Why was that? What did it mean? "So what brings you up here to my big house in the country? Why are we having meetings in the middle of the night?" "Why do you think I'm here?" Sarah asked. Nicky Wilson smiled again. He'd always liked to play mind games with Sarah. His fingers made elegant steeples in front of his face. "Well, all right. The warden leaves the room, which means you want to talk serious business. That's one observation. There's nasty violence raging all over the place. New York, Detroit, L.A., over in Europe. I know about these gang wars, but not too much. Not too much anymore. I just finished a real book, Sarah, The Unbearable Lightness of Being. Am I rehabilitated now? Sarah remained patient, always the good listener, the reporter. She'd reread all of Nicky Wilson's prison files before meeting with him again. No, I don't know anything more than you do about the mob war, the assassinations that are going down, Wilson finally went on. One of the Guinea families, the old line Guineas around New Jersey, has $1 million reward out for whoever hit the grave dancer. Alexandre Saint-Germain was immortal, Sarah. He was supposed to be untouchable. The bosses are nervous.
I hadn't heard about that, Sarah said. You see, you do still get good information. You were right earlier, though, that I wanted to talk about something serious. I have some questions.
Nicky Wilson lit up an English cigarette, a silk cut. I always enjoyed our talks, even the one we had up here. I have all the time in the world. What kind of questions?
Wilson used a Cartier lighter, which seemed out of place in the austere visiting cell. The first question is whether you still have your nerve. Wilson's eyes were beacons. They searched into Sarah's eyes.
If you've got something on your mind, say it.
I can help you get out of here. We can make a trade. If you're willing to cooperate with the investigation into the murders of Alexandre Saint-Germain and Oliver Barnwell. A physical shock traveled through Wilson's body. His hands curled into stiff clubs. Sarah realized that she was looking at the real Nicky Wilson. We want you to look at some videotapes, she said. A lot of films were shot at Allure. I don't think many of the customers knew they were being filmed. Wilson said nothing. The corners of his jaw quivered. He was good at not giving away too much. We need identification, but most of all connections. We know about federal judges, important politicians who went to parties at Allure. Entertainers, wise guys went there regularly. Influential businessmen visited Allure. You were there yourself, Nicky.
No, I was never at Allure, Nicky Wilson said. A hard tone had come into his voice.
You were on one of the videotapes, Nicky. I watched the tape several times.
Nicky Wilson stared at Sarah. To be sitting 18 inches away from a murderer was a strange, chilling experience. To stare into eyes that were tiny mirrors, watching her, revealing nothing. Finally, Wilson spoke again. You better leave now. If that's what you wanted, you wasted a long trip. Sarah decided to keep pushing, although the look on Nicky Wilson's face told her to back off.
I can help, Nicky. What is the Midnight Club? They think of everything, don't they? The Midnight Club. That's what you said at Allure. Who is in the Midnight Club, Nicky? What's happening? Who's killing who?
Nicky Wilson suddenly rose. He called down the hallway to where the warden was waiting. I want to go back to my cell. Let's go. Come on, man, let's go. Sarah wanted to stop Nicky Wilson. He knew something about midnight. He could point them in a direction at least.
You can call me in Manhattan. I'll come back up here. People are ready to help you, Sarah said.
Nicky Wilson was peering down toward the warden. Finally, his head turned back. The smile, all familiarity, had vanished from his eyes. You think about something, babe. Think about why they sent you. Because they knew I'd talk to you? Maybe so. What kind of story does somebody want you to write? Come on, man, take me back to my cell, Wilson said to the warden. I don't want to see her again under any circumstances. Chapter 44. The Midnight Club, Kyoto, London, West Berlin. There had never been anything quite like it. The club. A secret society that stretched across the world. In Kyoto, Japan, a powerful Yakuza member beautifully sat through an exotic and beautiful ancient tea ceremony, One of the geishas gently whirled an elegant bamboo whisk through waves of murky green tea. She moved the stirrer at just the right tempo to produce the tiny bubbles whose appearance separated master from apprentice at the task. The geisha finally bowed twice and presented a small china bowl to the tall, silver-haired Japanese man. As he lifted the crisp rice cake it contained, he once again read a note that had reached him at this private garden. On the index finger of his right hand was an expensive black onyx and diamond ring, identical to the one worn by Alexandre Saint-Germain at Allure. The most powerful Yakuza leader finally rose from the table and went inside for a massage and other ministrations from the geisha. The Midnight Club was to meet again. In London, a respected house member was inside the mahogany bedroom of a magnificent apartment overlooking Parliament in the Thames. He pondered the difficult times. He was recalling Alexandre Saint-Germain, the several months the grave dancer had spent living at No. 5 Newman Passage, taking control of the rackets all through England. Saint-Germain had reminded him of the most vicious American gangsters from the 30s. He had attempted to be larger than life and had nearly succeeded. The house member had his own idea about who was responsible for the lurid shootings in New York, and why the club was being assembled for a rare emergency meeting. His source of information, the former No. 2 to Saint-Germain in Europe, would soon be arriving in New York on the Concorde. If all went well in the States, they would know everything by the same time tomorrow. In West Berlin, a police commissioner read the urgent message from America a final time. He wiped his silver-rimmed spectacles on a handkerchief pulled from the lapel pocket of his dark business suit. "Schmutzig," he muttered. "Sehr schmutzig." It was not immediately clear whether he was referring to the wire-rimmed glasses or the important message from the club. In all, 20 of the members received the news and made plans to come immediately to New York, then on to another still undisclosed location. None of the wealthy and powerful men understood yet, but all of them would come. All had in their possession the onyx and diamond ring that signified membership in the club. Chapter 45. Sarah McGinnis, East 66th Street. Sarah's Manhattan apartment had seemed unbearably large and empty since Sam had gone off with his father. She found that she missed their elaborately disorganized breakfasts together, then the chatty walks around the neighborhood each morning, and planning dinners, and movies like the Star Wars trilogy, and which ridiculous board game to play at the end of the day. Shoots and Ladders, Mousetrap, Monopoly. Whichever game lit up Sam's eyes the most. She was constantly delighted at how much she liked being a mother, at least being Sam's mother. She had tried to deny traditional maternal feelings, but she was learning to treasure the experience. Her heart ached for Sam whenever she had a free moment to think, so Sarah tried to have as few as possible. That was easy, with the Midnight Club investigation starting to boil over. On the night of July 3rd, Sarah's part in the investigation was further solidified. The phone in her office rang at a little past 10. She'd been expecting a call from Sam and Roger. "Hello? Yes, speaking. This is Sarah McGinnis." "All right. Yes, I can do that. That would be fine." "Would you give him this message?" she went on. "It's simple. Everything that he wants can be taken care of." Sarah hung up the telephone. Almost immediately, she picked it up again. She called Stefanovich. It was possible he would still be working down at Police Plaza. He finally came on the line in his office. "Stefanovich." "McGinnis. I thought I might catch you. Listen, I have some good news for a change." "I think I'm ready for a little good news. I just had Kimberly Mannion in here. She got a high-fashion commercial shoot because she worked at Allure. Great, huh?" "Nicky Wilson wants to see me again, Steph. He wants to talk tonight, in fact. He's called for another meeting." "How did that happen? When? I thought he chased you out of Connecticut." "He did. But now he's apparently willing to make some kind of deal. To talk, at least. I'm not exactly sure what it is yet." There was silence on the phone line. Then Stefanovich spoke. Do you want some company? I'm offering, if you do.
I write about true crime, Marshal Dillon. I've been doing it for about 6 years now, Sarah answered back. I'll be all right.
Listen, Sarah, Bear Kupchak had been doing this kind of thing for a lot of years, too. At least he thought so. This is different. Nobody knows the rules. Sarah said nothing to that. She was thinking over what Stepanovich had said. Let me ride up there to Danbury with you. Humor me. We'll sing overnight camping songs in the car.
Steph, All right. I'll be down there in about 20 minutes.
Half an hour later, the two of them were heading up the West Side Highway, then onto the sawmill. During the ride, Sarah noticed that she was incredibly jumpy. She caught herself glancing into the rearview mirror. She was looking for headlights, for cars that might be following them. She was watching for pursuers. That was how absurd and out of hand it had gotten. She had the recurring thought that they were going to find Nicky Wilson murdered at Danbury. She had never been a big fan of melodramas, and she wasn't keen on them now. Still, the violence surrounding the Midnight Club had been completely unpredictable so far. The grisly murders of Alexandra Saint-Germain, Traficante, and Barnwell, the unfortunate killing of Bear Kupchak. Why had Nicky Wilson suddenly changed his mind about talking to her? Chapter 46. Warden Thomas met them in the same building where Sarah had visited Wilson. Thomas looked like a gawky high school science teacher. He was too tall and thin, dressed in a brown tweed suit that was at least a size too large. The part in his grayish-blonde hair would have been perfect, except that most of his hair was gone. "We're going over to the hospital," he informed Sarah and Stepanovich as they exchanged handshakes. Sarah's breath caught. "What happened to him?" she asked. Warden Thomas shook his head. "Nothing happened. We moved him into the hospital at his request. He claimed he was having chest pains. I think he wanted to be in a more secure area for your visit." The inside of the prison infirmary consisted of a few small rooms, almost like emergency room cubicles, which were evenly placed down the hallway from a nurse's station. The station itself was encased in protective plexiglass. The environment was sparkling clean and looked organized and neat. It was also surprisingly upscale. Danbury was a country club compared with most prisons. Among inmates around the federal system, it was known as the Plaza Hotel. Stepanovich was asked by Thomas to wait at the nurse's station. Sarah and the warden then went down to a room at the end of the corridor. A tensor reading light was the only illumination inside the infirmary room. Nicky Wilson was seated in a cone of light streaming from the lamp. "The chest pains are real," he said when he saw Sarah standing in the doorway.
"No pain, no gain."
Her smile was slightly forced. "I'll be right outside," Warden Thomas said. He glanced at Sarah, then walked away, though only a few yards down the corridor. "Who have you talked to about our meeting?" Wilson immediately asked her. He turned the tensor light away, and his face dropped into shadows.
"The police commissioner knows. The governor's office."
Sarah sat in the only chair inside the tiny room. "Don't talk to anyone else." Sarah nodded. She wasn't going to argue with Nicky Wilson about anything right now. "You'll understand why by the time I finish talking. Maybe you'll understand more than you want to. You might even know why I finally decided to talk to you instead of somebody else." It was the second time Wilson had alluded specifically to her coming to the prison. For the next 45 minutes, she listened to Wilson talk. And Nicky Wilson was absolutely right. Part of her wished that she wasn't hearing any of what the powerful underboss had to tell her. "I am on the periphery of a group that makes up the most influential crime syndicate in the world. I don't kid myself about that. I'm on the outside looking in. I work for them. This syndicate is sometimes called the Midnight Club," Nicky Wilson said. "It's called midnight because their meetings are always very secretive and held late at night, after midnight. The members are mostly unknown to the public, even to the underbosses. These are very private individuals. Some of the old-line bosses like their women, sometimes a little gambling, and they demand that kind of action at the meetings. Somehow it all works. For the past 10 years, this syndicate has been responsible for running the major organized crime activity around the world. I mean the crime that is organized, not the small stuff, the wise guy operations on the street. The syndicate has settled disputes and arbitrated between groups from different countries. It's made decisions about who should get a piece of the action, particularly as the Third World is divided up. That alone could have caused gang wars all through the late 1970s. It didn't. The syndicate is the reason why. The profit, not the earnings, the profit per year is in the area of $65 billion. The number has been rising steadily for the past 10 years. If you think about how the world really works, about that much money at stake, you begin to understand the power of the syndicate. You also understand the paranoia operating right now. Some kind of a coup has been set in motion, a major coup that none of them understands. An emergency meeting was called during the past day or two. Word went out everywhere around the world. They want to talk about the killings. They're conducting their own investigation. They're using police departments around the world to investigate for them. You understand what I'm saying? Sarah understood. At least, she thought that she did. Wilson was telling her that the syndicate had the full use of certain police forces, maybe even of governments. How was that possible, though? I can tell you where the emergency meeting will take place. I know the location. I can lead you to them. I'm willing to give you that. But you have to give me something in return. You have to get me out of here. Because they won't. They've refused me. Sarah stared back at Nicky Wilson. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. She finally told them that she could do what she'd promised at the first meeting. She could get him out of Danbury. She had assurances that this would happen. He just had to tell her everything he knew about the Midnight Club. Chapter 47. Stefanovich, Atlantic City, New Jersey. As he steered his van south on the Garden State, Stefanovich had 2.5 hours to be alone with his thoughts. He needed the time to sort through the information he'd been exposed to during the 2-week investigation. His mind kept rebelling against the overwhelming organizational task. Something important was happening. The Midnight Club was meeting, and he knew where. More than a dozen international crime figures had already arrived in the United States. That afternoon was beautiful, an autumnal breeze blessing the day. Features of the rolling green scenery of southern Jersey captured his attention again and again. It made him seriously question his New York City lifestyle, also his life's work. For some reason, Atlantic City had always made Stefanovich anxious and uncomfortable. There was something so sleazy and desperate about the New Jersey resort. He was having visions of the nervous glitz already. Garish lobbies with too much Italian restaurant red and gold. Fake crystal chandeliers everywhere, including in the bathrooms. Christmas tree tinsel decor, even in summertime. Flashy billboards began to float by on both sides of the Garden State. Messages tried to convince him that the odds were somehow better at Harrah's on the Marina. No, at the Golden Nugget. No, at the Sands. Free parking was offered as an enticement to gamble away hundreds, even thousands of dollars. Bally's had a sleek continental-style restaurant. Another slick poster screamed. The Golden Nugget boasted Steve Wynn and Frank Sinatra. Caesars had slot busters. Stefanovich knew that there were 2 types of players in Atlantic City and Vegas. He'd learned that much from another cop, a sad habitual gambler himself. There was the escapist, who wandered into casinos to get away from the boardwalk, the heat, maybe a complaining spouse, and there was the recognition gambler, who actually thrived on the crowds and glamour. The main prey of the casinos was definitely recognition gamblers, mostly self-made men and women who owned cash businesses. These folks had lots of money in their hot little hands and were willing to lose incredible sums just to be recognized as players. The logic of the recognition gambler was mind-boggling to Stefanovich. but it was all documented by the successful casino owners. Atlantic City existed to service the recognition gambler. The neighborhood leading to the beachfront was desolate, a maze of empty lots, boarded-up buildings, seedy rooming houses, and tenements. A chorus line of frisky, if bedraggled prostitutes waited near the Atlantic City bus station on Arctic Avenue. They waved good-naturedly at Stefanovich's passing van. He waved back. He was thinking that once upon a time, the state and city names on the street signs must have made tourists feel kind of comfortable and secure. I'm from the South, and here's good old Kentucky or Tennessee Avenue, way up north in Atlantic City, home of the Miss America contest with Burt Parks. Only now Tennessee Avenue, Delaware Avenue, Illinois Avenue seemed like the absolute armpit of the world. The scene was as bad as Times Square, except that Times Square couldn't advertise itself as a beach resort. Pacific and Atlantic Avenues were a little different, definitely more upscale. Well-heeled tourists in pastel leisure and running suits dominated the street scene. The Tropicana Hotel finally loomed on the horizon. Then came Bally's Park Place. And Caesars, home away from home for all the lowballers in town. Harrah's Boardwalk. Steve Wynn's Golden Nugget. Trump Plaza, which proved to Stefanovich that Donald Trump believed in losers. Farther down the boardwalk was Resorts International, which hosted a lot of shabby prize fights shown on ESPN and ABC's Wide World of Sports. Caesars Boardwalk Regency, Spade's Boardwalk. There were older hotels as well, and rooming houses set back a few blocks from the boardwalk. There were still a few originals, small hotels with half-block-long porches, and green wooden rocking chairs with lives of their own, and throwback families that seemed to have been there since the early 1900s. Now the Midnight Club was in Atlantic City. The syndicate is meeting inside Trump Plaza, Stefanovich thought, as he approached the boardwalk in a slow-moving stream of late afternoon traffic. Chapter 48. Stefanovich drove up in front of the Tropicana. He handed the car park kid $10 and asked him to keep the van handy. He had no intention of showing his shield to get special attention. No one could know that the New York police and the FBI were in Atlantic City. You get this chit validated inside the casino, sir. Then your parking's free. I'm on until 2 to get your car, sir. Thanks. Hope this is my lucky night, Stefanovich said. He smiled at the hustling kid who had already spotted the wheelchair in the back. Any help with that, sir? I'm fine. Thanks anyway. You get it in Nam, sir? Nope. Supply store on 14th Street. The FBI and the police had taken adjoining suites on the 19th floor of the Tropicana. They were registered as business executives at a sales conference for Thompson Electronics, the company that now owned RCA. David Wilkes of the FBI ambled toward the door as Stefanovich entered. There must have been 40 officers and agents inside already. Telex machines and IBM PCs were working as fast as the slots downstairs. Jesus Christ, Stefanovich muttered as he rolled inside the crowded hotel suite. This is worse than the casinos. He and Wilkes shook hands. Wilkes was a friend of the New York police and a real pro. He was buttoned up, very thorough, and basically non-territorial. Wilkes also had an irreverent sense of humor, which was unusual for an FBI man. Do you feel like you've got enough help here? Stefanovich looked around the packed suite. His smile dripped irony as thick as any syrupy concoction from the boardwalk. I don't have enough of my own men, and too many of everybody else's. Wilkes was a Virginian with a soft, easy drawl. I've got lots of Atlantic City PD, which is like getting help from a police auxiliary unit, he went on. There are New Jersey State Troopers, which would be fine and dandy if this were a Bruce Springsteen concert. John Stefanovich was already peering out of a row of glazed picture windows that faced Trump Plaza. What about our friends staying over at Trump's? Who have you seen go in there so far? Nice crowd? Oh, sure. About a dozen of the Dream Teamers so far. There are maybe 3 times that number in soldiers. We're keeping a log, running a list through the mainframe down in Washington. Computer connectivity stuff. Nothing like it. A ton of pretty women are cruising in and out of the penthouse. Some very pretty ladies over there. Yeah, there's been some kind of connection to the ladies from the start. I doubt it's coincidence that this all started at a lure. Sex still makes the world go round. You know, I used to fantasize about a bust like this. You ever? Stepanovich continued to stare down the Atlantic City boardwalk, at Trump Plaza, at something off in the distance. Not since about 2 years ago, he finally answered. A place called Long Beach. That was my big fantasy bust. It's not everything it's cracked up to be. We don't believe the official meetings have actually begun yet. The dons, some of the bosses, are still arriving. It's pretty sobering to watch all of the big guys roll in, to see them all together in one place. Yeah, and it's only going to get better. All of them over there, all of us over here. Reminds me of Catholic school dances I used to go to. Chapter 49. Isaiah Parker, Atlantic City. Isaiah Parker had registered under a false name at Trump Plaza. Detectives Jimmy Burke and Aurelio Rodriguez were at separate hotels along the boardwalk. Burke was at Bally's, Rodriguez was up at Resorts International. They were waiting for the final assignment, for a name or names. Inside his ocean view room at Trump's, Parker unpacked a black leather duffel bag which held his work clothes and supplies. He checked and cleaned his .22, an NYPD-issue revolver. Late in the afternoon, he strapped a lightweight shoulder holster over his shirt. A tan corduroy sports jacket would keep the gun out of sight while he was working downstairs in the hotel. He was going undercover for one more hit. Who the hell was it supposed to be? Why this secrecy, right up to the last minute? Charles Mackey had promised to contact him after 11 that evening. A dozen high-ranking mobheads were already inside Trump Plaza. They were there because of the recent murders in New York, but also in Palermo, in London, in Hong Kong. Why was he there? It was easy to blend with the meandering crowd on the glitzy main floor of Trump's. Parker showed a casual interest in the slots, where he quickly lost a palmful of quarters and dollar slugs. He drifted toward the craps and blackjack tables. Parker stomped around casually, as if he had no place to go, just some guy on a busman's holiday. He was pretty sure nobody was paying attention to him. Meanwhile, he had spotted several of Trump's security detectives. It was a challenge picking them out, one by one, then memorizing the faces. Parker saw a Hispanic waiter enter a small private elevator on the mezzanine floor. When the empty elevator returned, he stepped inside and took it to the basement. He knew that the secret to being where you weren't supposed to be was looking like you belonged. As he roamed past the hotel kitchen, a cart piled with food rattled out of the swinging doors. Parker walked alongside an elderly black waiter, a large, overweight man who swayed from side to side with every step. "Men's exercise gym down here somewhere?" he asked the waiter, whose eyes seemed dazed. "Yes, sir. Men's and women's gyms. Keep heading the way you're going now. Be on your right." "There must be some kind of party upstairs in the penthouse," Parker continued in a casual tone. The waiter glanced away from Parker. He stayed quiet for a few shuffling steps. Then he started to talk. "Those gentlemen are spenders, tell you that. Every one of them on the comp. You know the comp. Free ride. You better believe they're players." "The whole place seems to be jumping this weekend." "Every day in the summertime. Hey, I got a scoop, man. Don't look like you need too much exercise." Parker laughed, and he stayed alongside the waiter at the service elevators. Now he was pushing his luck a little. He lit up a cigarette. "Real players upstairs, huh? They frisk you and everything when you go into that suite?" "Hey, man, I was in a big game like that one time myself. In Las Vegas. Well, I was in the Army. I was stationed at Fort Sills, Oklahoma." "Fort Sills, yeah. They don't frisk me. They not afraid some old fat man like me. Tip pretty good. Even the guys work for 'em tip good. You ain't been in no games like this one." Chapter 50. The elevator finally arrived, and the elderly waiter stepped inside with his food cart. Parker waved nonchalantly. The waiter didn't bother to wave back. Isaiah Parker turned away from the elevator. He walked down one of several tunnels that ran underneath the hotel. He considered the things he'd already learned walking around Trump's and asking questions. The penthouse suite had its own private elevator, for one thing. The elevators were guarded. The shift change was every 2 hours, which kept the men fresh. The next change was at 12. The penthouse had its own wet bar, restocked twice a day. The floor could also be reached by the fire escape stairway, which was heavily guarded, but might be taken easier than the elevator. Trump's was definitely full. Donald Trump had originally bought the plaza from Harrah's. He had remodeled for one reason only, to capture the 5,000 known heavy rollers who were shared by the Golden Nugget and Caesars. The entertainment schedule was upgraded from Norm Crosby/Mitzi Gaynor to Diana Ross/Frank Sinatra. 65 easy living suites were installed for the high rollers, who expected to be comped and treated like visiting movie stars at the casino hotel. The syndicate members were high rollers, of course. Hotel waiters, teams of waiters, had gone up to service the penthouse suite half a dozen times in the last 8 hours. What Parker needed to know now was who was he supposed to go after? Which one of the mob overlords was the target? He wondered who was making the final decision. Maybe making it right now. Just past 10 o'clock, Isaiah Parker finally ducked out of the hotel. He strolled north along the crowded boardwalk toward where the famous steel pier used to be. He stayed tucked inside the main body of the crowd, just to be safe. The moon sitting over the ocean was the creamy yellow of butter. It was glowing brightly. The steel-gray ripple of the water was beautiful, but he had trouble enjoying the view tonight. A glossy poster at Bally's proudly announced that Diana Ross was appearing there on Saturday night. Parker had once idolized her. He'd had the biggest crush on prissy Miss Diana Ross. Things like that hadn't mattered to him for a while, though. The underground police assignment mattered. Parker knew he had been given the job specifically because of his brother's murder. Charles Mackey and the police commissioner were using him, but at least they were upfront about it. And now, several important crime lords were gathering in Atlantic City. He was supposed to hit one of them in the next 24 hours. But which one? And how was he supposed to pull it off? By the time Parker made it to Resorts International, the last old-fashioned hotel on the boardwalk, his body was beginning to feel numb. He yawned, and his jaw creaked, echoing inside his head. He was about to head back toward Trump's when Isaiah Parker saw something that shook him. He ducked inside a video game arcade. His body shuddered, and he assumed the worst. A man he knew by sight, another New York policeman, was heading down the boardwalk from the direction of Trump's. The man was propped up in a wheelchair, but he was still coming at a pretty good clip. Lieutenant John Stefanovich of Homicide was on the boardwalk of Atlantic City. The man investigating the Saint-Germain and Oliver Barnwell murders was down here for the weekend. Isaiah Parker didn't think he'd come for the swimming. Chapter 51. John Stefanovich, the Tropicana. Stefanovich had taken a half-hour sanity break from the surveillance watch inside the Tropicana. He'd gone out on the boardwalk to clear his head, but also to satisfy his curiosity about what the new Atlantic City looked like. 20 minutes after his trip down the boardwalk, Stefanovich was back inside the Tropicana. He was moderately refreshed, ready to wait and watch nothing happen some more. He changed into a fresh shirt, spritzed on some cologne, and waited. Always the waiting. The hotel suite in the Tropicana resembled a political headquarters after either a disastrous election result or an equally problematic celebration. The regular furniture had all been pushed back away from the windows. A lot of real functional stuff like chrome torchère lamps, sectional couches, glass cocktail tables, was stacked against two of the walls. FBI men with high-powered binoculars and opera glasses were slumped in a row of dining room chairs, observing the penthouse across the way at Trump's. Used coffee cups and greasy sandwich wrappers were thrown everywhere, mostly just dropped on the floor near chairs. The FBI men weren't just idly observing the penthouse suites at Trump's. Motion picture and still cameras, but also sensitive directional microphones were being used to record the syndicate meeting from every angle. None of the really important business had begun. A group of high-crime overlords wasn't expected until the following morning, including the heir apparent from Europe and the King of Kings in the Orient, who lived in Macau. Stefanovich had returned to his spot behind one of the gray-tinted picture windows. He slipped on a pair of bulky black earphones and began to listen to more gangster conversation over in the penthouse. Stakeouts are among the worst experiences in police life, he was thinking as he listened to overlapping electronic blips and snippets of conversation. You sat and you waited. You began to feel as if you were physically turning into some kind of cold stone pillar. Only this time, maybe, it was going to be a little different. In theory, at least, the Atlantic City stakeout was a dream come true for the police. It was as if the situation had been set up for them, just for the purpose of listening in at the very top of the criminal world. In a way, it was too good, and that worried Stefanovich. It concerned David Wilkes of the FBI, too. It probably disturbed every tuned-in agent or officer in the surveillance room. The Midnight Club was meeting across Texas Avenue. They were 80, maybe 100 yards away. It was almost as if it had been set up for the police to come and listen. Why, though? It didn't track. Stefanovich listened with his eyes shut. There was the sound of all these strange guttural voices drifting over to him. Weird. Finally, he pulled the earphones off, letting them rest around his neck. Something was bothering him a lot. He couldn't figure out what. Something about the setup in Atlantic City didn't feel right to him. Maybe because it seemed like such a perfect setup. The thing with Nicky Wilson at Danbury? It was too good, too neat. Like prearranged fighting in a police academy class. And then Stefanovich realized, when he had felt something like this before, just one time, the same uncomfortable intuitions, with his pulse seeming to beat right through his skin. He had felt almost exactly like this. That freezing March night at Long Beach, minutes before the ambush. Chapter 52. Sarah McGinnis, the Tropicana. Sarah rode by herself in the lumpy back seat of a police department sedan. The car was a light blue Buick, and it was transporting her from Manhattan down to Atlantic City. She had to see the end, to witness Appalachia 2, as the operation was called at Police Plaza. At 10:30 p.m., the sedan entered the boardwalk area of Atlantic City. The car headed up glittery Pacific Avenue. There was a quick turnoff past Brighton, then the sedan maneuvered around concrete pillars at very close quarters. It stopped at a littered, dingy service and delivery entrance behind the Tropicana. One of the detectives in the front seat jumped out. He dashed around to open the door for Sarah. Chivalry was still alive in the NYPD. I'm really sorry about this unnecessary bullshit. The service entrance. He shrugged and shook his head. They're afraid somebody might recognize you. I understand, Frank, she said. This isn't the first time I've used the service entrance at a hotel. It probably won't be the last. Thanks for the ride and the company. Sarah was hurried upstairs in a service elevator. She didn't mind bypassing the potted palm trees and artificial blue waterfall in the lobby of the Tropicana. Maybe some other visit. David Wilkes left a clique of gray suits to greet her as she entered the surveillance suite. As she shook hands with the FBI man, Sarah spotted Stefanovich. He was wearing a set of black earphones, watching trumps like a knowledgeable player at the racetrack. He really looked in his element. Sarah had met David Wilkes twice before, while she was researching a club. She'd written 2 chapters about his crimes committee, and she liked Wilkes. He had absolutely no bullshit about him. As she talked to Wilkes, Sarah checked out the scene. Across the street, inside Trump's, she could make out movement. It was almost as if the 2 groups were preparing to meet for some as yet unexplained reason. The windows are made of reflective glass in the suites here. That's one reason we picked this place. They can't see us. We're using high-powered directional mics, so they won't find any bugs over there either. So far, so good. It's eerie being allowed to watch something you know you shouldn't be watching. So far, everything's working out better than I would have expected. We were able to get the best listening equipment. Everything's too good. Sarah finally pointed across the room. I see somebody I know over there, a friend of mine. I'm going to say hello to the lieutenant. All right. I wouldn't admit to knowing that deadbeat character, though. Chapter 53. A moment later, Sarah came up behind Stefanovich. She lifted the earphones off his head.
Are you the one who got me the personal invite down here to see this? If you are, I just wanted to thank you.
Stepanovich slowly swiveled around. He was smiling for a change. The scribe has arrived. I guess we can start now. Pull up a card table chair. You can sit here and watch the Midnight Club in action. This is the way it really is on a stakeout. Sarah picked up one of the nearby chairs. She brought it over next to Stepanovich.
This is the real thing, huh?
Well, they're all here. This must be the club. Tino DeLuna from Miami, Ken Shushira from Hong Kong, Daniel Steinberg from London and Paris. All the biggies in the mob. What comes next, I do not know. Sarah quickly discovered that surveillance was just another word for Chinese water torture. For the first time, she understood what a police stakeout was about. After 3.5 hours of sitting, occasionally listening in on the most banal and disgusting conversations at Trump's, she couldn't take any more. She wandered around the Tropicana suite. Sarah went and talked to David Wilkes again. She came back to Steph and discussed everything from real-life Godfathers to the night he'd seen the diving horse on the old steel pier, one of the unforgettable moments of his youth. Family entertainment, back when there used to be families, Stepanovich said. Sarah got better at surveillance, at listening, at concentrating. But a little past 3, she decided to put her head down on one of the cots in the adjoining suite. Stepanovich had taken another 2-hour turn. He seemed to be getting nourishment out of what he was hearing over at Trump's. He was an insomniac anyway, at least he had been since the night of the shootings at Long Beach. As he sat behind the reflective picture windows in the Tropicana, Stepanovich pointed the directional mic this way and that. The bosses didn't seem to be talking about anything worth recording. His attention went wandering again. Something was still bothering him about the meeting. Around 4 in the morning, Sarah reappeared. She touched Stepanovich's shoulder, and he turned. She was wrapped in a brown hotel blanket, looking lazy and comfortable. Images from her beach house filtered back.
"Don't you ever sleep?" she asked.
Her eyes were still glassy and damp from her nap. Stepanovich shook his head. "Not tonight."
"I don't know. Everything looks so quiet over there now."
"Most of the gentlemen who run organized crime around the world are there. How quiet can it be?" Over in the penthouse, a session was developing among 4 or 5 of the bosses. They had traveled from different time zones, and apparently needed to stay awake to avoid jet lag. Stepanovich shuffled through a deck of photographs. Each picture was marked on the back with a name and brief profile. One of the soldiers at Trump's crossed in front of a window. The man stopped walking suddenly. He had an oversized walrus mustache, a little like the TV host Gene Shalit. Only the soldier's deeply pocked face wasn't particularly friendly. Walrus Man seemed to be staring directly across at the Tropicana. He was looking right about where Stepanovich and Sarah sat. "He can't see us," Stepanovich whispered. Still, the soldier did seem to be staring at them.
"He sees something. I wonder what's going on inside all their heads. They're the ones being shot at."
"I can't work up too much sympathy." Stepanovich yawned, and he shook his head. Now he was getting tired, right at the start of his watch.
"Why don't you go lie down?" Sarah said. "I'll sit out here for you. Go ahead. I'm up now."
"Looks like they're pulling all-nighters, too." "They ordered more food," Stepanovich said, and yawned again. "My grandfather used to call men like that crumb bums. Now they rule the world, the crumb bums." Over inside the penthouse, a couple of hotel waiters in white half-jackets appeared. They carried the usual silver trays, which helped keep room service food so consistently soggy. The waiters were followed by the same soldier who had been standing at the picture window. The return of Walrus Man. "It's funny the way you begin to feel a kind of identification with people you watch on surveillance," Stepanovich grinned. "Yeah, I could really identify with some breakfast right now. I missed dinner. Ham and eggs? Good. What is that other stuff there? Lox? That looks so good." The hotel waiters were efficiently setting out the contents from their trays. Room service guys love to do that. Tray tops off, little red rose in a vase. Stepanovich remembered that he hadn't eaten himself. Crime did pay. A scene from The French Connection flashed through his mind. Gene Hackman standing outside in the cold watching some fancy French restaurant in Manhattan, while Frog One and his pal sat inside, eating everything in sight. One of the waiters walked over to the row of picture windows. The waiter did seem to be looking across at the Tropicana. Was there something about the pre-dawn light that made it possible for him to see inside the Tropicana's windows? "Do you think they found out something?" Sarah asked. "I don't think—" Stefanovic was suddenly sitting up in his chair. "No! Hey! Don't do that shit for brains! Hey! Hey!" The waiter inside Trump Plaza was pulling the curtains. "Damn it!" Stefanovic muttered. He switched his earphones up. "Get away from those drapes, you creep." Sarah had moved close to the picture window. Her nose was against the glass. "What are they saying now? How good their Nova and omelets look?" Stefanovic listened on his earphones. They were talking about the food. Suddenly someone screamed inside the penthouse. A horrible sound came over the earphones. "What the?" Stefanovic blurted. Somebody in the penthouse yelled, "Oh, God, no! No!" Chapter 54. The unmistakable roar of gunfire followed. Loud screams echoed over the headphones. Stefanovic pulled the earphones away. "Somebody's attacking the penthouse! They just hit Trump's!" he yelled. Sarah ran to get David Wilkes. Stefanovic hadn't moved so quickly in the last couple of years. His heart pounded. Spasms of incomprehension flickered. He made it inside the first elevator. FBI men with shocked expressions were strapping on their revolvers. David Wilkes was there, his eyes still glazed. His button-down shirt was unbuttoned. The elevator touched down, and the FBI men ran across the Tropicana lobby. Stefanovic was left on his own. His wheelchair nearly lifted off the floor as he burst forward. Once he was outside the hotel, a cool ocean breeze slapped his face. He was soaking wet. His neck, hair, the back of his shirt. As he reached the far side of Texas Avenue, he remembered the walkie-talkie. "This is Stefanovic. What the hell's happening?" No answer came back. Stefanovic reached the glass side doors into Trump's. 2 security guards were body-blocking the way. "You can't come in here," one of them shouted. "Police!" Stefanovic flashed his shield. Even more confused, they let him inside. A blur of terrified faces, bodies in bathrobes and pajamas, swarmed across the lobby. Bizarre language punctuated the scene. "There was a shooting upstairs. No, it's a fire. I tell you it's a fire in the goddamn kitchen." Stefanovic located the express elevator to the penthouse. Inside the elevator, he tried the walkie-talkie again. "David! David!" No answer came from Wilkes. What had he found in the penthouse? Why wasn't he answering? What had happened up there? The padded elevator doors opened. Stefanovic recognized the acrid odor of gunfire. He proceeded through the open door of the suite. Bodies were sprawled everywhere in the living room. A horrifying scene met his eyes. The Midnight Club. Chapter 55. Isaiah Parker, Trump Plaza. The telephone on Isaiah Parker's bedstand started to ring. His eyes slid open, and he reached for the jangling phone. "Isaiah! Somebody hit the penthouse at Trump's," he heard, recognizing the voice of Jimmy Burke. "Say again?" "They went in with submachine guns. FBI agents and cops are all over the hotel," Burke continued. "Who went where with machine guns? What are you saying?" "We have to get out of Atlantic City. We ought to leave separately like we came in. I'll take care of Aurelio." "All right, I hear you," Parker said. He thought Burke was making sense, though he wasn't sure. Parker finally jumped out of bed. He lunged into the hotel bathroom, where he stuck his head under the tap, letting the cold water revive him. All his worst fears and suspicions rose to the surface again. Why hadn't Charles Mackey called him? What about Burke and Aurelio Rodriguez? How could someone else have hit Trump's? Who? 10 minutes later, Parker was one of several hundred spectators in a crowd outside Trump Plaza. Many of the people were still in their nightclothes. Some wore shoes or slippers. Some were in bare feet. All the faces seemed in shock. Police cars and EMS ambulances were crowded 4 and 5 deep across Mississippi and Arkansas avenues. Police cruisers were parked up and down all the other narrow side streets. Parker stared at the blockaded lobby entrance to Trump's. He gazed toward the top floor, where entire picture windows had been blown out by the shooting. He desperately tried to sort out what had happened. It struck him that he had never been told his target in Atlantic City. Deputy Commissioner Mackey hadn't called after 11, as he'd promised to several times. Undertones of terror and black humor circulated through the boardwalk crowd. The comedy was part high-roller irony, part Saturday Night Live tastelessness. "Who the hell got shot?" a fat man in a garish bathrobe asked. "Wayne fucking Newton?" "Wayne Newton? He deserved to be shot. Show he did last night at Caesar's." Parker finally began to inch away from the restless, milling crowd. As he did, he saw Lieutenant John Stefanovich. Stefanovich was leaving Trump's, pushing his wheelchair forward with grim determination. He looked numb and drained. What was happening? Parker finally walked down the steep stone steps, dropping away from the boardwalk. He had to think in straight lines. Nothing but straight lines of logic. Parker heard a soft cry, low, obviously uttered in fear and confusion. It took him a few seconds to realize that the sound had been his own voice. He touched the .22 revolver concealed under his sports jacket. Then Parker continued down the eerie, darkened street, which was filled with obscure, almost solid black shapes. He could sort out street sign poles, hydrants, garbage cans, the hulks of parked cars, the serrated outlines of trees. He found that he couldn't get past the wall of his own shock. Not right now, anyway. He had been under cover. He'd been waiting for special orders from New York, directly from Police Plaza. Somebody had hit Trump's. Who? The shock was still reverberating through his nervous system, building up force, adrenaline surging. He played back Detective Jimmy Burke's phone call, over and over in his head. Somebody hit the penthouse at Trump's. A hollow pain was knotting his stomach. Parker felt wasted, almost out of control. After he walked another block down Indiana Avenue, Parker stepped into one of the dark alleyways between tenement buildings. The alley smelled of urine and spoiled garbage. He took out his pocket recorder. He needed to get some of this down. His voice was shaky, more than a little uncertain as he finally spoke. He was feeling so paranoid. But was it paranoia? Why hadn't Mackey called? "This is a surveillance log. The time is 0430 hours. This is Detective Isaiah Parker. Someone just attacked Trump Plaza. It happened about 30 minutes ago. New York policemen and FBI agents entered Trump Plaza at about 4 in the morning. How the hell did they get there so fast? Why were they down here in Atlantic City? Officers Burke, Rodriguez, and myself are leaving Atlantic City." Parker stood quietly at the edge of the alleyway, especially when he considered the commotion just 4 blocks away. Then something moved. Chapter 56. Something farther up the street caused Parker to pause at the mouth of the alleyway. Somebody was moving on the sidewalk, almost directly across from where his car was parked. He wasn't sure what it was yet. His eyes strained to see in the dark. His throat was painfully dry. Could be just neighborhood types, Parker thought. Maybe it was a street junkie or a wino. The odor in the alley was a fresh scent. He quietly made his way back into the shadows of the alleyway. Then he walked in a hurry another 40 or 50 yards to Illinois, the street running parallel to Indiana. He wanted to come back onto Indiana, but behind the man loitering near his Audi. Parker peered down another vacant alleyway. His chest felt uncomfortably tight. He saw something move again. Shadows parted. Then the red ember of a cigarette traveled in a familiar arc. Left side up ahead. A distinct outline was poised at the end of the alleyway. A man was waiting near Parker's car. The man was only 20 to 30 yards away. A run-down bar a block or so away provided dim lighting. The neon glow from the All-Star Lounge was enough for him to decipher a full silhouette. Parker began to inch forward again. The waiting man was only 10 yards away. He slid out his .22. Who the hell was standing there in the alleyway? "Freeze! Don't move!" he finally called out. The man dropped into a professional shooting crouch. "It's Parker!" Isaiah shouted, identifying himself. The man paid no heed. He fired, and the round whistled past Parker. Instinctively, Parker fired back. He fired a second time. Both hurried shots missed. "Don't shoot, Isaiah! Don't shoot, for Christ's sakes!" Parker recognized the voice, and he couldn't get his breath. Dread clutched him. The man was Jimmy Burke. His own partner had purposely shot at him. Burke suddenly darted from the alley. Parker could have fired. He didn't. There were too many questions. Maybe he couldn't have fired at Burke anyway. Isaiah Parker ran down the alleyway after Jimmy Burke. Spots appeared in front of his eyes, obscuring the scene. All at once he stopped. A body was there. A dark shape was curled up beside a collection of rubbish. There was enough light to make out features of the fallen man. A mop of curly black hair, a long beaked nose, 2 black holes in the forehead. Aurelio Rodriguez had been murdered. Police sirens were screaming through the night again. Parker's brain was screaming. Finally, Parker began to run. He stumbled as he ran away from the police, from whoever was chasing him. He disappeared into the darkness of Atlantic City. He passed New York Avenue, then Baltic Avenue. The fear, the feeling of helplessness from just a few minutes before, was already being replaced by rage. Chapter 57. John Stefanovich, Minersville, Pennsylvania. There had been a massacre, and he had been there. He had heard the horrible screams of death. Relax now. Don't overload, Stefanovich told himself. Let everything settle down first, then try to sort it out. Stefanovich's parents' house was visible down the winding road, beyond a dusty coal hauler they had been following the last few miles. The sky overhead was dark gray, stirred up but oddly beautiful over the sprawling Pennsylvania farmlands, which weren't all that far from Atlantic City. That's it on the right down there, the homestead. Stefanovich broke the silence of the past couple of minutes. Rest, he thought again. Get away from Atlantic City, from all the death and chaos. Tomorrow is soon enough to start again, to try to understand. Nobody was up at the 19th century farmhouse, nobody except for Stink. Stink was a brown and white mongrel collie, now officially retired from running the farm. Stink had a friendly, intelligent face with the softest chestnut brown eyes. Stefanovich called her to him, puckering and smooching his lips. Stink began wagging her tail, working it into a blur. She was yipping and circling Stefanovich and Sarah as if they were farm animals to be herded into a tighter pack. Get down, Stink. You've been in that brook again, haven't you? That old creek in back. The dog was happy to see Stefanovich, but also confused. It was the wheelchair, juxtaposed with a familiar face and voice. Stink had never gotten used to it. Let's go inside. Get some sleep if we can, Stefanovich finally said to Sarah. You can meet everybody tomorrow. Relax for now, he told himself again. Forget about midnight. Sarah learned all about the Stefanovich clan over Sunday breakfast. She heard tales of the famous Stefanovich soup kitchen, which Isabel and Charles Stefanovich had maintained at the farm for 25 years, which they still kept open for anyone in the area needing a hot meal. Step's father told humorous stories about John and his brother Nelson growing up in the small town, both of them local sports deities. Both boys also unusually sensitive toward the poor and unlucky because of their soup kitchen duties. Most revealing of all, Sarah witnessed a touching and special love between Step's mother and father. She had never seen anything like it, especially among people their age. They were obviously best friends, intimate and loving. Do they ever fight? Sarah asked as she and Stefanovich drove around the countryside later that morning. One time when we were kids, she marched off to her sister's. She stayed for 2 weeks. Called it a long overdue vacation. Most of the time, though, no. My parents are amazing people. So what happened to you? Sarah grinned as she asked the question. Her hair was piled up at the back of her head. Her clothes were early lumberjack. She looked like a local beauty. People always ask the same thing. I learned all of their bad habits, none of their good ones. I screwed up so bad I became a cop in New York. A form of social work, in some opinions. What makes it worse, I have no major regrets. Chapter 58. Sarah and Steph got back to work before noon on Sunday. finally beginning to talk about what had happened in Atlantic City. The investigation had to move along, to go forward somehow. At least they could think straight after a good night's sleep. There had been a horrifying massacre. More than a dozen crime bosses had been murdered in cold blood. By whom? For what possible reason? Strangely, by late Sunday, Stefanovich was sinking into a black mood, a frame of mind he didn't understand, much less know what to do about. He tried to work for a little longer, out on the screened-in back porch with its view of the farm's silo and woodshed. He and Sarah kept returning to the same question about the investigation. Who stood to gain from the shootings in Atlantic City? That was the linchpin now, the huge unanswered question. Who would benefit because of the murders? Stefanovich's back ached, and his leg tingled unpleasantly. He hadn't had any exercise for days. He thought that a meeting was decided on. The house in East Hampton seemed like a good place, as secure as any. Sarah finally appeared downstairs. She stood beside one of the dripping bay windows, talking with Isaiah Parker. Stefanovich had told her everything about Parker. He had shown her the detective's personnel file, which he'd been able to copy at Police Plaza. Parker had been a superior policeman for his 12 years with the department, but Parker was also an enigma. "I guess we should start," Stefanovich said at last. "We're all here now." They began to settle around an old oak serving table in the dining room. The room was filled with antique furniture, also humorous knickknacks Sarah had picked up both in the East and around California. They helped to lighten the mood of the room, but not enough. 3 lawyers, 1 man and 2 women, were there from the district attorney's office. They all sat together at the table. Stefanovich had known each of them for years. Stuart Fisher had been the right hand for the district attorney over the past several years. David Wilkes had flown up the previous night. He'd accepted the invitation immediately. He seemed well aware of problems with the ongoing investigation in Atlantic City, the mysterious lessening of police resources. Stanley Kahn from the New York Times had been asked to come by Sarah. The reporter accepted without too many of his difficult questions being answered beforehand. David Hale and Terry Marshall from New York's Organized Crime Task Force were already seated at the dining table. So was John Carristy from U.S. Customs. So far, none of them knew why they had been invited, except that it had to do with the reappearance of Alexandra Saint-Germain. Sarah remained standing as the others quietly seated themselves. Small details seemed charged and terribly important that morning. The shore house felt as if it were holding more of the morning's chill than usual. "I might as well start with a few things that are on my mind," she said from her place. "For reasons that should become clear as I go on, we decided against Police Plaza for this meeting. We also decided against the district attorney's office. Or even the Times offices on 43rd Street, Stanley." She bowed in the direction of the Times reporter, who looked slightly bemused. "If you think you hear a little paranoia in what I'm saying, I'm afraid you do. We don't know exactly whom we can trust in police departments," Sarah said. She paused to let the implication of her words sink in. "Or in the district attorney's office, or at the Times, or in the Treasury or FBI. Did I leave anybody out? I assume I have everybody's attention now." "Rapt," Stanley Kahn said from behind tented hands. Sarah watched the tightening circle of faces. None of the men and women seemed overjoyed to be among the trusted few. That was understandable. The notion that so many others weren't trusted was overwhelming to consider. A chair scraped against the wooden plank floor. A body hunched forward. Mostly there was silence. "Where to start is part of my dilemma," Sarah continued. "Maybe if I go back closer to the beginning." Stefanovich was getting an uncomfortable sense of déjà vu. He had been here before, and he'd been burned badly. He had trailed Saint-Germain into a trap. His wife had been murdered. Stefanovich finally spoke up from his place at the table. "What we're here to discuss is the possibility of playing by their law. Not just the street law. It's not that simple. We're talking about the unwritten laws of supranational corporate executives around the world, and the laws practiced by governments and military juntas, the laws of the super-rich, people who think they're above ordinary laws." we want to talk about a crime syndicate, an entirely new kind of syndicate. It's called the Midnight Club. It represents what's become of organized crime. Chapter 70. Late that afternoon, after all the others had left, Sarah and Stepanovich sat up on the deck overlooking the water. The rainstorm had finally passed. A pale wafer of sun was trying to break through the cloud cover. For the first 20 minutes or so, they talked about the important meeting that had just finished. Had they sounded too paranoid? They didn't think so. Not based on the reactions, especially the questions asked toward the end of the session. The new Midnight Club had the full attention of everyone invited to the meeting. Maybe we should talk about something else for a while, Stepanovich finally suggested. Sarah, I'm really sorry about what happened in Pennsylvania, he went right on, while his nerve was up. It's over now, Sarah shrugged. I'm not sure if I understand exactly what happened, though, she couldn't help adding. I think I understand it okay, Stepanovich said. I'm not so sure I can put it into the right words and then get the words out. Sarah didn't say anything. She had a sense that Step had to do this his own way or not at all. She looked into his eyes. He had deep brown eyes, but too often they seemed on the edge of sadness. Sarah realized that part of her wanted to make the sadness go away. She didn't know if that was possible, if it was a wise thing to want to try to do, if it was healthy for either of them. She did know that they needed a break from both the Midnight Club and Alexandre Saint-Germain. I've tried to be with somebody a few times since the accident, Stepanovich said. As he spoke, he watched children playing in the surf. One time it was the woman I mentioned meeting in Gramercy Square Park, a nurse named Pat Boccaccio. I wanted to get close to her. There was this ache inside me. I was afraid, Sarah. The more I needed somebody, the more afraid I got. I'd go over to Gramercy Park hoping she'd be there after work. I'd think about her a lot during the day. If I saw some tall woman with dark hair in the neighborhood, my heart would start to slam around, thinking it might be her. If she wasn't at the park, I'd be incredibly disappointed and hurt. I'd imagine that she didn't come because she didn't want to see me, didn't want to stop and have to talk to some cripple. I decided she was avoiding the park, so she wouldn't have to see me. Sarah felt she was getting closer to whoever John Stepanovich really was. For better or worse, Step had this old-fashioned code of honor. It was stuck like a broken record in his thick skull. He would probably have it for the rest of his life. There are features I like besides his eyes, she was thinking as she listened to him talk, like a scar that ran like the serrated edge of a knife over one of his eyelids. It made the eye sag a little, which gave his face more character. He'd been bitten in a high school basketball game, he'd told her. She could understand how someone might want to bite him sometimes. I don't know if you can understand any of what I'm saying, Sarah. I couldn't bring myself to call Pat Boccaccio and make a date. Sometimes I'd be in my apartment at night with my hand right on the phone receiver. I couldn't make myself call. I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I don't feel sorry for myself. I just want you to know what's been building up inside me for a long time. I understand a little, Sarah finally said. She wanted to reach out for him suddenly, to hold him and be held. But she didn't. She listened. She let him talk. This may not sound like a cop talking, but I was afraid. Afraid of you. I was scared you might reject me, right when I was starting to feel something. Maybe that's okay. Maybe you're getting back in touch with something important? Finally, Sarah came closer. He could smell her perfume, which was light and flowery. The whole thing had an extraordinary this-isn't-happening aura. It fit with a lot of other experiences lately. It was Sarah's turn to be confused, though. Time for her head to be whirling. She wasn't sure exactly who started it. They began to kiss. The kiss was sweet, more tender, gentler than she would have expected it could be. That was the thing. Stepanovich was always full of surprises. She wasn't sure whether this was the right thing or absolutely the wrong thing for them. Sarah wasn't sure how she felt about anything right now. Her mind was reeling a little. No, her mind was reeling a lot. She knew just one thing for certain. She wanted to kiss Stepanovich. She needed to be held by him and to hold him back. Beyond that, she wasn't sure of anything. Suddenly, Sarah kissed him hard, their teeth hitting. She sucked at his mouth and squeezed his body as tightly as she could. I guess this breaks the ice a little more. He finally was able to speak again. Now you know how I feel, at least. No more guessing games. I like you so much, Steph. Sarah smiled. I have from that first day at Police Plaza. Chapter 71. The Midnight Club, New York City. At a few minutes before 8, Alexandra Saint-Germain arrived inside Tower 2 of the World Trade Center. Some of the most powerful men and women in the world had journeyed to New York to meet with him that morning. They were congregated upstairs in a plush suite of business offices on the 86th floor. The crime syndicate was about to begin operations. Except that it really wasn't a crime syndicate anymore. It was a federation of business, government, and political figures. With the power of influence, with respectability, with invisibility. There were 27 members now. All of them were up on the 86th floor of the Trade Center. The old guard of organized crime was no longer operating. All that had changed in Atlantic City. There was too much money, too much political influence involved to trust it to crime chiefs. $65 billion was put on the table every year. That was the profit from organized crime around the world, enough to pay off the banking debts of entire countries. $65 billion in profits. The evolution of leadership had actually been taking place for a decade. First it had happened in Western Europe, then in the Far East. Finally in the United States, where the mob had been strongest, and also had government ties going as far back as the OSS. The original club had included nothing but the old guard of crime, the powerful and erratic dons and bosses. Then Alexandra Saint-Germain had begun to shape a new direction. The club had taken on advisors from Wall Street and all over Europe. Only Saint-Germain operated in both the old world and the new. Now the advisors, plus Alexandra Saint-Germain, were the club. The words of a speech flowed through Saint-Germain's head as the elevator rose through the Trade Center. This will be my second formal speech in 2 days, he considered. The price of respectability. Look around you, he planned to say to the august group, gathered in a suite overlooking New York Harbor. Think about the differences between the old order and the new. We make billions of dollars by giving speeches, by holding business meetings, by attending political caucuses and dinners. How different that is from the syndicates of the past. How important to the recharging of the world's money supply, the world's cash flow. For 20 days I was dead, just as the old ways are dead. From today on, there will be a more organized way for us to do business. The world's governments are limited by their own internal politics, by absurd, almost Neanderthal policies for dealing with one another. We have no such restraints. We are the most efficient, the wealthiest, and most powerful governing body in the world. Our policy will be to maintain tight control of the world's economic markets, New York, London, Los Angeles, Paris, Sao Paulo, Frankfurt, Rome, Amsterdam, Tokyo, Hong Kong, the cities from which you come. We will move on to control the third world at some time in the future. Look around you and think about this. There is no one who can stop us from taking whatever we want. At 8 o'clock, Alexandra Saint-Germain swung open the glass doors leading into a sun-drenched conference room. Inside the well-appointed room, they were quietly waiting for him. The club members had taken their places on either side of an oval, polished glass conference table. Most of the men were outfitted in dark, expensive suits, the women in conservative dresses. The group had the look and feel of money, of real money, of power without any limits. To the surprise of Alexandra Saint-Germain, the 27 members rose as he entered the room. They stood, and they applauded. The newly constituted Midnight Club had finally been called to order. That night, a dark blue Cadillac eased to a stop in front of 10 East 74th Street, 2 doors from the wilds of Central Park. A stretch limo parked in front of the Federal-style townhouse wasn't an unusual sight. Number 10 seemed to get more than its share of expensive cars, even in a neighborhood of prestigious foundations, embassies, and consulates. The wrought iron front door of the townhouse finally swung open. 4 strikingly beautiful, very young girls came outside. The girls were talking and laughing as they hurried to the waiting car. The Cadillac limousine quietly slid north on Park Avenue, then picked up speed onto the FDR. The girls were asked to put on black satin sleeping masks during the ride up into Westchester. Chapter 72. Alexandra Saint-Germain, Bedford Hills. Inside the dark-paneled library of an estate house in Westchester, Alexandra Saint-Germain played with a Cuban cigar, which happened to coordinate with the mahogany walls. The layout brought to mind the clubs of London, Boodle's, Brooks, the Savile, but especially the Hurlingham out in Fulham. Old money, quiet excess, respectability. The polished wood library was the gathering place for an Eastern establishment group that effectively controlled much of the American banking system, but also the all-important communications industry, and, as much as any clique of Americans could, the major activity on Wall Street. The 4 regular members were also part of the Midnight Club. The subject of the meeting that night was an important one: oil prices and the heating of the West, without undue panic or economic collapse, for the coming winter. All those in the room agreed on one thing: it was a decision far too complex and delicate to entrust to the politicians and bureaucrats in Washington, or elsewhere around the world. As the men stiffly filed out of the library around 12, Alexandra Saint-Germain was aware of an arm firmly sliding around his shoulders. A Wall Street power broker named Wilson Cypher spoke confidently to him. "There's a party planned, private affair. Why don't you come with us?" Cypher led the way down a corridor with resplendent tapestries and medieval heraldry on every wall. Baccarat chandeliers swung overhead, like priceless necklaces and pendants. The room that the men entered was lit by gold and rouge flames coming from a fieldstone fireplace. Overall, it had the appearance of a mead hall. The girls inside the room stood in an orderly school row. They were grouped in front of the crackling, blazing fire. Their bare skin and long hair gleamed beautifully in the burnishing firelight. The oldest girl looked 16, the youngest might have been 12. They were naked. All were shaven between their legs. Each girl wore a black satin sleeping mask. The best things about the club never really changed. Chapter 73. John Stefanovich, East 43rd Street. Stefanovich was nervous as he waited on the corner of East 43rd Street. He listened to a cacophony of noise just starting up at 6:30 in the morning, the usual cries and moans of early Manhattan traffic. He was sipping juice from a cardboard box when Beth Kelly finally showed up. "Long time no see, Steph," his physical therapist said when she saw him. "What's it been? 9 days?" "Yeah, but who's counting?" Stefanovich shrugged. His face and neck had begun to turn red. 9 days, no word, not even a postcard. When it finally came, the therapist's smile was brittle. She was hurt and disappointed. She had invested a lot in Steph's rehabilitation, more than a year of her time and expertise. "You didn't get the card yet? Man, those local mails." A slight smile came from Beth Kelly, a real one. "How do your legs feel?" "They're real strong, I'll bet," she said. "Upper thighs, calves especially." His legs felt terrible, as a matter of fact. He couldn't believe how much strength he'd already lost, how his legs had atrophied in such a short period without exercise. "I'm on a case. It's a huge, complicated mess." Beth Kelly said nothing to that. "You coming inside, or is this just to say goodbye?" "No, I'm coming inside. I'm here for a workout, if you'll promise to be nice." Kelly said nothing to that either. She turned and walked into the gym ahead of Stepanovich. 10 minutes later, he was straining under weights that seemed impossible for him to have ever lifted. Sweat was rolling off his body. His upper thighs were burning. He needed to work out for emotional as much as physical reasons, he knew. He needed a release from the tension. "I'm going to walk," he finally began to repeat over and over to himself. "I'm going to walk." It was like the way he used to issue chants as a boy back in Pennsylvania, as if by force of will he could do whatever he wanted to, or had to. "I'm going to walk. God damn it, I'm going to walk!" Stepanovich yelled the words inside the loudly echoing gymnasium. All the workouts at the sports center suddenly stopped. Heavy universal weights were suspended perilously in midair. Other weights dropped with loud, clanging noises. The aerobics people, the heavyweight freaks, the blue-clad holier-than-thou instructors were all staring at him, all attention on the man in the wheelchair. Then they began to clap. What Stepanovich had said, what he'd shouted above the noise in the gym, had gotten to the usually schizoid and narcissistic exercise group. "Fucking A right you are, Stepanovich!" Howie Cohen, the muscle-bound manager of the center, hollered from his usual sedentary perch high up on the running track. Laughter erupted at Cohen's words. Even the axe-faced DIs grinned. Then the regular grunts and groans of torture resumed in the gym. It was business as usual. "I not only intend to walk again," Stepanovich was thinking as he strained and lifted and groaned. "I even intend to live through the week." Chapter 74. John Stepanovich and Isaiah Parker, Central Park West. At 8:30, Stepanovich sat with Isaiah Parker in the front of a light green police-issue sedan. The two of them sipped lukewarm coffee and ate Bielas off waxed paper and the outside of brown paper bags. That morning, the plan conceived at Sarah's beach house was going into effect. They were trying not to think too much about what the consequences would be. "It doesn't get much better than this," Isaiah Parker said, mocking a TV beer ad. He was as cynical as Stepanovich, almost as bad as Bear Kupchik had been. Stepanovich watched the action at a newspaper vending machine across Central Park West. Sky Blue Times truck was parked like a moving van in the middle of the street. Some New York crazy had spray-painted "Lies, Trash, Propaganda" in red and black on the sides of the newspaper machine. Stepanovich was thinking that he wasn't too enthused about graffiti artists. He kept waiting for the graffiti artists to start up on private cars. He imagined some poor New Yorker crossing the painted desert with Pepe 122 or Louis 119 scrawled all over the hood. That morning, though, he was feeling a little closer to whoever had painted "Lies and Trash." Some national papers had already reported lies and trash about whatever had really happened at Trump Plaza in Atlantic City. Lies and trash were a sign of the times. As the morning sun rose over Central Park, Stepanovich and Parker talked. It was real cop-to-cop chit-chat, laid back and offhanded and easy. They covered their early days in the police department, then general fear and loathing on the streets of New York. Both of them were still feeling each other out, slowly and carefully searching for soft spots and also points of connection. "I went through the police academy in '76. Everybody had some version of the same story back then," Stepanovich said as he slurped coffee. "Which story was that?" Parker was wearing a rumpled crimson and white T-shirt that said "Viva Mandela," plus a black leather vest. He managed to look relaxed, very easygoing at all times. They were all planning on putting in their 20, getting the regulation pension, then buy a moneymaker bar or restaurant somewhere in Florida, out on the island. But everybody kind of wanted to make the city a little better place to live along the way. Isaiah Parker laughed. It had been pretty much the same bullshit when he had gone through the academy 2 years earlier. His eyes narrowed. "They always said you were going to be the PC someday. You were supposed to be connected. Rabbi at Police Plaza? That true?" Stepanovich shook his head. Now it was his turn to laugh. "You know how it is. Cops like to collect their little stories. I can tell you my own version in about a sentence. I like it on the streets, right here, like right now. I keep telling them that down at Police Plaza. They can't completely envision a wheelchair cop on the street, though." "The street gets in your blood, all right," Parker had to agree. "Outsiders, anybody you talk to, they don't understand that too much. Only cops understand. Only another cop can listen to a cop and not think he's crazy. Another 15 minutes slowly passed on the surveillance watch. Then half an hour. Suddenly, Stepanovich pointed through the sedan's grimy windshield. Here we go, loop-de-lie, I hope. That's the car arriving now. A long blue limousine was easing into the no-parking zone in front of the canopy at 85 Central Park West. A broad-shouldered chauffeur in a tight black suit started to climb out of the limo. Marco Gualdi, Stepanovich said, an associate of Mr. Saint-Germain's from Sicily. I think they played on the same bocce team or something. The heavy-set driver stood in front of the Central Park West luxury building, smoking cigarettes and schmoozing with the captain doorman. Stepanovich noticed that both of them laughed in the side-of-the-mouth conspiratorial way high lackeys seem to favor around New York. His powers of observation were coming back a little. Yes, he did like police work on the streets. Maybe it was an extension of the do-gooder soup kitchen his parents ran, some kind of quixotic urge to try and do the right thing. He didn't really know why, but he liked it. Maybe he loved the life of a street cop. This might even be some fun. He finally smiled and said to Parker, Mind if I cover this one myself? Start things off right? Isaiah Parker pushed his long legs up against the bottom of the steering column and the front dash. He peered over dark sunglasses at Stepanovich. Be my guest. You holler. I'll come running pretty damn fast. Stepanovich was smiling as he swung open the passenger side door, then the back door of the sedan. Chapter 75. In the same fluid motion, he pulled his lightweight racing chair out of the car and set it on the sidewalk. Using the racer on the job was something new and different. It was even vaguely exciting. There was something that got into your blood about police work, about the streets in New York. He was thinking that as he assembled the chair. Maybe the act of wearing a gun did it. Maybe it was having so much raw power in your hands, so much life-and-death responsibility. Whatever it was, he needed it right now, and he was getting a good dose. Stepanovich slowly made his way down Central Park West toward the parked limousine. He was about to cross West 77th Street, another half-block to the grave dancer's limo, when Alexandre Saint-Germain emerged from the elegant apartment building, number 85. Horns were tooting up and down Central Park West. A manhole cover clattered, then was still again. Alexandre Saint-Germain was there on the sidewalk. The grave dancer was walking crisply, looking good in a tailored charcoal gray suit. He motioned for his driver to get back inside the car. Two more bodyguards fell in on either side of Saint-Germain as he came out from under the apartment building's canopy. A faded red gasoline truck turned down 77th Street. It was blocking Stepanovich's view of the limousine and Alexandre Saint-Germain. Son of a bitch! Hey, get the hell out of the way, he said out loud to no one in particular. His heart had really begun to kick in. His forehead felt hot, beaded with sweat already. He was still 30 yards from the limousine and Alexandre Saint-Germain. Suddenly, he realized he wasn't going to get there in time. There was no way. Son of a bitch! Stepanovich squared his mouth and cursed. A matronly woman waiting on the sidewalk glanced over at him. She saw the wheelchair and tempered her initial reaction. They always did, and it drove him crazy. Stepanovich's hands bored into the hard black rubber wheel guards of the wheelchair. The chair was dropping off the curb, moving into the street against the red light, against the traffic making a right turn on 77th. Hey! He shouted up the sidewalk, completely ignoring the traffic. He was moving as fast as the wheelchair could move. Hey! Hey! The racing chair's wheels were lifting off the ground at each crack. It was dangerous because the chair was so light it could go over. Hey, you! Hey, hey! Grave dancer! The two bodyguards had stopped moving. They didn't seem to believe what they were watching up ahead. They were definitely looking his way, though. Stepanovich had their undivided attention. They both touched their jackets, feeling for handguns. What the hell was this coming down the street? Alexandre Saint-Germain slowly turned as he was getting into the back seat of the limousine. The blonde hair, the smoothly handsome face, came back into view. The grave dancer was only a few yards away from Stepanovich. Saint-Germain straightened to his full height. He stared up the sidewalk at the man coming in the wheelchair, coming pretty fast, too. Stepanovich could feel the grave dancer's eyes burning into his skull. He was slightly out of control, wired to his limit. He'd been waiting so long for this moment, it seemed bizarre and unreal now that it was here. "Yeah, you! I'm talking to you!" he called out again. He couldn't help himself anymore. He was exploding forward on a burst of adrenaline and emotion. None of his instincts, no common sense was working for him. It was a dangerous time. Christ, Saint-Germain was blond and handsome. He looked like the good guy. Stepanovich's thoughts were silent screams. They echoed around the caverns in his head. Revenge. Some kind of justice was what he had in mind, like smashing the fucker's face for starters. When the wheelchair got close, Alexandre Saint-Germain finally spoke. He talked in a low, even voice, like someone addressing an excitable child. "Are you yelling at me for some reason?" he asked. "Yeah, I am. I'm John Stepanovich with New York Police. I'm yelling at you." "Yes? Can I help you?" "We met a few years ago. We sort of met on the back streets of Long Beach. You gave me this wheelchair to remember you by." Stepanovich's hands were clamped down hard on the arms of his chair. He was out of line, and he knew it. He just couldn't stop himself. There was no way he could stop this thing from being played out. "I never got to thank you in person, to see you like this, man to man. Actually, there are a couple of reasons I wanted to meet you one day." The grave dancer interrupted. "Well, you've had your long-awaited pleasure. I'm afraid that I have some business meetings to attend this morning. You're very welcome for your present, the one given to you at Long Beach. It seems that maybe you'll deserve another present soon." Alexandre Saint-Germain started to slide into the shiny black limousine. A hand grabbed onto his shoulder. The hand crushed the soft padding of his expensive suit jacket. Then Stepanovich suddenly yanked Saint-Germain backward. Both of his bodyguards moved forward, but Saint-Germain waved them off. His throat and cheeks were bright red, swollen with blood. His blond hair had been mussed in the scuffle, little twists standing on end. "Take your hand off my arm," he said to Stepanovich. "You knew the rules. You decided to break them. You wanted to play in the big game, the big leagues." "Those are your fucking rules," Stepanovich shouted. "Now you're going to hear my rules." Stepanovich held on to the grave dancer as tightly as he could. This was a street fight. There couldn't be any backing down from here on. "No matter what else happens, we're going to shut you down, motherfucker. I'm going to shut down your midnight club. I'm going to get you." Stepanovich let go of Alexandre Saint-Germain. He jerked the wheelchair around, a move he'd seen kids pull on skateboards. His back was to Alexandre Saint-Germain and the bodyguards. The wheelchair was squeaking, ski, 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 ski. The sound was absurd. It was as if the chair were mocking him, mocking everything he was attempting to do, but especially his trying to be a cop again. Back at the car, Isaiah Parker was sitting in the front seat, his legs still propped up. He looked as if he hadn't moved since Stepanovich had left. When Stepanovich got close, he saw that Parker was slowly clapping his hands. Parker was also grinning. It was the first real smile Stepanovich had seen from the black detective. A great goddamn smile. "That was real fine. You're off to a flying A start with the man. I like the way you serve notice, serve papers. Now he has to kill you, too." Stepanovich's heart was beating so hard he could hear it over Isaiah Parker's voice. He was thinking that he still didn't care enough about what happened to himself. He felt like he was flying, though, and that was good enough. He felt as if he had been released from some max security prison where he had been slowly rotting, wasting away, dying of old age at 35. It was all beginning again. Maybe it could be revenge against Saint-Germain and the club. Maybe retribution. Some kind of justice, finally. Or maybe it would be something Stepanovich couldn't bring himself to imagine. A world where justice no longer had a place. Chapter 76. Sarah McGinnis, 1 Hogan Square. Sarah had to get the club right. She was obsessed with the book, focusing all her energy on it. The issue was proper documentation. The hard part was getting people to believe truths too horrifying to believe. Stuart Fisher had suggested she come to 1 Hogan Square for a briefing with some of his people. The meeting was actually held in what amounted to the attic of the district attorney's office. Sarah had talked Fisher into letting her bring a tape recorder. She was planning to take written notes as well. Documentation was so important. Why doesn't everybody grab a seat in this comfortable little nest of ours? Stuart Fisher addressed the small group that was filing into the makeshift office. The 10th floor loft had originally been furnished, however sparsely, when the DA's office was secretly investigating the New York Police Department in 1986. It wasn't much to look at, but it was out of harm's way. I have some news for you, unexpectedly good news. We're going after Alexandra Saint-Germain again. The office was nearly silent as they huddled closer around Fisher. The young lawyers were clearly in shock. Sarah watched a young assistant perched on a peeling windowsill. A brr sound emerged through his lips and an overgrown bushy mustache. A few of the others seemed to avert their eyes. There was a definite similarity to the meeting at Sarah's house in East Hampton. A sudden chill was in the air. When we prepared our case against Saint-Germain last year, we were accused, maybe justifiably, of being too conservative. I don't know if that's true. I don't particularly care about the sins of the past. I promise you, though, conservatism won't be the problem this time. Fisher glanced at Sarah, who was the only one who understood exactly what he meant. I want to be particularly clear on that, Fisher continued. I want all of you to understand exactly what I'm saying. If this sounds like a personal vendetta against Alexandra Saint-Germain, then I'm communicating pretty well so far, because that's what we're going to try to conduct here. Anybody? Questions? There were none. Not yet. Just complete surprise that they were going after Alexandra Saint-Germain again. All right. We're going to be contacting other key agency heads this morning. The FBI, the French and Italian police, Customs, a few bosses in Treasury. I've already spoken to the IRS. They're in. They understand that we can get Saint-Germain this time. One of the assistants finally spoke, a striking blonde woman who couldn't have been more than 27 or 28. We're going all the way with the IRS? I should say, they're going all the way with us? Power to seize and confiscate? Saint-Germain's bank accounts? The companies he supposedly owns? That kind of all the way? Fisher nodded at the younger lawyer. He smiled at her. That kind of all the way, Louise. Sarah made a note about the tenor, the feeling of the meeting. There was very little of the usual self-deprecating humor. The assistants understood exactly what was involved in mounting a case against a mobhead like Saint-Germain, how painstaking and thorough it had to be. Absolutely all the way, Fisher amplified his answer to the assistant's question. Actually, we're going to proceed down 2 avenues this time. We'll go after Saint-Germain with the continuing criminal enterprise law, and with RICO. The lawyer sitting on the windowsill whistled appreciatively. 2 or 3 of the others finally allowed themselves to smile, to glance at one another for quick reassurance. They were getting the general idea. This was a vendetta. I've asked the 6 of you here to be briefed privately. We're going to be acting as a highly confidential unit. We'll be contacting other agencies and departments, but none will have the whole picture the way we do. We already have a lot of evidence on Saint-Germain, some of which dates back at least 10 years. That ought to constitute a continuing criminal enterprise in somebody's mind. Fisher laughed, and Sarah could see that his high spirits were becoming contagious. He had purposely shocked them. Now he was bringing them back, slowly, rather masterfully. When they left the office in Hogan Square, they would all be flying high. Stuart Fisher was a very good lawyer, an even better motivator, and Sarah was feeling terrific that she and Stepanovich had decided to call him on this instead of the DA. She had serious questions about the district attorney himself. It was all documented in her notes. It would all appear in the club. Saint-Germain will use James, Henley, and friends, Fisher continued. As usual, their people will outnumber us about 500 to 1. That's why I want 2 separate charges operating. It's perfectly legal harassment. It's the way a good small law office would handle this. We'll hit them with the first piece as early as tomorrow afternoon. I don't care which charge it is. Something juicy and controversial. While James's staff is still reeling, we'll move in with our RICO motions. Get them coming and going. Everybody with me so far? I love it. The young mustache spoke from his perch on the windowsill. Hey, listen, though. Did the mob ever knock off an entire DA's office before? The room broke into raucous laughter. For a change, they were being asked to do what they had all become lawyers for in the first place, to prosecute with the full force and intent of the law. Sarah's eyes roamed around the attic room, studying the faces of the young attorneys. She wanted to remember everything, every look. Fisher had begun to speak again. He wasn't smiling. In answer to your question, they knocked off a DA's office in Bogota, Colombia. 17 men and women. So yes, Counselor, there's a precedent for that. The laughter inside the office stopped. Sarah froze that incredible tableau in her mind, too. Just that look on all of the young lawyers' faces. She was trying to help in any way she could, whether it was something major or taking care of details she was afraid no one else would remember. Sarah spent the rest of the morning of July 17th and most of the afternoon on the phone with Customs. Then she was on the phone with an official from Scotland Yard. Finally, she spent an hour with one of the best researchers at CBS Network News. She thought of it as tightening the noose. She wasn't sure whose neck the noose was around, though. The look on the faces of those young lawyers kept flashing back to her. The key to everything was patience. Harassment would work, but it took time. There was no other way to go after Alexander Saint-Germain and the club. Chapter 77. John Stefanovich and Isaiah Parker, One Police Plaza. Stefanovich and Isaiah Parker were dragging badly when they left Police Plaza one night later that week. As he pushed the wheelchair across the pedestrian mall, Stefanovich looked up at ragged clouds whipping across the sky. That was the way he felt. Torn apart by hidden forces. All things considered, it's going better than we ought to expect, he finally said to Parker. What's Saint-Germain up to, though? Why is he sitting back and taking it so calmly? He's deciding how he wants to handle our little disturbance. He's been harassed before. He's waiting for something, some mistake he thinks we'll make. It's almost like he knows what mistake we're going to make. Maybe he does. He's been here before. I also think he's trying to keep his nose clean. He's playing the maligned and completely misunderstood businessman. That could be. It would explain a few things. Both Stefanovich and Parker knew that the New York police practiced more illegal harassment than had ever been reported anywhere by the media. There were major and minor tactics. Stefanovich had seen senior detectives putting sugar in the gas tank of a mobster's Cadillac. He'd watched oil rags being stuffed up the exhaust pipe of a pimp's Caddy Seville parked in Times Square. Cops knew that most wise guys would tear up a parking or moving violation ticket, but the computers kept extensive records. With a well-placed phone call, any detective could get a scofflaw drug dealer's car towed to the city garage. The result was incredible bureaucratic red tape and frustration, and occasionally a hot-headed mistake. In the area of more serious harassment, the city's environmental agencies always cooperated with Police Plaza. They could shut down a mob-owned factory for violations, or a favorite restaurant in Little Italy because of flies, rodent droppings in the kitchen, faulty ventilation, even improper signage in the bathrooms. Then there was every policeman's best friend, the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. The special conspiracy law was aimed directly at organized crime. The RICO Act permitted officers legally to seize a suspect's bank accounts, automobiles, speedboats, even a house or place of business, which was precisely what they were doing to Saint-Germain. At the parking lot entrance, Stefanovich and Parker stopped and shook hands. They renewed the emotional pact made a few days earlier in Stefanovich's office. Both of them were used to long surveillance stints. This looked like it might be a beaut. Stefanovich avoided saying what was going through his mind. Watch your ass going home. Good night, Isaiah, he said. Tomorrow is going to be our day. Parker's face was well defined in the moonlight. There was something reassuring about his physical presence. I like working with you, Stefanovich. I never forget you grabbing that motherfucker out of his limousine. Stefanovich liked working with Parker so far, too. Isaiah understood that this was about getting Alexandre Saint-Germain, snaring the grave dancer, no matter what happened to either of them. The two policemen finally separated. They made their way into private compartments of darkness and mystery. Chapter 78. Sarah McGinnis and John Stefanovich, East 66th Street. Sarah and Sam were like an old married couple sometimes, a late 1980s version of The Odd Couple. For a good 15 minutes that night, the two of them discussed the alternatives for dinner. They finally decided on Ray's Famous Pizza, a bottle of apple cider, homemade Toll House cookies, and a Spielberg movie called Goonies. They didn't watch much of the movie because they started gabbing about the trip upstate with Roger. Sam asked Sarah whether she and his dad were ever going to get together again. As gently as she could, she told Sam probably not. He seemed to accept that. Sarah had to keep biting her tongue as she listened to Sam's stories about his 2 weeks with his father. Roger had given in to every whim Sam had, refusing to set any limits. He had been perfectly awful. "He's sure a great guy," Sarah said as she tucked Sam in around 10. She was really biting her tongue now. "He loves you a lot, Sam." Which was probably true. Who wouldn't love Sam? He was so vulnerable. Sam's eyes looked so sad. "What's the problem, Sam?" "Dad loves me," Sam finally began to answer. "I love him, too. But, Mom?" "I'm right here." Sarah leaned forward. She kissed Sam's cheek, nuzzled him affectionately. "I love you. I missed you every single day on our trip. Promise you won't leave me, okay?" He raised his small, fragile arms toward her, and Sarah had to stop herself from crying. Suddenly she wished that the problems between herself and Roger could have been worked out. Sam deserved to have a father. After Sam was finally tucked into bed, Sarah went around the apartment straightening up. If it hadn't been for her housekeeper, Annie Lee, the apartment wouldn't have been much different from a crash pad shared by a couple of bachelors. More often than she liked to admit, Sarah slept collapsed on the down comforter on her bed, in her clothes. She also played a lot of Spite and Malice with Sam, and occasionally solitaire with the TV turned on. Late at night she practiced an old Fender guitar in her room, playing Ry Cooder and Muddy Waters songs at 2 a.m. She'd learned the blues in Washington Square in Stockton. Sarah liked Stefanovich a lot, and that was something she wouldn't have thought possible a few weeks before. She had questions, lots of questions, but she was intrigued. So much so that when he'd called from Police Plaza and asked if he could come over for a while, she said yes, even though she was exhausted. Now she couldn't wait for him to arrive. Sarah couldn't make up her mind about Stefanovich, but she knew one thing. She liked being with him more than she'd enjoyed being with anybody for a long time. He kept surprising her, revealing new layers of himself. Stefanovich knew about things that were fresh and interesting to her. He talked about his police job sometimes, but also about her job, about politics in the world. Even unlikely subjects like his cooking theories, child psychology, modern art. He read more than she did. He enjoyed classical music, jazz, and rock. He was familiar with fashion designers, even the names of the top New York and Paris models. He told her that a lot of cops were pretty well read and had varied interests. They just happened to be cops. Most important, John Stefanovich thought that she was beautiful inside and out, and she needed to be told that very much right now. Sarah needed to believe it about herself again. When they had kissed at her beach house, Sarah had actually experienced some lightheadedness. She hadn't felt that way in years, and she found that she'd missed it a lot, more than she had known. Chapter 79. The elevator eased to a stop, and the polished oak door slid open noisily. Sarah smiled when she saw Stefanovich. This was like a date. How many people their age were dating nowadays? A lot, she suddenly realized. He had obviously spiffed up after work. His thick brown hair was combed, his faded blue work shirt looked pressed. He would always seem a little Pennsylvania barnyard, but there was also a subtle polish to him, something that went beyond Minersville, a dash of Manhattan cynicism. And he definitely was handsome, even in the chair. "Hello there, Steph." She suddenly felt shy, the way she did whenever she overthought a social situation. "How'd it go?" "Well, it was a long day, but a pretty good start." He immediately retreated into talk about work. So did she. "How was Isaiah Parker?" "How was he to be with?" she asked. It was partly a nervous question, but she did want to know. "A lot better than you and I on our first day," Stepanovich smiled. "I like him. He wants Saint-Germain. His brother was a lot of his life. There's something else, though, something Parker is not willing to tell me yet." It had suddenly occurred to Sarah that they were holding this conversation in the hallway, where they were easy prey to eavesdroppers. "Shall we go inside?" "It's a nice hallway and all, but I guess we should move inside." "Sam Sneed, winner of 3 Masters and 3 PGAs, is he still up and around?"
"He went off about an hour ago. Will you have a drink with me? I have some wine."
He liked the way she looked in jeans, bare feet, and a faded western print shirt. "If I have that drink, I think I'll turn into a vegetable."
"That's okay. I'll feed you something if you like."
Sarah made cheese and herb omelets, and she opened a bottle of Chateau Margaux. It was quiet in the kitchen, where they sat, nicely peaceful after the long, frantic day. While the eggs were cooking, Stepanovich finished the last of the Toll House cookies. "I've gone past the point where sleep is possible. You know that feeling?" he said after he polished off his omelet and half the bottle of wine.
"I know the feeling right now. Another omelet? More wine? Cookies?"
"Please."
"Really?"
Sarah's eyes widened. The light from the lamp overhead played through her hair. He nodded and grinned. He was feeling almost human again. There was something so luxurious about the cheese omelet and wine at midnight. He hadn't eaten like this for a long, long time. Part of his life was getting so good, so much better, that it frightened him. After the second helping, he sat at the table with a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Beautiful, talented, and she can cook like a whiz. What's the catch? What's wrong with her?" Sarah sighed, her brow puzzling slightly.
"She's divorced. Has a small child who needs lots of love and attention."
"What else? Nobody would ever object to Sam. Nobody worth too much, anyway."
"She can be a workaholic sometimes, which might make her seem too self-centered to some people."
"There's more than that, isn't there?"
"Probably. I think so. Oh, I don't know." "Stepanovich, do you want to go to bed with her tonight?" Sarah said, and suddenly she could hardly breathe. It was out now, no turning back. A look of concern drifted over his face, a definite mood shift. "Do you think that's a good idea right now?" "I have no idea. It's what I'd like to do, though." As if in a dream, the two of them left the kitchen and proceeded to the bedroom. The world seemed a little fuzzed at the edges. Moonlight was streaming through the picture windows. They began to undress, both of them feeling a little strange, suddenly quiet and private. As her fingers clumsily unbuttoned and loosened clasps, she kept thinking, "I want to make love to him." A warm and pleasant sensation was spreading through her now, almost a glow. She wanted him very much. She had for a long time. Sarah came to him. They kissed, and it was as sweet as the kiss at the beach. Yes, there is definitely something here, Sarah thought. "Is this going to be all right for you?" she said against his cheek. She didn't know how to ask certain awkward questions. She didn't want to rush or pressure Steph in any way. She wanted this to be right for both of them. "Yes, it's good for me. After I got hurt, I thought there might not be any feeling. There is, though. I mean, you know what I mean. I can do something about what I'm feeling." Sarah understood better after the first few minutes in bed. For one thing, he had the gentlest touch she could imagine. Using his fingertips, he stroked her back and shoulders,
then her face and neck, then lower on her body. She wondered if he had always been so tender. He wasn't what she had expected at all. He was completely aware of her body, very sensitive and warm. As they became comfortable, the inhibitions began to go away, layer upon layer, like taking off bulky winter clothes. Sarah straddled Stepanovich. Admiringly, she noticed that he had the body of a 25-year-old, firm and hard, especially his stomach, but also his arms and shoulders. He was powerful, but so careful in the way he touched her. Sarah kissed his chest, loving his smell, which was fresh and clean. His fingers lightly kneaded her back and neck. He was relaxing her, inch by inch, her body starting to melt. "Where did you learn to be so nice in bed? So sweet," she whispered. "Back seats of old cars out in Minersville. The Middleview Drive-In Theater. South Junior High parking lot." "No, Steph. She kissed him again. "I was in love once, remember?" She placed a finger over his lips. "I love the way you feel, the way you touch me," she whispered in the darkness. "Everything is going to be fine. We don't have anything to be afraid of," he said. "I was petrified on the way to the bedroom." "So was I, Sarah." Stepanovich smiled. He also blushed in the darkness and was glad that she couldn't see. "I'm not anymore. I'm not afraid." "I'm not either. Oh, maybe a little bit." "Make love to me, Steph. I love the way you touch me. I really do love it." Chapter 80. John Stepanovich, New York Harbor. The harassment continued the following morning. It was the only way to get to Saint-Germain. A 40-foot launch transported nearly a dozen officers from U.S. Customs and the Drug Enforcement Agency, as well as Stepanovich, out to a freighter called the Osprey. The Turkish ship was anchored just inside New York Harbor, near the Ambrose Light. Captain Mohammed Rouzi silently cursed the fates as he examined a 5-page document stamped with the official seal of the Customs Service, Department of the Treasury. A filterless cigarette that was half ash hung from his bloated, white-scabbed lips. Gulls circled and shrieked overhead. Captain Rouzi's command of the English language was poor, but he recognized enough words to understand that he and his ship were in serious trouble with the New York City police. In particular, Captain Mohammed Rouzi knew that he was in big trouble with the unsmiling police lieutenant seated in the wheelchair before him on his ship's deck. "What is meaning this paper?" Captain Rouzi folded both arms across his broad chest, the papers flapping against the wind. He was trying to appear completely mystified as he talked to the police officials. "This is just your basic court order," Stepanovich said in an innocent voice. "It means the Customs Service has received information deemed reliable, passed on by the police department or another law enforcement agency. Your ship is suspected of carrying contraband, specifically narcotics. Drug Enforcement and Customs now have the power to search the ship. They also have the legal power to seize any narcotics and other contraband they find. They have the power to destroy your ship's cargo on the spot, actually. This is Inspector McManus. The search is at his discretion now, his call. Maybe he can tell you more." Stepanovich glanced over at a U.S. Customs officer, Barry McManus, with whom he'd worked several times before. The most amazing thing about this charade was that it was perfectly legal, even commendable. Captain Rouzi glared into Stepanovich's eyes. "Paper means nothing," he said, and started to turn away. "Glad you think so," Stepanovich shrugged. "I just hope the people who own all the cargo on board feel the same way. Inspector McManus, you can search the boat now." A half-dozen New York Customs inspectors immediately and rather joyfully went to work. They began their search by ripping apart several wooden crates filled with Turkish cigarettes, pottery, and phony Oriental rugs. Next, the inspectors carefully went through the ship's books, checking the bill of lading line by line against the ship's actual contents. The inspectors found the usual discrepancies, but they made much of them. The search was as noisy as any New Year's Eve party in Peking. 5 hours later, John Stefanovich, Inspector Barry McManus, and a very unhappy-looking Captain Rousey were back together again in the captain's small, untidy quarters. Outside the open door, a uniformed policeman stood with a riot shotgun poised across his chest. The freighter captain was already under arrest. Several $1 million worth of uncut heroin was being guarded on one of the police launches off the bow.
"I know nothing of drugs. Someone puts drugs on my ship,"
Captain Rousey solemnly, but nervously and unconvincingly protested.
"I am ship captain, 17 years.
Barry McManus shook his head. He revealed a trace of sympathetic regret, but mostly bureaucratic indifference. His stiff stare was enough to bring strong men to tears. It had done just that more than once in McManus's career. "We want to talk to the owners of the cargo on board," Stefanovich repeated his bargaining appeal to the freighter captain. "I think I've been consistent on that point." The Turkish captain wearily shook his head. His khaki shirt was black with sweat stains that ran nearly to his belt. The cramped bunkroom smelled like a horse stable.
"I told you name. Star of Panama Company,"
he said again, emphasizing syllables with spit.
"Star of Panama Company."
"Yeah. The Star of Panama Company owns the ship, but not the cargo. Not the heroin, Captain Rousey. We already went through all this crap. It's on the bill of lading." "Captain Rousey," Inspector McManus broke in. "Captain, we legally searched your vessel and we found uncut heroin. We also found perfectly legal pottery, cigarettes, machine-made rugs, specie. All that cargo is in jeopardy now. All of it. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The round, bullish shoulders of the ship's captain sagged further. His neck had almost disappeared.
"Know nothing of drugs,"
he repeated. Stefanovich looked at the customs inspector first, then at Captain Rousey again. "Tell him, Inspector. I think he deserves to know. The owners ought to know, too. The owners of the cargo." "In accordance with provisions of the RICO Act," McManus said to the freighter captain, "I've ordered my officers to destroy your vessel's shipment of goods. Everything on board. All the cargo. Everything you've brought to New York." Captain Rousey couldn't believe what he had just heard. Were these policemen insane? Entire ship cargoes were never destroyed. His eyes nearly fell out of his face. Such dangerous, unbelievable English words were being spoken. Heroin, destroy, cargo.
"No. What I tell owners?"
Stefanovich leaned forward in his chair. The stench of garlic and sweat coming from Rousey was overwhelming in such close quarters. "You can tell Mr. Saint-Germain and his friends that under federal law there will be no restitution for any of their losses. Tell them that this is all legal. It's the fucking law. Our law. And this is just a start." Stefanovich started to leave the captain's quarters, but he paused and turned back. "And tell him that Lieutenant Stefanovich said hello. We're old friends. Old friends, Mr. Saint-Germain and myself." Chapter 81. At 8:30 that night, Stefanovich pushed himself between crowded dining tables inside the Lotos Club on East 66th. The Lotos Club had originally been opened as a gathering place for people in the literary arts. Nowadays, it was a favored locale for business meetings, lectures, and lavish parties for executives. That evening, the main floor dining room was filled with men and women gathered for one of the hundreds of honorariums that plagued New York every night of the year. Up on the dark wood podium, Alexandre Saint-Germain was addressing the room. He saluted the honoree, but also multinational businesses in general, a subject he was well versed in. Stefanovich temporarily parked his wheelchair beside one of the tables. He listened to the grave dancer talk. He also watched, both Saint-Germain and the other so-called business leaders. He wondered how many of them were legitimate in their multinational business dealings. Were any of them in the Midnight Club? They all looked so above it all, so beyond reproach, so perfect in every way. Finally, Stefanovich began to push himself forward again. He tried to clear his mind, refusing to second-guess himself about what he was doing here tonight. He was flashing painful scenes from Long Beach on the night of the ambush. He was remembering things about Anna, how she had died that night in March. When he got close to the speaker's rostrum, Stepanovich raised his voice above the din in the room. "Saint-Germain," he called, "I have a warrant for you to appear before the grand jury. It's in connection with violations of the continuing criminal enterprise law. I'm serving you here with all these very reliable witnesses present." Conversation around the room ceased immediately. The waiters stopped serving dinner. Silverware froze halfway to open mouths. Saint-Germain's face was a dark red mask of embarrassment. Stepanovich stared at the drug dealer and murderer for a long moment. No one in the dining room looked as if they could possibly belong to the Midnight Club, but nothing was as it seemed anymore. Stepanovich finally pushed himself out of the Lotos Club dining room. He was getting to Alexandra Saint-Germain. He was sure of it. Chapter 82. Stepanovich went home after the Lotos Club. He felt better than he had at any other time during the Saint-Germain investigation. All his instincts told him that they were doing this right. Just right so far. He took a hot shower, dried off, and popped open a bottle of beer. He called Sarah and told her about the scene at the Lotos Club. He wanted to talk about everything with her, but he knew well enough not to try. He was too worn, absolutely fried, unfit for anybody's company tonight. Finally, Stepanovich dropped off to sleep on his couch, half watching a movie. The late-night feature was Chinatown, Jack Nicholson at his most brilliant and mesmerizing as J.J. Gittes. Some time later, the phone rang, a jangling up somewhere near the head of the sofa. Steph woke in a disoriented blur. The room was a cubist puzzle. The picture window was on the wrong side of the bed. All the lights were still on, throwing glaring reflections from the windows back into the room. He finally realized that he was on the couch in the living room, not in his bedroom. He reached for the phone, nearly pulling it off the stand in the process. He knew it could only be Sarah. "Hello, this is Steph," he imitated a phone answering machine. "When you hear the beep, tell me last night wasn't a dream." "What time is it?" "Oh, yeah. Hi." There was a strange silence on the other end of the line. It felt like the physical reality of being somewhere in pitch blackness, like falling into a deep tunnel or drifting into the unfathomable mysteries of death. A voice finally filtered through the receiver's tiny black holes. Stepanovich's pulse quickened as he listened. "I wanted you to know one thing, Stepanovich. I shot her myself. I took the job personally. I stood in the hallway of your pathetic little apartment building in Brooklyn Heights. When the front door opened, I fired the shotgun. You can imagine the rest, I'm sure. You get the picture. Good night for now." Chapter 83. John Stepanovich and Isaiah Parker, Central Park West. "I wanted you to know one thing. I shot her myself. You can imagine the rest." The unnerving explosions inside Stepanovich's head hadn't stopped since the phone call. At 6:30 in the morning, he was on East 43rd Street, waiting for the sports center to open. He'd been up since 4. For once, Beth Kelly was sympathetic during the workout. She pushed him, but didn't try to break him. Something about the wounded look on Steph's face had quieted her down. By 8 o'clock, Stepanovich and Isaiah Parker were back on Central Park West, waiting for Alexandra Saint-Germain to come out to his limousine again, for the chase to resume, the real chase. Maybe the final one. The grave dancer had gotten to Stepanovich with the phone call. He hadn't been able to sleep after the call. He lay awake remembering the months of pain, the suffering after Anna's murder, and the shooting at Long Beach. "I wanted you to know one thing. I shot her myself." He had waited more than 2 years. Now he needed justice, some form of revenge for everything that had happened. When he had been growing up, there was a lesson a priest in Minersville had taught. It mirrored his current frustration. In order to explain the concept of infinity to children, the priest would ask his classes to think back to the very beginning of infinity. The process always created a tremendous ache in Stepanovich's head. Obviously, there could be no beginning. No matter how far he went back, billions and billions of years, he could never reach the starting point of infinity. Stepanovich felt that same overpowering frustration now. Alexandre Saint-Germain's freedom and arrogance mocked him. The grave dancer had placed himself above the law, outside of every moral and ethical system. When the front door opened, I fired the shotgun. You can imagine the rest, I'm sure. He's kind of late getting going this morning. Must be having his Cocoa Puffs. Isaiah Parker finally spoke up inside the surveillance car. Stepanovich had told him about the phone call from Saint-Germain, and Isaiah knew it had shaken him. Lately, he too had had nothing but sleepless nights. 2-3 hours at the most. He was completely committed to the case they were building against Alexandre Saint-Germain. He thought of it as his own personal survival kit. "Why do you think he called me?" Stepanovich asked. "Why now? What the hell is going on?" "Maybe the pressure's getting to him. You embarrassed the shit out of him yesterday. Before that, you treated him like some cheap punk in front of his apartment. He's arrogant. I could see that the first time I looked into his eyes." "No, there's something else. Something about that phone call." "I don't think so. Only that he's still in control." "Maybe he's taking control again," Stepanovich said. His eyes were trained 30 yards down the street, on the grave dancer's car. The blue limousine continued to wait in front of the apartment building, the motor running, smoke curling lazily from the exhaust. Taxis, other private cars arriving for pickups, had to park in front of or behind the almighty limousine. 8:30 became 9 on Stepanovich's watch, a gift from his father when he'd left Minersville. The old Bulova still kept time. It also kept his fashion image right about where he wanted it on this particular morning. Early racetrack. Something was happening right now. His cop's instincts told him that as he and Parker sat watching Alexandre Saint-Germain's building. Another complex universe was operating, completely separate from theirs. Saint-Germain's sordid universe, the Midnight Club's universe. "This is getting a little too familiar," he finally said. "The stakeout routine. Maybe that's what's bothering me. I've got 10 past 9. He's never this late. The limousine's just sitting there. What do you want to do?" Isaiah Parker pushed open the car door and stepped out onto Central Park West. Traffic noise rushed inside the car. "I'll go this time. Bet I get that asshole chauffeur to roll down the window in the limousine." "I'll bet you do, too." Isaiah Parker walked up Central Park West toward the waiting stretch limousine. His long stride ate up the sidewalk distance quickly. His dark glasses seemed to ward off glances from the other people on the street. When he reached the limo, he knocked hard on the driver's door. The window was mirrored. Parker could see himself and the cars sliding past on the street. Finally, the glass eased down. Isaiah Parker smiled as he leaned in toward the driver. It was a typical New York cop versus New Jersey wise guy confrontation, the kind that happened every day on the street. The driver wore a shiny black monkey suit. His smile was typically smug, behind dark Ray-Ban glasses. "Where's the grave dancer, my good man? Your boss is going to be late for work today," Parker said. The driver shrugged, and he issued a coarse grunt. The gesture signified a what's-it-to-you kind of attitude that Isaiah Parker just loved. "Mr. St. Germain's already gone to work. He left a message for you, though. He says for you 2 traffic cops to go ahead, give me the morning's traffic ticket. He told me to tear it up in your faces. He says you have your laws, he has his. He said to tell you and your buddy the cripple that the game's just beginning. It's just the beginning, Dick Tracy." Moments later, an emergency call came over the police radio in Parker and Stepanovich's car. Something had happened. The grave dancer had gone to work, all right. Chapter 84. Alexandre Saint-Germain, New York. Alexandre Saint-Germain rode through the city in grave silence that morning. He was pondering recent actions he had undertaken, a temporary end to respectability, a clear defiance of the club's new rules, and its stated desire for invisibility. Stepanovich had been tracking him for too long. Somehow the detective had escaped death once. He'd wound up in a wheelchair. The stubborn policeman kept coming anyway. He had publicly insulted and goaded Saint-Germain. He was responsible for a freighter load of heroines being confiscated, for the intolerable RICO harassments, for other serious embarrassments during the past weeks. Saint-Germain had encountered diligent policemen before. Sometimes they were driven by some mysterious need for revenge, sometimes by the strictest morality. But in Stefanovich's case, it seemed even more than that. Saint-Germain had asked Jimmy Burke to investigate the homicide lieutenant. Burke had copied records from Police Plaza. The files mechanically reported on Stefanovich's past and present. He had been a Navy officer, decorated twice in the Middle East. He had entered the NYPD in '76 and quickly established himself as a fast-track performer. He was tireless. He appeared to be honest. He was liked and respected by the powers at the top. Even confined to a wheelchair, he was viewed as a key performer in the police department. Stefanovich was still a rising star. Two things were clear from the file. Stefanovich was bright for a policeman, and Stefanovich was relentless in his duty. In a way, he was a very old-fashioned police officer, almost an anachronism. He seemed to have an obsessive preoccupation with right and wrong. He had a moral code and work ethic left over from another era. There was really no choice for Saint-Germain. The street law had to resume. Chapter 85. Sarah and Sam McGinnis, East 66th Street. There was still a small island of serenity for Sarah, a thread of sanity remaining in her life. Sam stood underneath the formal forest green canopy of their apartment building, talking to his best friend Austin, another 7-year-old from the neighborhood. Sarah was posted off to one side. They were early for school, which was just around the corner on Park Avenue. It was a nice way to spend a few extra minutes, Sam yakking about baseball and Transformers to Austin, Sarah renewing some casual New York apartment-style relationships with the other tenants. Watching Sam, Sarah felt as if the life she'd been leading lately was completely unreal. "I think we better scoot," she finally called over to Sam. He said goodbye to his friend, suggesting they have a hardball catch out in the back alley after school. The superintendent usually let them play there, unless he was working on the water pipes, which he seemed to paint or scrape down every other week. Sarah and Sam headed east on 66th Street, toward Park. She watched Sam out of the corner of her eye. He was like a curious little bird sometimes, idly pecking around the home nest. He knew nearly every square inch of the block, in fact. He would comment on the appearance of a new neighborhood face, or somebody's pet, even on the blossoms of the dogwood trees fenced along the sidewalk. This morning, he was a little quiet, and Sarah thought she knew why. She was spending too much time on the investigation and on her book. Sam wouldn't come out and say it, but he was feeling neglected. "Are you okay? Tell your old mom the truth," she finally said about midway down the block. "I'm okay. I'm fine." Sarah draped her arm over Sam's shoulder. "Hey, guess what? I don't believe you. You lie, small white man." Sam began to laugh. She could usually make him smile. Sarah figured that maybe if she joked a little with him, Sam might come out of his funk. "Hey, have I told you how happy I am that you're back? I can't remember. Did I tell you that, Sam?" Sam laughed again. "Only about 100 times, Mom." "How many out of the 100 did you believe me? About 1? Sam continued to smile at her joke. That was one of their things together. They could laugh about almost anything. "How about if we go out to the beach on Saturday? I promise not to work. I'll make Belgian waffles with fresh strawberries. Then some swimming. Wiffle ball, of course. Chinese fighter kite flying. A couple of our favorite movies on the VCR. And that's just the morning." Sam took Sarah's hand as they walked. "What about Steph? Will he come with us to the beach?" Sarah hadn't expected the question, though she wasn't completely surprised. "Do you want Steph to come?" she asked. "Yeah, he's funny. We're friends." "Well, that's good. I'd like him to come, too." Still holding hands, Sarah and Sam turned the corner onto Park Avenue. Traffic on Park was the usual bumper-to-bumper variety for the morning rush to glory. The sidewalk was hopelessly crowded and seemed almost frantic. Men in light-color summer suits, determined-looking women in expensive business suits and dresses, half of them wearing running shoes. One man in a lightweight tan suit looked particularly lost and perplexed at the corner of 66th. New York could be a Twilight Zone horror story for its visitors. He turned to Sarah as she and Sam passed.
3rd Avenue? Excuse me. Do you know which way that is? I got turned around, I guess.
Sarah began to point east across Park Avenue when she was struck by the flat of the man's hand. The unexpected blow against her chest was paralyzing. She was knocked to the ground, flat on her back. Sarah suddenly had no air in her lungs. She couldn't get her breath, couldn't call out for help. A terrible pain shot up her spine. The man in the tan suit lifted Sam off the sidewalk. It was as if he were hugging Sam. The boy didn't know what to do to get away from the stranger. He tried to fight, but he didn't have the strength to break the man's grip.
Oopsie-daisy now.
The man said it loudly enough to be heard by the other pedestrians.
Here we go, big fella. In the car with your dad. Off we go. We're off to the races.
The man was laughing. He was playfully tickling Sam, so that Sam couldn't cry out. The man had a German accent. Who was he? What was happening? Sarah still couldn't get her breath. She couldn't scream for help. Oh, God, no more. It looked as if Sam were squirming because he was being tickled by the man who was playing at being his father. Sarah gasped out loud. She still couldn't scream, couldn't get her voice back. She had never felt so powerless except in dreams, terrifying nightmares about losing Sam. Sam was being lifted into a waiting black sedan. That was all she could distinguish from her view on the ground. Maybe it was a BMW, an Audi. She couldn't tell. The German voice, the accent. The car slowly pulled away, disappearing into a cortege of heavy eastbound traffic. Still terribly dazed, Sarah tried to push herself up from the sidewalk. People gathered around her, trying to help, not understanding what had just happened. Her vision was badly blurred. The close-up faces all merged into one. Finally, Sarah screamed out loud on Park Avenue. Unbelievable words came from her mouth in the middle of all the people heading for work.
Please help me. Somebody, please help. They took my little boy.
Chapter 86. John Stefanovich, East 66th Street. Sarah waited in her apartment for the police, but she was waiting mostly for Stefanovich. She couldn't stop herself from sobbing. For the 100th time, she went to the picture windows in the living room and gazed in futility onto 66th Street. She was numb, and numbness was the only thing that saved her. She was trying to imagine that there had been some terrible mistake with Sam and the man on Park Avenue, but she knew better. The doorbell rang. The police had arrived. There was still no patrol car out on 66th Street. The detective and patrolman had walked over from the local precinct house. The detective held a black leather pad and pen in hand. He looked as if he were ready to give out a traffic ticket. It wasn't the most compassionate way to greet someone after a kidnapping.
Your little boy is missing from school?
Asked the detective.
I'm Detective Chiarelli, he added.
He isn't missing from school. He was kidnapped off the street. I was there. We always walked to his school together.
The words suddenly poured out from Sarah.
A man in a beige suit took Sam in a black car. I think it was a BMW. He knocked me down.
She was crying again. She couldn't help it. The detective stiffened. He was overweight, with a florid face. He almost looked angry at her for being in tears.
Could it be that you let your little boy walk to school by himself this morning?
That's what often happens. Sarah was thrown even further into shock. She was used to working with intelligent policemen. She'd forgotten about the other kind. She overcame the urge to hit this man, to scream at him, to break down completely.
No, of course not. Detective Chiarelli, this is unbelievably hard for me. Why are you making it harder? I was with Sam. I was with my son when it happened.
All right, Mrs. McGinnis. Try to relax, please. We have a description of your boy? It is a boy, you said.
Yes. He's 7 years old. He weighs a little under 50 pounds. I'm not sure how tall Sam is right now. He has brown hair, not very long. His father just had his hair cut.
Is the boy's father here? Detective Chiarelli asked.
No, we're divorced.
Could the father be responsible for taking the boy? What I mean is, were there any custody problems recently?
The front doorbell rang again. This time it was Steph.
He came inside, and Sarah hugged him fiercely. Stepanovich didn't need to hear about what had happened. He knew already. He understood completely. The street law. After the detective and patrolman from the 19th Precinct left, Stepanovich and Sarah held one another in the living room. Finally, he swallowed hard and said, "Everything that we can do right now is being done. That's the truth, Sarah." "Steph, what if we turned it all off?" She spoke the words softly, very tentatively. He sensed that she already knew the answer. "We could try, but I don't think it would make any difference to Saint-Germain and his people. We broke the street law. We have to think of some other way to get Sam back. And we will, Sarah. We'll find Sam. We'll do whatever we have to do." Chapter 87. Alexandra Saint-Germain, the Hunts Point Market. At the intersection of Randall Avenue and Halleck Street in the Bronx, the road dead ends at a vast two-story shed that is the New York City Terminal Market at Hunts Point. The buildings themselves are in the shape of a fork, with 4 separate tines. Each has approximately 60 stores. Inside are truck docks, loading platforms, display areas, and private offices for the owners. Produce and meat trucks enter the building complex at a toll plaza in the late evening, usually between 11 and 1 a.m. The peak of activity is between 3 and 5 a.m., with buyers driving through the market, parking and shopping at their preferred stores. As a rudimentary security system, ID is required by the city's Department of Ports and Terminals, but the ID is available to anyone. On July 24th, Alexandra Saint-Germain's dark blue Mercedes limousine silently moved down the tightly packed corridor of storefronts and loading docks that marked the beginning of the market. Inside the car, the grave dancer was as emotional as he allowed himself to become. It was 3:55 in the morning. The stores had already been open for hours. The glistening limousine didn't seem out of place among the dilapidated storefronts and tractor-trailers. Several wealthy store owners and obsessive Manhattan restaurateurs came to the marketplace in their expensive cars. Alexandra Saint-Germain saw the dark brown sedan before his limousine reached the meeting place. He knew that it contained part of the hit team from Atlantic City, the European mercenaries. As the limousine approached, the sedan's front and back doors swung open. A few seconds later, the first of 3 men climbed inside the limousine. The men wore open-necked shirts, but also sports jackets, and in one case, in spite of the summer heat, a light brown leather car coat.
"Hello, signore. Piacere di vederla. How are you this fine morning in New York?"
The first man spoke to Alexandra Saint-Germain in confident but also respectful tones. The man was Sicilian. He had a strong jutting jaw that seemed to restrict his ability to smile. His skin had a greenish-brown hue. His name was Salvatore Crisci, but he was known throughout Europe as Cacciatore, the hunter. Cacciatore was a killer whom Alexandra Saint-Germain had used several times in Europe. He had never been inside the United States before the affair in Atlantic City. Cacciatore had no use for Americans, though he had nothing against American money. The second man who entered the limousine was a German. His name was Franz Engelhardt. He had planned and executed more than 20 assassination bombings throughout Europe. Years before, his preferred killing tool had been a handmade stiletto with a 9-inch blade. In Rome, he had gotten the nickname Rotino, the knife grinder. It was Engelhardt who had abducted Sam McGinnis on Park Avenue. The third member of the group was Jimmy Burke, the New York police detective who had met Saint-Germain in Vietnam. The 2 Europeans and Burke were powerful-looking men. Although their faces were hardened, it was obvious that they feared Alexandra Saint-Germain. They avoided unnecessary contact with the unforgiving eyes. They were here to report, but also to listen.
"We have followed Stepanovich and the park for the past few days,"
Cacciatore said in a surprisingly high-pitched voice. He appeared to be a homosexual, with a flair for the extravagant. His hair was orange-red, piled in a high pompadour. His pants were extremely tight, and he wore makeup. A conscious effort toward extremes helped create this false impression. The impersonation served as a useful distraction in the underworld. Cacciatore used both hands when he spoke.
"I bought a pack of cigarettes. I was standing right next to Stepanovich in a small store on 84th Street. I could have taken him then.
You told us to wait. Parker is staying with a girlfriend, a model on the east side.
Alexandre Saint-Germain looked away into the bustling early-morning marketplace. His anger was more in control. Actually, he felt comfortable in the workingman's environment. The smell of fruits and cheeses reminded him of his youth, of early mornings in the streets of Marseille. He considered the fate of Stepanovich. Others in the club wanted him to ignore the policeman, to be patient. But he couldn't wait and be patient any longer. Stepanovich had to be dealt with. The policeman was determined, and he was resourceful. One day he might get lucky.
Do it now. I don't care what the rest of the Midnight Club says about this. I don't care about their Harvard Club rules. Do it now.
Chapter 88. John Stepanovich and Sarah McGinnis, East 66th Street. Sarah and Stepanovich had been awake during the longest and worst night of Sarah's life. She had never been more aware of the sounds in her apartment. Sarah glanced at her wristwatch and saw it was 4:20. She would have guessed 5 or 5:30. The passage of time was leaden. A detective from the local precinct was stationed in the apartment for the night. He waited by the upstairs telephone. The last call had been before midnight. It had been Roger, finally reaching her from California. She'd tried a dozen times to get through to him. His call was highly emotional and concerned, but it was also filled with recriminations regarding Sarah's move to New York, where things like this happen. At 7:30 in the morning, Annie Lee, the housekeeper, arrived. Annie was a generally helpful and loving woman from St. Martin. She had been with Sarah and Sam since they'd moved to New York almost 2 years ago. Annie Lee loved Sam as if he were her own little boy. She needed to be comforted and consoled by Sarah, and Sarah almost broke down under the additional burden. Later in the morning, Stepanovich tried to eat something. He sat at the kitchen table, listlessly picking at bakery rolls and sipping black coffee. The telephone still hadn't rung. The kitchen, the whole apartment, felt unnaturally quiet, almost as if he had never been there before.
It's so unreal, Steph. So bad. I can't believe this has happened. Why wasn't I more careful? I should have known this could happen.
Sarah couldn't eat. Stop. You couldn't have known. Stepanovich reached across the table and held her hand. He wanted to help her, but there didn't seem to be any way. Everything possible was being done. He had already seen to that. Soon we'll hear from the police about the canvassing they did in the neighborhood yesterday. There might be something to help us. Somewhere to start us, at least. Stepanovich had requested that the precinct canvass reports be delivered to Sarah's apartment as soon as they were tabbed. At 10 o'clock, the copies finally arrived via Detective Torelli. Included was a crime scene sketch drawn from what Sarah remembered, plus the few details other witnesses had supplied. Detective Torelli was his usual obliging self. There was also a sketch of the perpetrator, as he had been described, a white male in his middle to late 30s, clean-cut in a beige summer business suit. He looked like any of 1,000 businessmen who walked down Park Avenue every morning. Sarah had thought that he could be German, so they were working with immigration to check recent visitors from that country. To pass time, Sarah and Stepanovich read all the verbatims from pedestrians who'd been on either Park Avenue or 66th Street at the time of the abduction. Several had noticed the man carrying his little boy and playing with him, taking him over to their car. Not one of the witnesses had understood that he or she was actually watching a kidnapping. At the end of every statement were the capitalized letters NR, meaning negative results. That was all they'd gotten for the past 20 days. Negative results on the initial investigation of the shooting at Allure, negative results on the massacre at Trump Plaza in Atlantic City. Now this. Alexandre Saint-Germain always seemed to have the upper hand. Somehow he was always in control. Throughout the rest of the morning and early afternoon, the horror grew for Sarah. At noon, Sam would have come home from school. By 12:15, he and Sarah would be eating lunch she prepared when she broke from her writing. But today there was no Sam. The silence, the emptiness in the apartment, were palpable and unbearable. Sarah finally wandered back to Sam's bedroom. Stepanovich went with her. She understood it was the worst thing to do. She began to sob once again, folding her arms over her eyes. She'd never been so completely out of control or felt so empty. Goosebumps swelled over her arms and legs. Sam's belongings, his ball glove, a taped hockey stick, his neatly folded clothes, were all around the cheery room. A favorite childhood book, Harold and the Purple Crayon, was propped on the windowsill. His things seemed to be accusing her. She had never thought of herself as the hysterical type, but she'd never lost her son before either. "We'll get Sam back," Stepanovich whispered, but he wasn't sure anymore. He was finally beginning to completely understand Alexandre Saint-Germain. He understood that as intelligent as he thought Saint-Germain was, he had seriously underestimated him. Saint-Germain was thorough. He would do anything to win, commit any crime, order any murder, any unthinkable act. That was the pattern, in fact. Unthinkable acts. Obscenity on obscenity. The grave dancer was a psychopathic killer. He had no concept of right or wrong, no conscience, no morals, and there was no legal way to stop him. Alexandre Saint-Germain had beaten them again and again. The grave dancer had won everything that was worth winning. Men like him completely controlled the world now. The crumb bums. Chapter 89. Isaiah Parker, East 74th Street. Isaiah Parker had the sense that he'd been followed for the past few days. He hadn't actually seen any of the trackers, but he'd felt their presence several times. Late that night, he wandered around his old neighborhood in Harlem. Starting at 119th Street, he headed west across Morningside Park, which was alive with crack and other secretive drug deals. Teenage dealers were now using electronic pagers to signal one another. A dozen crack houses lined a single block. He continued down Broadway toward 96th, into the so-called gentrified neighborhoods, what the young whites were beginning to call SOHAR, which stood for Southern Harlem. Occasionally people waved to Parker as he passed. He was known to be a cop, but he and his brother Marcus had been part of the neighborhood for so long, even that didn't matter. Isaiah Parker smiled at some of the familiar neighborhood faces. For others, he was cool and expressionless. He knew how to play the hometown crowds. He and Marcus had always known how to play the Harlem street audience. He had a flat, cold feeling inside, brought on by the realization that he couldn't hide like this for much longer. A numbness edged into his body. He would have welcomed the rage that had driven him for the last several months, but the knifing anger wouldn't come. He had to get it back. One more time at least. All the best plans, the constant surveillance cars, the other forms of harassment, were just more police games to Alexandre Saint-Germain. Saint-Germain had seen the eye of combat before. He had survived gang wars in Rome, Paris, Amsterdam, and Macau. He was always protected, a step, several steps ahead of everyone else, including the police. Isaiah Parker ducked inside a neighborhood coffee shop on 106th Street, across a wide stretch of Broadway from the Olympia Theater. He sat at the counter with a brimming cup of bitter black coffee and a stale sugar donut. He watched the street, but saw nothing to alarm him. The coffee shops are all going to the Orientals lately, he thought. New York considered the Chinese and Koreans good little workers, but they made shit coffee. There wasn't much left for black people. Neither of the two young Korean counter boys said boo to him. They probably looked down on black people, too. Parker left them a tip anyway. He went back out on the street. Something was bound to happen soon. Something was definitely going down. It had begun with the kidnapping of Sarah McGinnis's son. Also the late-night phone call to Stepanovich. Thinking about the incident, he had an image of somebody walking up and shooting him in the back. It almost seemed inevitable now. He didn't want to take any chances that someone might be following. He played subway games from 103rd Street down to West 72nd and Broadway. He was the last one on a crowded, buzzing subway car. Then he would suddenly jump off at a stop. He'd get back on just before the electric doors closed. He was finally pretty sure he wasn't being followed. At the corner of 72nd Street and Broadway, he took a checker cab cross town to the east side. He made the cab stop inside Central Park. He got out and walked the rest of the way. Nobody was following. or they were so brilliant, so good at this, that it didn't much matter. At 11:30, he rang a tarnished gold doorbell inside the dreary, semi-darkened foyer of an East Side brownstone. Parker rang the bell a second time. There was no working intercom in the grim foyer, just the rusted shell of one. By midnight, Parker was in bed with a model named Tanya Richardson. Tanya was a girl he'd been seeing off and on for the past few months. He felt safe in the East Side apartment. Almost no one knew about him and Tanya. The few who did, Parker knew he could trust. Chapter 90. At 1:30 in the morning, Parker lay awake in bed, thinking about everything that still had to be done to get at Saint-Germain. He was feeling paranoid and jumpy in spite of the late hour. Finally, he decided to take a walk, one last check around. Then maybe he could sleep. As quietly as he could, he rose from the bed. It was a Byzantine, frilly affair with pipes and sideboards painted white and gold. Springs creaked, but Tanya didn't stir. He kissed her long neck, her flowing brown hair. Then he left. Outside the apartment, harsh streetlights were glinting off all kinds of surfaces, shining out brightly into his eyes. The glare temporarily blinded him. He started to walk down 2nd Avenue, the old favorite singles scene. The Great White Way, still crowded this late at night. Parker rounded the corner onto 74th Street. He continued only a few steps. Crouching slightly, he stared through the windows of cars parked up and down the side street. His eyes were still adjusting to the lights. Finally, he saw what he had been looking for, but hoping not to find. Noisy alarms sounded through his body. Two men were sitting in Goodfellows, a popular restaurant and bar on 2nd Avenue. Parker watched them for at least 60 seconds, just to make sure. He was sure. He'd noticed the one with red hair earlier that day. They were following him. They hadn't seen him approach on 2nd Avenue. They were too busy watching the brownstone where he and his girlfriend were supposed to be sleeping. They were clearly watching the brownstone. The grave dancer had his trackers, too. Isaiah Parker crossed 74th Street. He walked among a few couples, out for a night of grazing in the neighborhood bars and restaurants. Except he was moving faster than the others. He ducked inside Goodfellows, his gold detective's shield out and ready. He said, "I'm a police officer. You stay right here, all right? Don't let anybody else in, capiche?" He spoke quietly but firmly to the blonde Irish bouncer maitre d' stationed at the front door. Yeah, all right, man, sure." He could make out the heads and shoulders of the two hitmen. They were positioned at the rear of the tinted plexiglass bubble attached to one side of the bar, nearest to Tanya's apartment. The trackers. Both men wore dark European-style sports jackets. Parker was sure they carried concealed weapons underneath. The heavy-set bouncer at the door hadn't moved. He was obviously smarter than he looked. Patrons of the East Side restaurant were crouched over their greasy burgers, their shell steaks, and wilting house salads. An air conditioner dribbled water onto the red tile floor. As he peered around a white stucco pillar, Parker bent down suddenly. He took a .22 revolver out of a holster strapped tightly to his right leg. Right then, the killer called the hunter saw him. The gunman's right hand disappeared into his jacket. He was fast and smooth for such a large man. The very affected orange-red pompadour made most policemen underestimate his fighting skills. The other hitman seemed to work in slow motion by comparison. He was moving, though, going for the kill out of sync with his partner. Isaiah Parker fired at Cacciatore first. Cacciatore was hit, and he crashed back through the restaurant window. His expensive black boots were suddenly up on the dining table. His body hung out through shattered glass onto 74th Street. He was like a diver frozen in midair. Parker's gun flashed again. The second assassin suddenly dropped his weapon, which clattered loudly. Then he fell awkwardly to the tile floor. Parker had been grazed by the gunman's first shot. He felt his cheek burning. Customers in the restaurant were screaming, trying to get out onto 2nd Avenue, away from the sudden explosions of gunfire. "I'm a police officer," Parker said to anyone within hearing distance. "It's all over. Everything's all right. Everything's all right now." It wasn't all right, though, Isaiah Parker knew. Alexandra Saint-Germain was coming after them. For some reason he had waited, But now he was coming hard. Chapter 91. John Stefanovich and Sarah McGinnis, East 66th Street.
Good evening, Mrs. McGinnis. Evening to you, sir.
Hello, Mr. Sullivan, Sarah said to the doorman posted inside the foyer of her building. Mr. Sullivan had once told Sarah he'd worked at the building for more than 55 years. He considered the tenants to be his immediate family, though some were more family than others.
Excuse me for asking, but is there word? Might there be anything about Sam that you can tell us?
The obvious concern in the elderly doorman's voice brought back so many painful images for Sarah. How many times had she and Sam stopped to talk with Mr. Sullivan before heading up to their apartment on evenings just like this? Partly because Sam's father didn't live in the building, and partly because Sam was so outgoing and friendly, the doorman had adopted him as their own. They had adopted Sarah as well. It was a prototypical New York family situation.
No, there's nothing yet, Sarah said.
As soon as there's anything, I'll tell you first thing, Mr. Sullivan. The ancient doorman revealed the most gloriously white set of teeth, complementing his full head of white hair.
Well, you folks try to have a peaceful evening, under the circumstances. I'll say a prayer tonight.
Nice old man, Stefanovich found himself whispering as they continued through the marble front hall toward the elevator bank. He wanted to keep Sarah's mind off Sam, if he possibly could. She needed sleep, or soon she wouldn't be any good to anyone. For the first time since he had known her, she looked terrible. All the pain and exhaustion showed on her face. My neighborhood up in Yorkville is filled with doormen who work in Midtown, he said. Families pass these jobs down from generation to generation. Manhattan doorman jobs have been known to appear in wills. Sarah finally had to smile. You love any kind of secret gossip, don't you? You're a closet sociologist, you know. Park Avenue is a street, too, Stefanovich said, and winked at her. I'm getting into this Park Avenue lifestyle a little. I'd love to hear the real dirt from this street. Up on Sarah's floor, they stopped to kiss in the deserted hallway. Sarah tenderly held his face in both her hands. Maybe she was fooling herself, but some of the sadness seemed to have left his eyes. There was something about those brown eyes, windows to the real John Stefanovich. It struck her suddenly how sad it would be if they never got to find out any more about one another, if their story had to end right at its beginning. That was a possibility, wasn't it? They had broken the street law. They had gone after Alexandra Saint-Germain and the Midnight Club. Stefanovich sensed that he was blushing as they held one another in the hallway. He felt vulnerable lately, completely at Sarah's mercy. Finally, they pulled apart. Sarah clumsily tried to find the house key, groping inside her purse. You're the writer. Say something clever to break the silence, Stefanovich said. I can't find my damn key. The two of them laughed as they entered her apartment. The laughter was a relief because it came so infrequently lately. The heavy wooden door slammed shut behind them. Locks clicked tightly into place. The digital clock radio inside Sarah's bedroom went out at 3:17 in the morning. The almost imperceptible electric hum inside the apartment suddenly stopped. The buzz from the refrigerator and the illuminated face of an old Pepsi-Cola hits the spot wall clock in the kitchen disappeared. Sarah stirred slightly. She rolled toward Stefanovich, but she didn't wake up. The building's electricity had gone off. Downstairs in the lobby, the night doorman cursed the building's prehistoric wiring. Their usual night of card games, paperback book reading, and paid catnaps was going to be ruined. The fire exit stairway leading to all floors, the roof, and the basement was illuminated in a widening arc from a powerful flash lamp. The fifth-floor hallway eventually appeared in the jouncing lamp's bright light. Then the imposing dark wood door to Sarah McGinnis's apartment was revealed in the narrowing cone of light. Low, rumbling voices could be heard in the hallway. 3 dark figures stood huddled together behind the search lamp. More words were spoken softly. A ring holding several skeleton keys was produced. One after the other, the keys were inserted and tested in the medical lock. One of the pass keys began to turn slowly in the lock. Chapter 92. Sarah was certain she had heard something outside the bedroom door. The noise was different from the usual nighttime sounds inside her apartment. She was surprised the tiny sound had awakened her at all. Something was different. Her eyes were wide open, revealing a field of total blackness stretching out around her. For a brief moment, it gave her the illusion that she might still be dreaming. A few seconds of concentration were necessary to accustom her eyes to the dark. Finally, she could discern the outlines of both large picture windows inside the bedroom. The sounds of car horns and pneumatic bus brakes drifted up from the street, but no noise came from inside the apartment. She began to look for her clock. Where was it? She couldn't find it anywhere on the night table. She thought she heard a floorboard creak. Did it come from the hallway? Maybe a board under the living room carpeting? Someone was in her apartment. Her breathing was already coming in short, rapid bursts. She couldn't get enough air into her lungs. She concentrated on listening, just listening to whomever, whatever. She was sure that she heard another distinct sound, and she desperately wanted to cry out, to call out and question whoever was there. This wasn't just night frights, not some ordinary New York apartment scare. Somebody was actually inside her apartment. Oh, God. She was a fighter, but not against something like this. Who was it? Alexandra Saint-Germain? The grave dancer? That horrifying, truly bizarre night and early morning in Atlantic City came flashing back at her. The murders. Out of nowhere, it had seemed. How had they gotten in so easily? Steph, she whispered as softly as she could. She moved over to touch his shoulder. He wasn't there. Steph. I hear them. A voice came from a few feet away, off to the left. He had gotten himself into his wheelchair. He had moved across the bedroom, away from Sarah. His revolver was cradled in his lap. Go lock yourself in the bathroom. There was no mistaking the policeman's command in his voice. If anybody so much as touches the bathroom door, start screaming like hell. Once you start screaming, don't stop for anything. Steph, who do you think it is? Chapter 93. I don't know. Get into the other room, please. There's going to be shooting here. John Stepanovich heard the creaking bed springs, then Sarah's light footsteps padding across the bedroom carpet. She understood what was happening, the imminent possibility of gunfire in the bedroom. There was no arguing or discussing with him this time. Stepanovich tried to maneuver the wheelchair and to catch his breath at the same time. He wondered how good he would be in this kind of situation. He never could have imagined how unnerved he would be by the presence of an intruder inside Sarah's apartment. Rage surged in the corridors of his brain, balancing some of the fear. How many of them were there? Would they come into the bedroom firing? Maybe they would creep up to the bed and fire at close range. How would Alexandra Saint-Germain want it done? The street law had to be observed. That was it, wasn't it? Another important object lesson to be taught to the world. I wanted you to know one thing. I shot her myself. I stood in the hallway of your pathetic little apartment building. Suddenly Stepanovich imagined exactly how it had been that night. For a terrifying, sickening instant, he saw everything. The unbelievable horror of the killer coming right into his home. How Anna must have felt at the end. The awful silence made him feel he was trapped in a jar. As Sarah stood inside the bathroom, 100 conflicting thoughts rushed through her mind. Her body felt heavy and almost useless. This isn't happening to us, she thought over and over. It was impossible to accept that they had actually come into the apartment. Her mind kept grabbing onto one thought. Alexandra Saint-Germain is inside my apartment. The grave dancer is here. Sarah couldn't control her breathing. She could hear the amplified pounding inside her chest. She had a sudden urge to double over and throw up. She almost began to scream for help. For a second, she was absolutely going to scream, but Steph had told her to wait, to stay quiet until they actually tried to come into the bathroom. Sarah stood very still. She waited. A wave of exhaustion rolled over her. It was instantly followed by another wave. Outside in the apartment hallway, the unidentified noises had stopped. There were only honking car horns and the acceleration of buses out on Madison Avenue. Stepanovich was certain that one or more hitmen were outside the bedroom door, listening before they crashed inside, before the insanity began. How many of them would there be? Was there anything he could do to stop this from happening? He knew there wasn't. That was the worst part. Had Alexandre Saint-Germain come himself? That was the question he needed answered. Stepanovich wished it weren't pitch black inside the bedroom. He thought about pulling the window drapes back, but it was too late for that. He didn't dare make noise and lose his advantage, that they didn't know he was up, waiting for them. Another floorboard creaked. His heart boomed against his chest. It felt as if it were physically exploding. There was a loud click. The bedroom door opened. They were coming in. Chapter 94. Stepanovich raised his revolver until it extended straight out in front of his face. Fleetingly, he thought that he hadn't fired a gun at anybody in nearly 2 years. He had never gotten used to shooting at another person. Both his arms were rigidly straight. These could be the same men who hit Trump Plaza with submachine gun pistols, he was thinking. There was no hope, no way out if they had machine guns. There was no hope for either him or Sarah. Alexandre Saint-Germain had started out working the streets himself, Stepanovich was thinking. He had done much of the early killing in Marseille, in Paris, in a place called Long Beach. He seemed to enjoy it, to thrive on wet work. Would Saint-Germain have come himself? Would he take that risk? What drove the bastard to do anything that he did? A single light flared. A powerful search lamp was shining into the room. Stepanovich tried desperately to grab hold of his mind. Concentrate, he urged himself. Focus. Instinctively, he wanted to jerk back, to move farther away from the probing light, but there was nowhere to go. He heard the distinctive snick of a pistol action working across the bedroom. Definitely a pistol. How many of them are there, he wondered again. Unanswered questions. The most important ones of his life. Of Sarah's life, too. Were they all inside the bedroom now? They were as quiet as rats working in the darkness. Spasms of fear twisted through his body. A second flashlight blinked on. Its beam revealed an empty bed. No one sleeping there. Now they knew. Suddenly, John Stepanovich fired at the lead flashlight. He aimed half a foot above the source of its piercing ray. A man screamed, wounded and shocked by the unexpected ambush. A body hit the floor with a hollow, sickening thud. The second flashlight blinked out instantly. There was the sound of muffled voices, of men speaking in a foreign language. Stepanovich couldn't be sure of anything that was happening in the pitch darkness. He thought they were moving farther into the bedroom, though, not back into the hallway. Rats rushing into a dark hole at night. He and Sarah trapped in the hole. He could hear their shoes, vague shuffling sounds on the carpet, their clothes brushing against furniture. Then the eerie silence took over the room again, as if no one were there. The bedroom was near total darkness, but his eyes were finally adjusting to the scene. He thought he could make out vague, subtle shapes. That shape over there was Sarah's vanity table? Or was it that he knew what the vanity table was? Was he seeing or remembering? The distinction was so important. He could see the shadowy outline of the bedroom door leading out into the hallway. Could he see the mirror hanging on the bathroom door? He saw moving shadows then, like something liquid being spilled against the bedroom walls. The air was gone from his lungs. He needed to stand up to get his breath. Could they see him? He kept wondering whether their eyes had become used to darkness. The question was screaming inside his head. The mirror on the bathroom door caught an image. He saw a shape crossing past. It moved very quickly, running, darting to the left. He had to do two things, almost at exactly the same time: fire and move away. Fire just to the left of the mirror door, move away in his wheelchair. At the same time. The revolver flared in his hands. An instant later, his left arm reached back and pushed hard off the bedroom wall. All his arm strength went into the motion. The second gunman crashed loudly against the hollow-sounding wall, then stumbled to the floor. The flashlight! His thoughts were so loud it seemed as if he were talking to himself, babbling in desperation. There was at least one more of them, maybe two. Maybe one gunman was without a flashlight. A very smart one? The grand cocksucker himself? Frightened tenants in the building were beginning to cry out from the relative safety of their apartments. A woman screamed close by,
probably on the same floor of the luxury building. Finally, Sarah began to yell for help. Her back was up against the closed bathroom door. Both bare feet were wedged against the cold porcelain of the tub.
"Call the police! Somebody call the police! Please call the police!"
Sarah screamed at the top of her voice. A handgun roared like a small cannon inside the bedroom. A terrible shock of pain poleaxed through John Stefanovich's body. He reeled violently to his left. He almost went over in the wheelchair. One of the hitmen was behind him. The third man. The fourth one. He felt the same searing heat he'd experienced at Long Beach. The sheer force of the gunshot had almost thrown him from the wheelchair, ripped him from his seat. A fire burned down the right side of his spine, searing into his flesh. He moaned softly against his will, but he couldn't control the sound. The gun muzzle bloomed again, behind him. The pain that pierced his brain was excruciating. His eyes started to blur. He could see a bright tunnel of light. It was Long Beach all over again. At that instant, the bathroom door flew open. Sarah was out in the clear. Her silhouette was cast against the wall. Then she disappeared back inside. What was she doing? "Sarah, no!" Stefanovic shouted at the top of his voice. Suddenly, a glass object crashed against the bedroom wall near the closet. Another glass shattered. She was hurling things out of the bathroom. Distractions. Trying to help any way she could. "Sarah!" The gunman fired again, this time point blank into the bathroom. "Sarah! Sarah! Sarah!" Stefanovic steadied his arm where the bright flash of gunfire had been. His hands were shaking. He aimed behind the last of the ghosting gun flashes. He squeezed the revolver tightly in both hands. Rage had taken over. Both shots missed. Chaos followed. Seconds later, all the appliances and lights in the apartment building came back on. The effect was startling temporarily, the shock jarring. He saw the third gunman slip out the bedroom door. There had only been 3 of them. Had the last one been Alexandra Saint-Germain? He couldn't tell. "Steph?" he heard Sarah cry out. Then he saw her coming through the widening crack in the bathroom door. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I'm okay," he said, not wanting Sarah to know he'd been shot. He was having trouble breathing. Someone was pounding loudly on the upstairs door of the apartment. Muffled shouts came ringing through the walls. "Are you all right in there? Mrs. McGinnis? Mrs. McGinnis!" Chapter 95. With a tremendous physical effort, Stefanovic stubbornly started the chair forward. Inside his head there was no other choice. He propelled himself out of the bedroom, then down the hall to the upstairs doorway, and, finally, out of the apartment itself. Once he was moving, it was much better, so long as he didn't lean too far to the left. If he did that, the sudden pain knifing into his back became unbearable. The elevator on the 5th floor was sitting there. He and Sarah had probably been the last ones to use it that night. The final gunman must have gone down the fire exit stairway the way they had entered. Stefanovic took the elevator. Downstairs, the lobby was rapidly filling with tenants. A wall of blank, terrified faces greeted him. Stefanovic pushed his way through the milling, frightened crowd. He was oblivious to everything around him, to the frenzy and commotion. All Stefanovic cared about was the third gunman. "Open the front door," he called ahead to the doorman. "I'm not useless in the street," he thought. It was some consolation. Then Stefanovic was outside in the hot and humid night air. Finding the gunman suddenly seemed hopeless. He didn't have to think that way for long. A running figure dashed from the alleyway, about half the building's length away. The man didn't pause to look back. He just sprinted toward Madison Avenue. Stefanovic immediately began to follow him up East 66th Street. Was it the grave dancer? As he reached the corner of Madison, Stefanovic could see that the other man was limping. He was wounded, too. Stefanovic turned onto Madison, heading south after the gunman, steadily picking up speed. The wheelchair jumped a low curb at the corner. Then he was out in the street, right out on Madison Avenue. The street was flat, and its surface was a lot faster for the wheelchair. He would be able to sprint, truly to race. He hadn't counted on a flurry of traffic at a little past 3 a.m. The New York bar scene began to close down at 3. Traffic had obviously picked up since then. A burst of yellow cabs and other vehicles was barreling up Madison, coming almost directly at him. The drivers of the automobiles saw a man in a wheelchair riding the wrong way against traffic, a crazy-looking man in a wheelchair wearing a bathrobe. A hospital escapee. Even in New York, the sight was completely unexpected. It instantly got worse. Stefanovich pulled the .22 revolver from the folds of his bathrobe. He began firing down Madison. Stroked the chair, he remembered, not knowing if he had any real hope of closing the distance between himself and the hitman. Traffic began to swerve wildly in order to avoid him. Taxis and other cars angled sharply out of the inside lane, their angry, blaring horns underscoring the danger he was causing. Was it Alexandra Saint-Germain up ahead? There was no way Stefanovich could tell. He had to close the gap. He tried to remember everything he'd learned about racing in the chair. Stefanovich found that he was gaining ground as his head rose for another quick look at the running man. His chest was on fire, but he was gaining. Inches, but something. His body was tingling all over. He could feel wetness underneath him, and he knew it was his own blood, pumping out with each heartbeat. Stroke, he repeated to himself. Stroke. Watch nothing except the lead racer. Nothing else exists. The gunman had stopped. He was turning back, standing less than 30 yards away. The gunman was leveling his gun at Stefanovich, who was wildly caroming into better range. Stefanovich recognized his potential murderer. He knew the man. Chaos, madness filled his head. John Stefanovich swung up his revolver, losing control of the wheelchair as he did. The lesser of two evils, he thought in a flash. Maybe. He fired before the other man. He didn't see anything after that because he was heading directly into the side door of a swerving yellow cab. The taxi was only inches from his face. He caromed hard off the cab door and was instantly hit by a speeding, low-slung red sports car. Horns were screaming everywhere on Madison. A startled, angry swarm was all around him, brushing him, almost touching, desperately trying not to run him down. The wheelchair had begun to fly. It was something he wanted to do for so long, one of his recurring fantasies, just to fly away. Only it was sheer terror to be flying, actually flying. He knew he couldn't possibly make the chair land on its wheels. The angle to the ground, to the blurry street pavement, was almost sideways. He was going to hit on the bad side, too, where he had already been shot. There was nothing Stefanovich could do to control his fate. All he could manage was to go along for the ride. He struck the ground and lost consciousness for an instant, not sure if he went out before or after he hit the street. He touched down partially with his left shoulder, partially with the side of his face. Then the rest of his body followed, wildly rolling over and over again. Over and over and over. "It's not Saint-Germain," was the next thing he heard. "It's Burke. He's dead, Steph. You got Burke." Stefanovich nodded. The words vaguely registered somewhere in his mind. He'd seen Jimmy Burke with one fast glimpse from the rampaging chair. Burke from Long Beach, and now Sarah's apartment. Of course, Alexandra Saint-Germain hadn't come himself. He had never given it a thought, had he? Sarah was with him in the middle of Madison Avenue. So were an awful lot of policemen and EMS ambulance people. Some character in a white dress shirt and tuxedo trousers peered down at him through owl-rimmed glasses. A doctor? Stefanovich hoped he was. Sarah held his hand tightly in both of hers. The look on her face was so frightened that it scared him, too. "I'm glad you're all right," he whispered behind a crooked smile. He was amazed at how weak he felt. Helpless, yet strangely peaceful, sprawled there in the street. His face felt out of kilter somehow. It matched his body, which was twisted and bent, lying like a broken doll in the bus lane of Madison Avenue. Finally he winked up at Sarah, and then both his eyes closed. His eyes felt so heavy. His head lolled gently to the right, settling on the thick white traffic line. 15 yards farther down Madison Avenue, the sad wreck of Stefanovich's wheelchair lay flipped over on its side. Chapter 96. Sarah McGinnis, Milton, New York. It wouldn't stop. The terror wouldn't stop coming at her. For days, Sarah wondered if she might be losing her mind. The relentless pressure of the past few weeks had been overwhelming. Now it was even worse. At the same time, she felt that her wits were somehow sharpening again, as if a kind of clarity came with walking through fire. Whenever she drifted off to sleep, she would bolt awake, terrified by the indescribable images in her head.
Her brain would throb with a dull pain. Her body was sore all over. She had lost more than 10 pounds. She looked gaunt and felt depressed. There were so many disturbing moments that she couldn't erase from her mind, so many obsessive thoughts that wouldn't stop flashing. Sarah visited New York Hospital a dozen times. No one could or would tell her how Stepanovich was really doing. There were vague, hopeful, and polite niceties, but no one told her the truth. No one would even tell her if he was going to live. There was no news on Sam, either. She wouldn't allow herself to speculate on the reasons. She closed off certain regions of her mind, like rooms in an overly large house during the dead of winter. Alexandre Saint-Germain seemed to have disappeared from New York again. Perhaps he'd fled the country. The police hadn't been able to reach him for questioning. The daily newspapers overflowed with stories about the terrible shooting at her apartment. She and Stepanovich were emblazoned across all the front pages. The scenario had the staccato, slightly unreal feel of Hitchcock melodramas. Or was it more the feeling of an actual nightmare? The phone call finally came early on Wednesday morning, 3 days after the vicious attack at her apartment. It was a brief call, not long enough for a police tracer of any kind. Sarah picked up the phone downstairs in the hallway off the living room. She heard a disturbing silence first, then an almost distinguished voice over the telephone. "We want you to know that your little boy is fine. He's safe as he can be. Not a hair on his head has been harmed," she heard. Then the telephone wire went dead. Sarah leaned up against the wall. She couldn't take any more of this. Her heart physically ached. She was suddenly trembling all over, her hands, her entire body. Who had that been on the telephone? Why were they calling her now, then hanging up? What did it mean, "Your little boy is fine"? There was nothing else they could take from her, so why had they called to say that? Sam wasn't fine at all. How could he be fine? Who was the call from? Saint-Germain? The club? She didn't understand the kidnapping, and now this call. But why should she suddenly understand the inner workings of the club? Sarah stayed within steps of her telephone for the remainder of the interminable day. During the early afternoon, she noticed her reflection in the mirror in the foyer. It startled her. She had never looked so drawn, so completely exhausted. Sagging black and purplish bags hung beneath both eyes. Her hair looked as if she'd used it to dust the apartment. Where were they keeping Sam? What could they want from her now? What could they possibly want? There was no follow-up phone call the next day. 24 hours passed with nothing but the torture of her inner thoughts to occupy her. Keeping her mind in this nightmarish state was clearly part of the plan. Why, though? For what purpose? She couldn't go outside her apartment without meeting reporters camped like an aging neighborhood gang on 66th Street. They wouldn't leave her alone. And suddenly Sarah understood what it was like for victims besieged by newspeople after a tragedy. She felt as if she had visible open wounds, and the newspapers and TV reporters were shamelessly picking at them. She had never been brutal at these kinds of news scenes herself, but she had certainly been a part of them. Only now did she understand what it felt like on the other side, to be besieged for news the public deserved to know. One morning, when Sarah was short-tempered with the reporters, they sharply reminded her that she, of all people, ought to know better. She did know better, she told them, and so should they. She visited New York Hospital again that same afternoon. Stepanovich had just undergone a major operation. The only blessing was that his doctor was excellent, a tireless healer named Michael Petito. Dr. Petito wasn't one to dispense false hope or a misleading prognosis, however. He told Sarah that he didn't know if Lieutenant Stepanovich was going to come out of it. Finally, someone had at least told her the truth. Chapter 97. "We want you to do something for us, Sarah. If you do it, we'll bring your little boy home to you." The second phone call came as suddenly and unexpectedly as the first. Both times, Sarah could picture the man who had taken Sam on Park Avenue. That moment was still so vivid in her memory. "Yes? What do you want?" "Please," she whispered hoarsely into the receiver. She knew she was hoping against hope. She was truly desperate now. The telephone had woken Sarah from a rare sleep on Friday morning. She tried to concentrate on each word she heard. She needed to understand and remember every nuance. The voice on the phone told her what to do next, and what the consequences would be if she didn't. It was all put very clearly. At the end of the conversation, the caller even offered a measure of reassurance. "There is no need for you to worry about your little boy. We want you to get your son back. It's up to you. If you cooperate on this one thing, he's as good as home. We don't want any more attention drawn to us." It was all up to Sarah. The explanation had been that simple. She had her instructions to follow. Whether she trusted the caller or not, she had no choice but to go. As she drove north toward the upstate New York village of Milton, Sarah finally began to understand. There had been a simple and very direct logic to it all, right from the beginning. She knew all the rules. She just had to follow them as directed. We don't want any more attention drawn to us. Their rules. Always. Although a few people still seemed to reside there, the small village at the end of her journey was like an eastern version of a ghost town. Paint was peeling off most of the dilapidated houses. Foundations were collapsing. Front porches were caving in everywhere in Milton. Nearly every backyard seemed to overflow with mechanical relics. Rusting refrigerators, the shells of automobiles and pickup trucks, bent and twisted machine parts that couldn't possibly have a function. As she drove down closer to the Hudson River, the scenery changed for the better. There were larger houses, many of which appeared to be country estates. Birds sang in the trees, which were mostly maples and elms and graceful old evergreens. Occasionally the river peeked through drooping leaves, looking blindingly blue, oblivious to anything but its own monolithic beauty. Following instructions, Sarah finally parked the Land Rover at an overgrown driveway bearing a wrought iron signpost, indicating that the house belonged to a certain J. Kammerer. She could see a large estate house from the road. The house was off-white, graying in spots, with its paint peeling and chipped, but not beyond the ministrations of a handyman. An acre plot of lawn was overgrown, yet had obviously been shorn once or twice during the summer. Why had she been asked to come to this place? Is Sam being kept here? She wondered. She climbed out of the Land Rover. "Hello?" Sarah called. "Hello? Hello there?" she called again, her voice cutting sharply through the screen of summer's insect buzz, the persistent bird chirping in the woods. She had been calm on the drive upstate. Her state of distraction had served as a tranquilizer. Now she was aware of how vulnerable she was, standing here and looking around. Where are they holding Sam? Her brain screamed. "Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?" Sarah called out again. Still no answer came back. She wondered if anyone was watching her. She had the disturbing intuition that someone probably was. Intermittently, a solitary car or pickup drove by on the winding country road that had led her to the house. J. Kammerer? She didn't know anyone by that name, not that she could remember anyway. Finally, Sarah decided to do what she had been told. She slowly walked back to the Land Rover to fetch her package. What they wanted from her. This was the hardest part yet. Harder than she'd imagined when she received the instructions. When she reached the vehicle, Sarah put her hands down into the front seat. She paused for a moment, trying to calm herself, trying to breathe. Her writing and research for the club were there, sitting on the car seat. All other copies had already been destroyed. She gathered the bundle of papers up in her arms and began to carry it across the front lawn, almost like a small, injured animal. Sarah understood that she was a loose end for them, no more than that. They didn't want her book published. It would be embarrassing. That was what this was about. Saving the Midnight Club from discomfort and embarrassment. Preserving their respectability, their invisibility. Their goddamn rules. She was almost certain someone was watching. Where were they keeping Sam? Oh, Sam, where are you, baby? Could he be right here, in this woodsy neighborhood with all of its somber nooks and dark crannies? Could he be in that house? Sarah realized she was feeling lightheaded and feverish in the summer heat. Blue jays continued to sing from the trees. Crickets and other insects buzzed, almost like an electric current in the air. Sarah listened for another kind of sound, A human sound, a small, innocent boy's voice calling her name. She shuffled unsteadily from the Land Rover toward the oversized, ramshackle house. Tiny insects seemed to swarm around her. A woodpecker issued its tat-a-tat-tat from the trees. There were no human sounds. Is this the end of it, then? She wondered, almost speaking out loud. Was this going to be the finish of everything? Had they won every point? Alexandre Saint-Germain and the Midnight Club. They had won, hadn't they? They always seemed to win. Sarah wanted to scream. She left 2 years' worth of research and writing for them. She did as she had been instructed. Their warning had been clear and coldly logical. If there were copies, if the notes were ever reconstructed in any way, she knew the consequences. As she drove back to New York, she thought she had never felt so drained, so completely used up and unreal. Maybe it was going to stop now. Maybe it could just end. Chapter 98. Sarah McGinnis, East 66th Street. 48 hours after the trip upstate, Sarah was walking in a slow, aimless, and drifting way. She shuffled west on 66th Street, moving in the direction of Park Avenue. After she'd left Milton that afternoon, she'd been filled with hope, even with a kind of strange joy. Since then, Sarah had become almost disconsolate. She'd done exactly as they had asked. She had played by their rules. What more did they want from her? Where was Sam right now? Was he still alive? There was something satisfying about not having anything to work on, at least. There was no book, no investigation. Walking around her neighborhood, Sarah had been noticing odd, unimportant things for the first time in months. Slants of sunlight bouncing off the hard city surfaces. Colorful flowers growing up out of the sidewalk. A new northern Italian restaurant, a hopeful menu in the window. The trouble was there was no one to share it with anymore. She shook her head to brush away the thought. She saw the dark gray Mercedes moving along the street toward her, almost as if someone were searching in vain for a parking space. She felt herself go cold for maybe the 100th time in the past few weeks. Her eyes never left the slow-moving car. 2 men were in the front seat, hulking men in dark suits. For an instant, Sarah thought about running up the stone stairs, hiding inside the brownstone she had just passed. Were they coming after her now? The scene seemed to happen in slow motion. She had a horrible feeling about this car. She had no logical reason, just a gut reaction. They were after her, but why? She'd given them all her writing, the truth as she understood it, her research. It would take her more than a year just to reassemble the club, and it would never be as strong a book. The gray sedan stopped alongside Sarah, less than a foot away. She froze. The electric door locks sprung open. The rear door swung toward her. A tall, gray-haired man stepped out of the Mercedes. It was no one she knew. He stared directly at her, a slightly quizzical look about his eyes. Obviously, he didn't care whether she could identify him. He operated with no fear. He knew he was in control. He seemed so respectable, just a man in a business suit. "Mrs. McGinnis?" he asked, and she nodded without saying a word. She really couldn't speak, didn't want to speak. "None of this happened," the man said. "Please understand that. We don't want to read about any of this in any newspaper. We really wouldn't appreciate that." Then Sarah's mind seemed to disconnect from the rest of her body, from the entire scene on 66th Street. She saw Sam being helped out of the car, but she couldn't quite make sense of what was happening. It was like looking at a photograph that had come to life. She had never been so completely detached, not at any moment in her life. "Mommy, Mommy!" Sam cried. She was suddenly afraid that they were going to let her see him, then take him away again, whisk him back inside the car. Instead, they let Sam go, and he ran straight into her outstretched arms. The gray sedan continued up the narrow street canyons, and finally disappeared, as if indeed none of this had happened. But then why would she and Sam be crying in the middle of their street? Chapter 99. The Midnight Club, Beverly Hills, California. Discreetly hidden along the hills and canyons north of Sunset Boulevard, the suburb of Bel Air is almost exclusively residential, accessible for the most part through steel gates occasionally guarded by private police. Nestled among the lush, low hills is the Hotel Bel Air, classic, palatial, secluded. Unique for its understated and tasteful landscaping, its petal-strewn walkways, its swans. Almost everything about the California Hotel is beautiful, and best of all, respectable. But during the first week in November of that year, gloriously sunny days, consistently in the high 70s, there were no rooms or suites available to any of the business travelers, the movie studio executives, the movie stars who frequent the Hotel Bel Air. Instead, the 11-acre, 90-room retreat was reserved for an unusual meeting. 27 business executives, government leaders, and high-ranking military men were in attendance. They met each morning over breakfast served in the pavilion and garden room, more typically used for expensive weddings and lavish bar mitzvahs. Every night, the participants dined as a group in the hotel restaurant, which had also been booked for the 5 days. The talk of the Bel Air was the usual sort from the 27 members of the club, although it could hardly be considered shop talk. There was the important subject of narcotics, now a $23 billion a year business with a profit margin over 65%. There was borrowing and lending, once known as loan sharking. This banking function now accounted for $14 billion, $10 billion of that profit. There was prostitution, computed at less than $1.5 billion, still 40% in the black. And gambling, about $12 billion net, half of it positive earnings. One evening at dinner, there was a disinterested discussion about how the Cubans were getting into the numbers racket in New York, Baltimore, and Philadelphia. The Nigerians and the Pakistanis were involved in heroin dealing lately, and also the seemingly unrelated false credit card business. Why did ethnic groups always seem to have their specialities? None of the members really cared. This was big business, with profits in the area of $59 billion to $60 billion a year. During the week in Southern California, refinements were made in distribution channels. Changes were agreed on in the pyramid-style management system that would affect business in every major country around the world. Elemental changes in the way things had run for perhaps 1,000 years. At the top of the new infrastructure was a chief executive. Then came a chief operating officer, a general counsel, and finally, the other major executives. What the 27 members had finally done was to control crime. They had succeeded in making organized crime one of the most powerful and wealthiest business entities in the world. They were now 11 times more profitable than IBM, with no competition in the mid-range of their product line. Only one important club member was missing for the high-level meeting in California. Alexandre Saint-Germain was not among the group sequestered in the hills of Bel Air. He purposely had not been invited. However, he was the subject of important conversations at the hotel. The discussion was one of business practices, of the new way versus the old, of respectability and anonymity. The grave dancer had fallen back into his violent ways. There was the style in which he had attempted to enforce his will recently in New York, shootings, an unfortunate kidnapping in which the club had finally intervened. There was the matter of a missing young woman named Susan Palladino. Alexandre Saint-Germain had been necessary in the original plan to eliminate the old guard of crime. He had a shrewd understanding for business and politics, the instincts of a Machiavelli. He had personally charmed several of the 27 current members. He had originally brought them into the venture, in fact. But now, what to do with the grave dancer? In the early morning of November 16th, David Wilkes led FBI agents and members of the LAPD onto the private grounds of the Hotel Bel Air. 36 officers and agents in business suits and duty uniforms trotted briskly across the strikingly beautiful landscape. Riot shotguns and a variety of handguns caught the glint of the morning sun. Bolt actions slid into readiness, waking the swans. causing the hired Vietnamese and Mexican help to duck into laundry closets and a few unoccupied rooms. One of the club members was arrested during his morning swim. Another member was stopped while jogging down nearby Bellagio Road. The majority of the members were roused from sleep. The raid was led by Wilkes of the FBI, but the team also included Stuart Fisher from the New York District Attorney's Office. Sarah McGinnis was there in spirit. So was Stefanovich. The raid was the culmination of 4 months of strategic planning and unusual cooperation, not only among U.S. agencies, but also governments around the world. Known club members had been under surveillance for weeks before the California meeting. The documentation necessary for prosecution filled several large rooms in Wilkes' offices in Washington. Duplicate material was stored in warehouses in New Jersey and, for safety, at Interpol headquarters in Europe. The RICO Act was cited over and over again to the 27 business people, then to their expensive teams of attorneys. So much for respectability, for the clubs being civilized and blending in, for euphemism of any kind. The police were finally learning the rules of the game. There were no rules at all, except to shoot to kill. Chapter 100. Alexandre Saint-Germain, the World Trade Center. 7:50 a.m., and he was alone. He was more alone than he had ever been in his life. Am I suicidal, he wondered. He had no definite answer for himself. He hurried across the sterile expanse of marble and stone inside the World Trade Center lobby. He took one last deep breath at the elevator banks to steady himself, to get himself ready. He pulled out an Ingram machine gun pistol. The compact weapon came from beneath a loose-fitting black sports jacket. It happened so quickly that no one could have reacted any differently. A man pushing an Au Bon Pain bakery cart distracted the bodyguards at the last moment. No one moves. That means you, and you especially. No point trying to be heroes here. No need to die for this piece of shit. Alexandre Saint-Germain recognized Parker an instant before he saw the submachine gun. Parker had reached the elevator doors simultaneously with Saint-Germain and his entourage. The plan was skillful in its execution, almost effortless. To work, it had to be. Parker immediately pushed Saint-Germain inside the elevator. He pressed the black muzzle of the Ingram hard up against the man's throat. "Don't sweat," he said to the grave dancer. "Everything's cool. We've already thought of everything. No body doubles this time." Both of Alexandre Saint-Germain's hands were thrust out, palms forward. He was holding back his own people. "I will take care of this," he said. "I'll handle this." The doors slid shut without a sound. Parker and Saint-Germain were alone inside the elevator, facing one another across the empty passenger car. "I'm sure we can work something out, come to an agreement," Saint-Germain spoke very softly. "Just shut up, Busherman." Chapter 101. Parker jabbed the button marked 108, the tower's top floor. Up there was the famed observation deck where ordinary folks could pay to peer out over New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, the whole metropolitan area. The passing floor numbers registered on the indicator lights. The elevator car cables whinnied like ropes of steel scraping together. As the numbers reached 37, 38, 39, Isaiah Parker watched closely, then he jammed the emergency button. The elevator bucked slightly, then slowly scraped to a stop. The alarm bell inside went off, a loud wailing that was painful to the ears. "You thought you had it all figured out," Parker said. He held the machine gun pistol so it touched Alexandre Saint-Germain's chest. He wasn't feeling much of anything yet, as if he were drifting away, finally cut loose from the world. "Apparently not." The grave dancer's tone was supercilious. "You killed off the competition. That was like firing the old executive team. What was supposed to come next?" Alexandre Saint-Germain's face remained difficult to read. He had the cold, distant eyes of a wolf. He was completely self-absorbed. "I've met policemen like you before. Many times before," he finally said. You understand very little about life, but you think you know it all. Self-delusion can be extremely dangerous.
Isaiah Parker smiled at Saint-Germain. Something else I was told. You fed my brother junk for 10 days. Got him addicted. You played with my brother, poisoned him slowly. You hurt him to teach another of your lessons.
Saint-Germain shook his head back and forth. A few missing details in your story. Your brother was an addict before we ever got to him. Whenever he needed it, we were there, of course. He was crazy, depressed, and very dangerous at the end. You should have seen that, except that you were using cocaine yourself. A great deal of cocaine, as I understand it.
Isaiah Parker leaned back hard against the elevator wall. He smiled a little sadly this time. So, he had shown the first weakness. Alexandre Saint-Germain was still winning. The emergency phone inside the elevator began to ring. The familiar jangling sound came with its own echo. Parker reached back behind his head. He plucked the phone away from its rack. Yeah, elevator man. Who is this? Who's up there? He heard over the line. Who the hell's in that elevator? It's Alexandre Saint-Germain and a friend of his. We're in conference right now. Isaiah Parker hung up the telephone. He realized that he was feeling strangely giddy. He wouldn't allow himself to lose concentration, though. He took the phone receiver off the hook again. No more calls, he said to Saint-Germain. We'll hold all your important calls for a while. Parker waved his gun to the left of where Saint-Germain stood. Have a seat. Slide down nice and easy against the wall. Where'd you get your suits, man? Barney's Boys Town? You're the best-dressed killer in town. Parker could hear the steady wail of police cruisers arriving outside. It made him understand how spectacular and bizarre the moment was. Who knows? Maybe they can rescue you, he said in a quiet voice. Maybe they can figure something out. So sit back and relax. Let's try to imagine how it's going to turn out. Make a guess. You're supposed to be smart. Chapter 102. Time in the elevator passed slowly. A half hour, an hour, almost 2 hours, all according to plan. Parker had been on the other side of police emergency situations before. He knew how they were reacting out there. He'd planned on that, too. Both he and Saint-Germain were soaking in their own sweat. Somebody had shut off the elevator's fresh air supply. The first smart move by the NYPD. Everything had become a slow, floating dream in Parker's mind. He'd been thinking about Marcus, remembering moments between them. They'd been neighborhood heroes. It was a hard feeling to explain. He thought back to when his brother had been champion. Being at the top of the world like that made you soar, made you feel you were somebody special. Everybody looked up to Marcus, and they knew they could get out of Harlem, too. Escape was possible. Then the dream had been destroyed because of this man on the elevator floor. Policemen, several of them, were stationed at the elevator bank below and on the 40th floor above. Every so often they hollered up or down to the stalled car. They cajoled, they threatened. Parker never said a word back to them. His eyes were starting to burn. Rivulets of sweat seeped out from his hairline. He felt as if his body were soaking in a warm pool. Saint-Germain's linen suit had turned a lifeless cardboard gray. His wavy blonde hair was plastered over his forehead. He wasn't the invincible grave dancer anymore. He was a monster, though, and Parker could feel his skin crawl. I'm going to tell you how it goes from here on, Parker said. His voice stayed low, but kept an edge. Then we'll be even, you and me sitting here in this hot box. You'll know as much as I do. You're in control now, my friend. Yeah, that's right. Isaiah Parker raised the black snub-nosed submachine gun. The Frenchman's dark eyes registered the slightest confusion. Alarms seemed to go off in his head. Saint-Germain had decided that Parker wasn't suicidal. He was too much in control of the situation to let himself die here. The police detective obviously wasn't going to shoot him inside the elevator. What was he going to do?
What was he planning now? "You don't have anything figured out," Parker whispered across the elevator. "You seem certain about that." "Yeah, I am. You still think you're going to get away? That's your fucking arrogance. You think I put myself in a box here, no way out, no escape for me?" Saint-Germain said nothing. A smug expression remained on his face. He always won. Somehow he won. "You're wrong. I just wanted you to suffer like my brother Marcus. Like you did to him in the Edmonds Hotel." Isaiah Parker raised the Ingram machine gun and smiled. With his free hand, he took out a sealed plasticine bag filled with fine white powder. Saint-Germain's eyes widened. Finally, he understood something. "I wish we had more time for this," Parker said. "Never enough time these days." He took out a lighter, an ordinary Bic. He took out a small silver spoon. A hypodermic needle and a plunger appeared next. He raised the Ingram to the level of Saint-Germain's eyes. "Take off that coat. Get comfortable." "What if I won't?" "Then everything goes real quick. Less time for any rescue attempts. Roll up your sleeve. Either arm's okay." The grave dancer reluctantly took off his suit jacket. After removing his gold cufflinks, he rolled up his shirt sleeve. "Now fix your own cocktail." "I don't use this stuff. I never use narcotics." Parker gestured over with the gun. "Now you do." He watched in eerie silence as Alexandre Saint-Germain cooked up a speedball with the shooting paraphernalia. A familiar, acrid odor took over the closed space. When the hypodermic was loaded, Parker spoke again. His voice was low, but in command. "Good stuff. Very popular up where I live. Take a taste, grave dancer. Do it now." Saint-Germain raised the hypodermic, its plunger extended. "Just a little taste now," Parker said. "Then we talk some more. Nothing to be afraid of yet. 12, 13-year-old kids do it every day in my neighborhood." Saint-Germain slowly and carefully inserted the silver needle into his vein. The arrogant smile had finally started to fade. Seconds later, his head lolled back, then forward again. It was a junkie's patented nod-out routine. His eyeballs rolled up sharply into his skull. Suddenly he started to dry heave. He knew he'd been given an overdose. Fear was in his eyes. He was going into cardiac arrest on the elevator floor. Isaiah Parker's eyes never left Saint-Germain's face. What he saw was his brother, the Edmonds Hotel. Maybe a touch of justice, finally. Alexandre Saint-Germain went into severe convulsions. He couldn't get his breath, but he could hear Parker's voice. "How do you like it, pusher man?" Saint-Germain had a stroke sitting against the elevator wall. He had a second agonizing stroke 45 seconds later. Parker stared at the pathetic, slumped figure, the head now twisted at an impossible angle. Alexandre Saint-Germain was dead. Dead like a pitiful street junkie on the floor of the elevator. There was no remorse inside him, no attacks of conscience for Parker. He had done what had to be done. He'd done what the police ought to be permitted to do. Then one thought dominated Parker's mind. To escape and survive. That would be something, wouldn't it? Chapter 103. He pulled the emergency stop button back out. The elevator rumbled and shook to life. The amber indicator lights over the door blinked on and off again. The elevator car began to soar upward, resuming its ride as if nothing had happened. A few seconds later, Parker stabbed the stop button again. The elevator halted at the 46th floor. Isaiah Parker jumped out of the car and dropped the Ingram. He ran to an emergency doorway marked Fire Exit. He buttoned his sports coat as he continued to race downstairs. He shook perspiration off his face. He dried his head with his jacket sleeve. He went down past 45, 44, past 43. Don't panic. Just hurry, he reminded himself. Finally, he emerged from the fire exit stairway onto the 40th floor. He saw policemen waiting with drawn riot shotguns and squawking walkie-talkies. Silence followed in the hallway. Parker told himself, "Now be very cool. You're a cop, too." "Isaiah Parker, 19th Precinct," he said to the patrolman closest to the fire exit door. Somehow he managed a blank poker face. "What the hell's going on?" Parker asked. The patrolman stared at him. Doubt glistened in his sober blue eyes. His bulky riot shotgun was held at chest level, pointed right at Parker's stomach. Isaiah Parker carefully shook out his portfolio wallet, showing his detective's shield. He forced a smile, then loosely shrugged his shoulders. "Hey, relax, huh? What the hell's happening? We heard the elevator take off. What happened?" A black detective in the hallway spoke up. "Hey, I know him. That's my man Parker. Hey, Isaiah." The patrolman with the shotgun finally shook his head. He slowly lowered the Remington. "That's what we were wondering, too. Where's the elevator? Where's Saint-Germain?" More patrolmen and detectives began to swarm out of the fire exit stairway. Isaiah moved among them, joining in with the general confusion, contributing his part. They all had the same question. What was going on? Where had the hijacked elevator gone? After a few minutes on the 40th floor, Parker started down the fire exit stairway again. This time he walked in the company of two other detectives. The deserted elevator had been discovered on 46. The grave dancer was dead inside. Once he was in the lobby of the Trade Center, Parker continued toward the bright daylight of the street. Outside the soaring twin building, everything was chaos, even worse than up on the 46th floor. Police blockades had been set up everywhere. EMS ambulances, police cruisers with their turrets blazing red, were parked up on the sidewalk. Several thousand people were assembled behind rows of blue police barricades and street cops in pith helmets. Escape and survive, Parker thought. Just like after Allure and Chin Chin in Soho. He continued north on Chambers Street, which was also blockaded with bright blue police sawhorses. He kept walking past the blockades, once or twice showing his detective's shield along the way. As he walked north through the city, Isaiah Parker wished that the world was still simple. All he had ever wanted was to get Marcus's murderer. Whether he did that through the police department or not didn't matter. All he had wanted was a little justice. Parker wound up in the Bowery, somewhere around Grand and Canal Streets, with their legions of panhandlers. The trembling stew bums always looking like they had just wet their pants. The sad and desolate Edmonds Hotel. He stood on the street, thinking about his brother Marcus, their past, all of the promise and hope destroyed by an insane drug pusher. Isaiah Parker didn't feel like an assassin anymore. There was no guilt attached to what he had done. He had blasted the grave dancer straight back to hell. He continued to walk north toward his home. He was a crime-busting detective after all, the best in Harlem. He still liked the idea of that. Epilogue. One Last Dance. Chapter 104. Sarah McGinnis, New York. On an afternoon near the end of April, Sarah found herself skirting along a familiar blue tape line which led her around the Byzantine corridors on the ground floor at New York Hospital. She had been coming regularly to the hospital every day for almost 9 months. She knew the place by heart. That included most of the porters, a lot of the nurses and doctors. Linda and Laurie and Robin in the gift shop. Just about everybody knew Sarah, too. The 17th floor, where she was headed, had an 80 by 40 gray stone terrace which looked out over the East River. That big old Pepsi sign, the boroughs of Brooklyn and Queens. As hospitals went, it was the most impressive and beautiful one she'd ever been inside. On that afternoon in the spring, Sarah went directly to Stefanovich's room, actually his 7th room so far. Each room had been on a different floor inside the sprawling medical center. Steph was up and waiting, as she'd expected. His mother and father, Nelson, Nelson's wife, Hallie, all were crowded into the room. "Well, this is quite a happy fizzy's party, isn't it?" he said when Sarah arrived. He had his best smile turned up full. He brought to mind soldiers recovering in army hospitals. He was peering across the sun-spattered hospital room. He seemed to be carefully studying his visitors. There was a wonderful twinkle in his eyes. Sarah didn't know how he managed it, especially today. Finally, Sarah's eyes found Michael Petito, the tall, balding neurologist who had been to see Steph every day for the past 9 months. It was 9 months now since 3 killers had broken into her apartment and tried to murder both of them. They had succeeded in inflicting 2 horrifying gunshot wounds, one in Steph's side, the other in the small of his back. Dr. Petito had made the decision to operate 2 days after the shooting. At the time, Stepanovich had been listed in very critical condition. A half-dozen family members had driven up to New York from Pennsylvania. He hadn't been expected to live. Stepanovich had been in intensive care when his mother and father, Sarah, and Dr. Petito had come to visit.
"You don't look so bad," Petito had told him. "I've seen worse after pro football games."
Steph had liked the irreverent doctor immediately, maybe because Michael Petito had come up from the streets of New York and acted a little like it. Or maybe because Petito was the team doctor for the New York Giants, a specialist on back and leg injuries. He told Stepanovich that he wanted to operate on his back again, that the new bullets had to come out of there anyway. "What are the chances?" Steph had asked, struggling with every word.
"About 60-40 your way. Let's say 55-45, that you don't end up a full quadriplegic."
The other doctor said 80-20 the other way, the last time I got shot up like this.
Petito shrugged. "Overly conservative, in my opinion. Your other doctor was protecting himself in case he screwed up. I won't screw up, but those are the real odds. And they're not great, especially the prospect of being a quadriplegic."
Stepanovich had agreed to sign the necessary releases. He had gone in for the operation, one that could leave him paralyzed from the neck down. As Dr. Petito had said, though, the new bullets had to come out anyway. 9 months later, he was still in New York Hospital. The pain following the operation had been unbearable. It seemed to be endless. Petito hadn't told him about that, the excruciating pain after a second major back operation. Day after day, Stepanovich was rolled upstairs to physical therapy, where they thought it was an occasion for champagne if he touched his index fingers together once out of every couple of times, or wiggled his big toe. Every day, as he was wheeled back to his room from therapy, he was soaked to the skin, his entire body screaming from pain. If he had been forced to do it again, he didn't think he could. Sarah had been there every day, for 9 months straight. Sarah and Sam, bringing him presents and dinners from Rusty and Abe's steakhouse, and most of all, hope. 60-40 my way? Those are the odds? John Stepanovich asked now. His voice suddenly sounded hollow and distant. His family and Dr. Petito were silhouetted against one of the sunny hospital windows.
"I thought I told you 55-45.
Petito's gaze was steady, his opinion firm. "Yeah, you did. You know, I was feeling okay this morning, up in physical therapy," Stepanovich said. "Now I'm kind of spacey, rubbery legs. My adrenaline is mainlining." "Listen, Sarah." He smiled, only his brown eyes were mostly glazed and vacant. "I think I need something to motivate me. Would you, why don't you stand over there? Why don't you stand right there by the door?" "Don't be so bossy. Just because you've been laid up doesn't mean you're allowed to be cranky," Isabel Stepanovich said. Sarah had watched her operate over the last few months. She could make Steph toe the line. At the same time, she was communicating the most touching affection for him. "I'll let him boss me around today," Sarah smiled. The smile felt like a mask being pulled down over her face. She was having difficulty talking.
"You give him an inch, Sarah, he'll take a mile," Nelson said from across the room. "He's always been that way. That's how he got to be quarterback in high school. Not on his talent. Not with that chicken arm of his."
The mood in the hospital room was better than it had been moments earlier. Even Dr. Petito smiled at the Stepanovich clan's amazingly wrong-headed but healthy defense mechanisms. "I'm going to stand right here by the door," Sarah said, as if she'd just thought of it herself. "If I fall over, let me go," Stepanovich said in between deep breaths. He was propped against the edge of his bed now. Some pressure and weight were already being applied to his legs. There was so much going on inside his head that it was overwhelming. Suddenly, With characteristic stubbornness, he pushed off hard from the hospital bed, almost as if that were the only way to make his family stop talking. "I love all of you," he whispered as he let go. Stepanovich took his first step in more than 3 years with the help of a badly quivering aluminum walker. He'd only recently been fitted for the four-legged walker up in physical therapy. He figured it made him look about 80 years old. He pushed the strange, awkward-looking walker one more step, the pain inscribed all over his face. He took a third halting step. The pain and exhilaration seemed to be balancing a little better. There was nothing but the noise of the clanking metal walker echoing inside the room. Not a sound came from Sarah or his family. Then Stepanovich reached out one arm for Sarah. Sarah couldn't have explained or described what it was like to hold him, to grab onto Step at the end of his miracle walk. She didn't know which one of them was trembling more. She wasn't sure where his body stopped and hers began. Nelson and his father were right there to help in case he actually did start to fall at the very end. Step didn't fall, though. His body shook very badly, but he didn't fall. He wouldn't let himself go down. If he had had any energy left, he would have screamed out in joy. Instead, he whispered to Sarah, "I would scream, only I can't make it happen. Not enough strength." The doctors in physical therapy had promised that in another 6 months, he'd be able to use the walker competently. In 16 to 18 months, the chief therapist told Steph he would walk with a severe limp and the assistance of a bulky metal cane. "In 6 months, I'll be dancing," Stepanovich said. No cane, no walker, no nothing. He made the promise to all of them, but especially to Sarah. Chapter 105, the last chapter. Isaiah Parker, Harlem, several months later. It was a cold and snow-blown evening, a few days into the new year. Isaiah Parker finally left the